I now bring this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
Yes, good evening. This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with Richmond City Council's Ordinance Number 2020-093, adopted April 9th, 2020, and extended by Ordinance Number 2020-183, adopted August 20th, 2020, and by Ordinance Number 2020-232, adopted December the 14th, 2020, and the school board's resolution approved on April 20th, 2020. Simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom, and the meeting notice contained information on how individuals needing translation services could obtain the service. The meeting notice also stated that the meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed for the public on the school division's Facebook page, and the link was provided. The meeting notice indicated that the board would not receive public comments in person. However, public comments could be submitted to the school board clerk, and the email address for comments was provided. The agenda of the meeting was posted on board docs. After the roll call, we will state how many board members are participating at the time of roll call. Ms. Dorr?
Here.
Mrs. White?
Present.
Ms. Gibson? Mr. Young?
Present.
Ms. Rizzi?
Here.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Present.
Mrs. Cheryl Burke?
Here.
Mrs. Dawn Page? And Ms. Jones?
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Young.
Ms. Rizzi has requested opportunity to speak.
Now, before I was frozen for a minute. So this is before we adopt the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please go right ahead, Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Mr. Young and Madam Chair. I am reading a statement that was forwarded to me by Ms. Gibson. She asked me to let you know that our meeting was originally scheduled for the 15th and rescheduled due to the holiday, and that she has a conflict this evening. So thank you
Yes.
very much for allowing me to do that.
Thank you so much. And she did send an email to let us know. Thank you. My computer was frozen for a minute. Was anyone else's? Or was it
Yeah.
just mine? It was just mine. Okay, Jonathan,
And-
keep me up to date if I'm in and out. Thank you, Ms.
Yep.
Rizzi. And she did send an email to let us all know. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. And Dr. Harris Muhammad has also requested the opportunity to address the board.
Go right ahead, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I have a motion to amend the agenda at the appropriate time.
All right, then that is next on the agenda. Thank you so very much. As we move forward for the adoption of the agenda, Madam Clerk, you have an announcement to make as well?
Yes, if we could please defer 6.03, Program of Studies, and 7.01, Legislative Update.
And that will be placed on March the 1st budget, March the 1st agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mrs. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, board members. Thank you to everyone who's watching with us this evening. I move that we amend the agenda to remove from the budget and all discussions henceforth regarding year-round schools until further action by the school board.
Is there a second? Mr. Young, is there anyone in the chat box to make a second?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. White?
Ms. White?
Second.
All right, it has been moved and properly second that we remove discussion regarding the year-round school on this agenda this evening. And then we'll have to go back, I guess, and amend that or whatever to address 6.03 and 7.01. Is that correct, Ms. Lilly?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, I'm sorry. I understand the motion now. And so, yes, we would have to address what Ms. Collins added as well. So to be precise for the agenda, Dr. Harris Mohammed, are you asking, where does your motion fall in the agenda? Are you asking to modify 4.02? What precisely, so that we're not taking an action outside of the agenda, what item are you asking to be modified?
4.02, excuse me. I believe there was an updated agenda sent to board docs, but I didn't see the updated agenda until 5:10 p.m. this evening. So my motion was made off the original agenda that was sent. So looking at the new one, it would be 4.02.
So that list receive an update on 2021, 2022 calendar options.
Calendar
Is that correct?
options, yes, ma'am.
All right. So it's been moved by Dr. Harris Mohammed and seconded by Mrs. Mariah White that we defer conversation regarding the calendar to include year-round. Is there any discussion,
Madam,
questions?
the superintendent requested opportunity to speak to it.
Anyone else after that?
Not as of yet.
All right, Mr. Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully request that we keep this agenda item, as we are not taking any action on it tonight, but merely sharing information, which I think the public, and most specifically our families and our teachers, would like to hear more about. And I do think it's important to hear from the board additional feedback. And so I do think time is of the essence on this, and it would be helpful to continue that discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or discussion? Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Mohammed.
All right, Dr. Harris Mohammed, please proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In lieu of everything that we have going on, Mr. Cameras, and I understand and respect the comment that you just made, but year-round schools cannot be a deflection or distraction for us right now. We do not have a plan to reopen schools at any point. So I am respectfully asking our board and administration to put kids over content and make the decision that is in the best interest for our teachers and our students. We have yet, school board colleagues, to create or direct the administration to create a survey. We have received numerous concerns, the same numerous concerns and the same engagement and enlightenment and participation from our community for the extension of the superintendent's contract. We need to do the same thing in this process. And so we need to listen to them, particularly our teachers. This is not the time to create or discuss a year-round calendar when we have yet to create and present and implement reopening schools plan for our community. That takes precedent. I am standing on the premise that kids have to come before content, and we have to go slow to go fast. I respect what you're saying, Mr. Cameras, but this is not the time to push year-round schooling discussion of any kind. And I am a huge component of year-round schools, but this is not the time. What I am asking from my school board colleagues is to remove the discussion until further action is done by the school board. It is not what we want all the time. It is what's best for our teachers and our kids. And if we cannot see that, then we're gonna have not engagement, we're gonna have enragement. We're gonna have some angry people in our division. We're gonna push people out because we are trying to do too many things and we don't even have a plan for our community to reopen schools. That's our focus. That should be our focus, is trying to reopen schools safely, not trying to push a year-round calendar down the division right now. That is where I stand. I pray that people can support it. I am not saying that we will never revisit it, but right now we have to prioritize. And we have to prioritize how we're going to get our children and our teachers back in school. And we do not have a plan. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and School Board Member.
Mr. Young, anyone else?
Madam Chair, just yours truly.
And I will follow you if I may. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I would encourage my colleagues to retain the calendar discussion on the agenda. I recognize that anytime we're about to have a conversation relevant to calendar, it rightly will, to Dr. Harris Mohammed's point, require that we solicit a ton of feedback from all of our stakeholders, including from our teachers and our families. Everyone on this call knows that yours truly voted not once but twice for at least some limited in-person options, and since announced his directive the other week, I have by no means been silent or sat in my hands in regards to me commending the governor for his leadership on the subject, and will continue to do so. So I share that to say that I empathize with a lot of what Dr. Harris Mohammed said, but I will point to that I would contend that the plan, or at least the deliberation that we have scheduled for this evening on the agenda does constitute a reopening plan. Now, for yours truly, is that adequate? Is that sufficient? No, for all the purposes I spoke to in my preceding voting record would remind all listeners. But I do think that the discussion this evening is just that. It is a reopening. It's a reopening plan. It's an opportunity for us to not retain a business as usual schedule, but to Dr. Harris Mohammed's point, no, it is incumbent on us to solicit as much feedback as soon as very possible. It seems to me that this evening would be an opportunity to continue soliciting just that of all of our stakeholders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And if there's no one else to speak at this time?
Madam Chair, we do have a couple of other persons.
I can come, I'll be last. So
yes,
who's the next person to speak?
Ms. White.
All right. Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I have to actually agree with my colleague, Dr. Mohammed, unless, to me, we've been sidetracked. We've been doing the budget, we've been doing ventilations, we've been everywhere. We've been doing some programs last week. And when we did discuss the year-round plan, I asked for several courses of actions. Now, if Mr. Cameron's have those several courses of actions tonight to tell us, then I'm willing to listen. I also asked for a survey from teachers, as well as parents. Now, I don't know how we're going to talk about opening a year-round school when we haven't completely talked about ventilation and vaccinations. Those are the two priorities that we should be looking at to bringing our kids back to school. So when we start talking about year-round, let's make sure that we have our priorities and the specific things that we need to reopen school and stop jumping where it seems like we're jumping all around. This is a great idea, and I know, Mr. Young, this is something that you are really adamant about, the year-round school. But at this year, 2021, I don't think that's the time right now. Our children are coming out of pandemic, of COVID, and they need some relaxation, not just year-round school. Maybe 2020, it would be a great idea. But right now, we don't have a plan. We don't have a written plan. We keep talking about what we're going to do. I need to see something. I need to see the logistics. No one has given me a list of logistics to make sure that our budget is if we're doing it right, or do we have enough money, or our schools don't have ventilations. No one knows when those are going to be put up based on a cooperative agreement that we have. No, I'm sure none of you all know. Because first of all, whoever that we're coming under, I'm sure they're getting their ventilations done first. And we're going to do ours whenever. So when you can give me a deadline, a definite deadline, timeline, that's what I need in order to even talk about year-round year-round schooling for 2021. And that's all I'm going to say, because I go along with Dr. Muhammad on that one. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Madam Clerk, let the record show that Mrs. Page has joined us. Mr. Young, is there anyone else at this time?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Rizzi.
All right, Ms. Rizzi, let me know when it's the last person, then I'll speak. I'll defer to everyone and be last. No problem, as always.
Yes.
Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I have to agree with my colleagues here. It really does feel like we don't have a focus. We are, jumping from budget to reopening to year-round school. And at some point, we've got to focus on what, should be the priority at this point, which is safely reopening our schools. And we don't have a solidified plan for that, at least none that I'm aware of at this point. I think also, what I see, at least to this point, is one model of how year-round school will work. I have had numerous teachers send me messages asking for more options. More than one teacher has asked me about why they were asked to sign intent forms before even seeing a sample schedule. So evidently that has occurred. I don't think that we can, truly say that we have done all we can to engage stakeholders when there has been really no time for authentic stakeholder input on this. And I agree. There have been other decisions we've made in this short time we've been on the board that were much more engaging with stakeholders than this. So it feels very rushed to me, and I'm not comfortable with that. Even as a parent of a child in RPS, I'm not comfortable with that. And also from teachers, I'm hearing that there was no option to stay on a traditional schedule, at least for the upcoming school year. Our teachers should have a voice in this. So, I definitely, at the end of this, really do, I agree with both Dr. Harris Mohammed and with Ms. White that we really want to focus on reopening and maybe even have a detailed, more authentic discussion about our budget before we start to talk about year-round school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. Is there anyone else, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dorr.
Ms. Dorr, the floor is yours.
Just a quick comment. I am in complete agreement that we need to be focused on our reopening plan. I think that we owe it to our stakeholders to hear from the administration about an update on the year-round calendar, especially since it was posted to board docs. And I'm interested in the follow-up on some of Ms. White's questions regarding survey, et cetera. We've been talking about year-round school. If we want to get feedback from our community members as to whether to move forward on this or not, I think it's incumbent on us to at least have that discussion and give the administration direction. So I'm in alignment about making sure that we are laser focused on reopening, but I also want to make sure that we continue to have the conversation around some of the other topics that we've.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jones.
Mrs. Nicole Jones, there you are. Floor is yours.
Good evening. I agree with my colleagues as well. And what I wanted to know is if we did decide to proceed with the conversation tonight, are there any new updates to the proposal that we received the first go round? Because if we're just kind of establishing or, kind of getting the conversation going again, and there aren't any real new updates to provide our stakeholders, then I don't really feel like the conversation is needed at this time. And I do do agree that it does feel like we're bouncing around. And I think we should spend some time, doing one thing and doing one thing well. And along with everyone else, as it relates to reopening, what is that? And what is it going to look like? Because we have had a lot of questions relative to year-round school and, who we were going to serve. And I recall in that last conversation, one of the things that I kind of highlighted was the community engagement piece. And then when I read a little bit in the notes, it spoke about we were going to do a survey. So if we're not actually reporting tonight out on a survey that has already been done and we still have to go back and do a survey, then we should really think about where we are in this process. And I do understand the importance, but I don't really understand where we are. One, we may not be voting, but we're talking about it. So I just need to help make it make sense on then why are we talking about it if we still have to go back, revisit, and then survey the community.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Superintendent Cameras?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to note that there are substantial differences in the proposed calendar that we would be discussing tonight from the one that we shared previously. So it is very different, and I think worthy of discussion to make sure the board is aware of the changes. Now that we have made those changes, we want to get feedback on that. So a survey did launch actually today in my RPS Direct, both for teachers and for families. And so as that data comes in, I'll share that with the board. But I did want to note there are significant differences in this proposal from the original one, based in no small part on the board's feedback and other feedback that we have received over the last couple of weeks. I also did want to note that the budget, reopening, year-round, these are all connected. The budget is how we determine what we're going to fund and what we're not going to fund, whether that's going to be year-round or not, what kind of reopening. And so while I understand that there are concerns about the multiple issues that we're facing, I think we have to face all of these issues right now. That's what is incumbent upon us given the gravity of the moment. And I'm happy to go further in detail tonight about the budget. Any other questions that folks have, we're going to go over the last section that we haven't done, the SEL section. Hopefully take action on the city and state revenue piece. But the rest of the federal stimulus is very connected to what our year is going to look like next year. And I just think in the interest of transparency, it's important that we continue to have this conversation publicly so that our staff and our families can hear this information and hear the questions and concerns, and so that we can know how to be responsive to that going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Cameras. Anyone else before I make my remarks, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. Page.
All right, great. Then we'll have everybody to speak. Thank you so much. Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, school board members. We can address the budget and demystify the budget piece by piece without having a continued discussion on year-round schooling. We can talk about the reopening plan, even though all those pieces are connected financially, but we can have the discussion about the calendar for the next school year without having the discussion. And I want the public to understand this. We can have the discussion, and let me be clear on what I'm asking. To remove the discussion henceforward until further notice about year-round schooling. Year-round schooling discussion does not need to happen to create and approve a calendar for next year. It does not. That's what the administration wants to happen. It should not happen right now. We can multitask. So I don't want the public to think that we can't. We can. But because of the sense of urgency and the way that this administration has described the devastation of the pandemic and how we need to move forward through COVID-19, put the year-round calendar on the back burner for right now. It is not going to destroy anything. And let's put kids over content. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Page. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize for my lateness. Based on what I'm hearing from my colleagues, because of this pandemic, I think it's critical that it's very critical that we continue this discussion, because this is all going to have an impact on our children and our families and how we move forward. And kicking the can down the road is not going to solve anything. We need to continue to have the discussion, continue to engage our families and staff so that we can make an informed decision, the board, because that's our role as policymakers. We need to have all the facts and we need to be able to make a decision and make a decision based on the information that we have received. So I would like to continue the discussion because again, this will have a great impact on our students and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Page, Mrs. Page. Mr. Young, may I? That's it?
Well, Ms. Rizzi has a question for the board or for the superintendent.
All right, Ms. Rizzi, go right ahead.
Thank you. So I have a really quick question about the survey. Like, why is it that we have a proposed schedule before any of these surveys have been, codified? How is it? What are the surveys going to do if you already have a proposed schedule in place without any room for other options, at least from what I can see? Are you prepared to go back and start over based on the results of the survey, or is this just kind of some kind of exercise in futility to make people think that they have a voice? I'm a little confused about that.
Madam Chair, may I?
Please, Mr. Superintendent.
I take the survey extremely seriously, and we put forward a proposal. I think it's important that families and our staff have something to react to. And if, we find that 90% of our teachers and 90% of our families don't want to go this path, that's really helpful. Then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And so I absolutely intend to be responsive to this feedback. I have found in past exercises such as this, giving people something concrete to react to is much more helpful to them and to us as a governing collective, so that we're not talking in abstraction, but about specific opportunities. So I'm eager to see what the feedback is. I'm eager to work to make sure we get representative feedback and not just feedback from particular parts of the city or particular schools. And all of that I will share with you, share with the public, along with all of the comments. This is a very important and weighty discussion. I would not suggest otherwise. And so I'm looking forward to gathering that information and sharing it with you.
Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I do believe the floor is all yours.
Thank you so very much. And thank each of you for your comments. For the public, we're still on 1.01, adoption of the agenda. And on the floor at this time, we're making the decision, it's a motion on the floor, whether to include 4.02, the discussion of the upcoming calendar, to include year-round schools. I read through my information in preparation for tonight, as I'm sure you all did. And looking at the year-round proposal, I saw that as one and more to come based upon the results from the survey and whatever else. But also some I agreed with, some I didn't. But also I value the opportunity to have that discussion, and also for our parents and students and stakeholders, and most importantly, our faculty and staff members, to see one of many options. And everything is interrelated, interconnected. The airflow, the cleanness of the buildings, who's coming according to what's in that 4.02, who wants to come back to school now, who prefers staying at home virtual, who's going to have food delivered as we have in the past, as we're doing now, who will be at the cafeteria in the school to eat. So to me, it's one of many conversations to happen. I don't see it as a rush. I see the budget and everything else as well connected. And we're not making a decision tonight. It's just an opportunity to have a discussion. And out of this discussion, we should hear from more parents, more faculty, staff members to see, that may have been a good idea, but let's try this. This may be better. So I am in favor, as Mr. Young stated, I am in favor totally of having this discussion. And I too welcome year-round school. However, maybe not as it's etched out right now, but please understand that is just a work. It's not, it's there for discussion. It's not there, as you all well know, to make a decision tonight. When we come back on March 1st, not unless you all have already answered, we may have to change our other agendas because you did receive a doodle today regarding some other issues we'll talk about later, and we may need to add to that. But however we're going to move, as our governor has stated, as President Biden has stated, at some point we're going to have to make a decision one way or the other. Be it, and we don't want anybody's child or any teacher, principal, counselor go back to school that isn't comfortable with that. However, it's important at this point that we do have an option. It's an important, and that's my perspective. So at this time, we're ready to vote if there isn't any other discussion to follow. And again, the Madam Clerk, do you have the motion in hand?
I just wanted Dr. Harris Muhammad to be clear on it, please. So
You want her to put it in the chat as well?
Chat. Yes, please.
Thank you. And Mrs. White did second.
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad, would you repeat, please?
Certainly. I move that we remove from the budget and all discussions henceforth regarding year-round schools until further action by the school board. And I will place that in the chat, Ms. Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. White did second. All right, if we're ready for the vote, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Ms. Dorr,
No.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
No.
Ms. Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl Burke,
No.
Ms. Don Page,
No, I'm sorry.
and Ms. Jones.
No.
Motion
All right, we have 5-3, 5 no, 3 yes. Therefore, the year-round calendar will remain on the agenda 4.02 as listed on the agenda for this evening.
No, Ms.
Is
Burke,
there a question? Yes, ma'am.
the motion failed.
How did it,
There's three that said yes and 5 that said no.
no was to not included on the calendar for tonight. The 3 were to, according to her motion, the 3, am I right, John L. Lilly?
Yes.
Yeah, the 3 were for, go ahead, Ms. Lilly.
So the decision from that was made 5-3 was to move forward with the discussion of that item as is. So Dr. Harris Muhammad's motion was to remove from the discussion.
And I said yes.
And Ms. White seconded that. 5 members said no. 3 said yes to remove. 5 said no to remove. So that item will still stand as it's listed. 4.02 will include year-round options. The budget will include year-round options based on that vote.
So the 3 were, I see this on the chat, Ms. Rizzi, Ms. Young, and Dr. Harris Muhammad voted yes.
Ms. White,
Excuse me.
Rizzi, and Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Thank you. So that was 4, right?
No, ma'am.
No, wait a minute, that's something's wrong.
It's because Ms. Gibson is absent, maybe the number may be off.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's what it is. Thank you.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I knew that's where your mind was going.
Yeah.
So
Thank you,
it's
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
5-3, and the motion failed, as Ms. Collins stated.
Right. So we will continue to have 4.02 on the agenda as listed.
Yes, ma'am.
You got it, Ms. Collins?
Yes, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. Appreciate you. Now, the next item that we're still on, 6.02, as the adoption of the agenda, as Ms. Collins stated, to reschedule 6.03 and 7.01. May I get a motion, please, to defer those 2 items?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Can you state the whole motion, please, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, ma'am. I would so move that we adopt the agenda as presented, excluding 6.03 and 7.01.
Before we move
Second.
forward for the second, all right, Ms. Page, second the motion. Ms. Hadasco hand has been waving it. Were you waving at us?
I believe we also, perhaps a board member would amend the agenda to add our student representative.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah, and I have that next on my list. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. No, thank you so much. And it's not on the agenda, but thank you. The clerk just texted to me. Thank you so much. Chat to me. Thank you. Appreciate that. And you can put your information in the chat, Ms. Hadasco. Mr. Young can see it better. All right, so at this point, excuse me, go ahead, Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, I would move for adoption of the agenda as presented minus 6.03 and 7.01, but to include a 1.04 relevant to recognition of student representative.
May I ask you to do this?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
we can do that. That's fine. I was going to put the student beforehand, but that's fine. Because there is no 1.05. Thank you, Mr. Young. And Ms. Page, are you ready to second that again, or?
Yes.
All right. So it has been moved by Mr. Vice Chair Young to revise the agenda to delete 0.03, 7.01, seconded by Mrs. Page, and also, excuse me, to add 1.04, recognition of our student for this month. Thank you for this meeting. Are we ready to vote? Question. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Okay, Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, absent. Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Don Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
All right, it has been moved unanimously, voted on unanimously, that we will receive the agenda before us as updated. We're now ready for 1.03, approval of the January 19th, 2021 minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review that? I'll give you a couple of seconds if needed, a couple of minutes. When you're ready to act upon that, upon the minutes, please place it in the chat box and Mr. Young will take it from there. There's 1.03. All right, draft minutes 2019, excuse me, January 19, 2021 minutes. May I get a motion to approve or any necessary corrections or deletions? Well, don't all speak at once.
Madam
Madam
Chair,
Mr. Young is going to call someone out. Was that
Uh,
you, Ms. Page? Who was that,
yes.
Mr. Young?
Miss Page.
Thank you. Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Yes, I approve minutes as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mrs. Page moved, Mr. Young, second, that we will receive the minutes January 19, 2021 as listed on our agenda. Thank you so very much. We're ready for the vote? Madam Clerk?
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White, Mrs. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, Mr. Young,
Aye.
Mrs. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn Page,
Yes.
Mrs. Jones.
Yes.
Okay. We receive as voted upon. We're ready to move on. Thank you so very much for approval. 1.04, we have a student here this evening that our superintendent will introduce to us. Yay for the students. That's why we're here. Yes, thank you. Mr. Cameron, the floor is yours.
Jason, we're doing the introduction of our student. I think you
You're
have
on
the
mute.
bio.
He looks frozen.
It's frozen. And he's also on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Yes.
I'm having some major tech issues. All right. Good evening, everyone. It is a pleasure to introduce Maya Coleman, our student representative, this meeting. Maya is a junior at Huguenot High School and is currently captain of the Huguenot Falcons JV cheer squad. In addition to serving on my student advisory council, Maya is also a member of the Chick-fil-A Leaders. She has been an RPS student throughout her entire school career, having attended both Elizabeth Red and Lucille Brown prior to high school. After graduation, Amaya would like to attend Howard University with a major in psychology. She hopes to become a marriage and family counselor and dreams of opening a community center for at-risk youth. I am pleased to present to you our student representative, Amaya Coleman.
Hi.
Welcome, Ms. Coleman. We're so delighted to have you. The board loves it when we have the opportunity to have our students to join us this evening. And we know at some point you will need to leave the meeting to get ready for tomorrow. But at this time, we'd like to ask you if you have any remarks.
Okay. First, I would like to thank you for allowing me to serve as the student representative for tonight's board meeting. I look forward to learning more about the board process and the actions involved in improving education in RPS. As the board continues its discussions regarding year-round school and reopening, I would like to provide input from a student perspective. First, year-round school. The cost of year-round school is extremely expensive, especially when there are other responsibilities to endure, such as the new building of George Wythe High School and our other school construction needs. Year-round school also doesn't give students an opportunity to choose summer jobs that only occur during the summer, such as lifeguards, kings and men, and positions with summer camps. It also gives students and administration less time to spend with their family and less time for family vacations. It is really important that we get everyone's input on this big decision. The survey should be emailed to everyone. Our homeroom teacher should tell us about the survey so that we can inform parents and make sure everyone knows about opportunities to learn more and provide feedback. Secondly, school reopening. Before opening the school for everyone, students and workers should have to test negative or have the COVID vaccine before attending. For those who haven't been vaccinated, there should be mandatory COVID tests every week for students and workers to ensure that we are being safe. Mandatory cleaning after every class and lunch change, whether the students have to go to a cleaning station and do it themselves, or teachers and custodial workers wipe things off to cut down on contact in the cleaning station. Masks should be mandatory while in school. These are all issues that I believe should be taken into consideration because they have such a big impact on our mental and physical health. Thank you for letting me speak to you this evening. I look forward to participating in the rest of your meeting tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Mr. Cameron, did you want to bring closure? That was excellent. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank Maya for being here this evening and for sharing your thoughts, which are so helpful, and we appreciate that. And looking forward to hearing from more of your classmates about everything related to the coming school year, and eager to hear your reflections after your time with us this evening. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Thank you so much. And we look forward to your reminder, your homeroom teachers, to make sure everybody has a chance to be active with those surveys. Well done. Thank you. All right. Now we're ready to move on to number 2, public information 2.01. What's your choice, 2 or 3 minutes? Usually we do 2. I don't know how many we have. The last I looked, it was about 19 pages. Ms. Collins, has that changed?
Yes, it has. We have 31 pages tonight.
Okay. All right. I see a couple of comments. I saw Ms. Doer, then Dr. Harris Muhammad with comments before we move forward.
I would opt to keep consistency with the 2 minutes for 2 hours. And I see a number of comments in here related to Mr. Cameron's contract renewal. Since that decision has already been made, I suggest to, since we're already 50 minutes into the meeting, potentially just to read the name, acknowledge, and acknowledge them that it was about the contract, and then move on so that we can get to the substantive piece of this meeting.
Thank you for your suggestion. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
I agree with Ms. Dorr. I was going to share something similar to that the comments, many of them were about something that we've already voted on. If we could weed those out, stay with the consistency, do not move from that. If it's been 2 minutes, let's continue to do that. But for the sake of time, to hear the other pieces of public information, to weed out the other information that we voted on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Doer and Dr. Harris Muhammad. So if I don't hear any other feedback, Mr. Young, we have 31 pages. So we're speaking of 2 minutes, deleting, well, just lessening, I should say, the matters regarding the superintendent's contract since that has taken place. I understand that Ms. Hadasco is reading and Mrs. Collins is keeping time. And we're going to do 2 minutes for 2 hours. Thank you all very much. And for everyone that did send in your comments, we appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Please proceed.
Chair Burke, just for clarity, you would just like me to read the name of the person and just say this comment was related to the contract and then move to the next one?
I think that's what Dr. Harris Muhammad and Mrs. Doer were saying. Yes. Thank you. Their thumbs are up.
Okay,
It's two of them, but I see three.
very good. I'll begin then.
So
Michael
very good.
Miles.
Thanks,
This
fine. You may proceed.
Michael Miles, this comment was related to the contract. Catherine Shearer, I'm a fourth grade teacher and I want to express that blocking websites is not the solution for getting our students focused on schools. Teachers need a way to monitor student Chromebook usage in real time and a way to show parents data from off-task behaviors. Please give us something like GoGuardian. It is exhausting trying to keep track of my students without a way to tell whether they are even logged into the website they are supposed to be working on in real time. Jeffrey Ward, this is a comment about the superintendent's contract. Paul Brockwell, this is about the contract. Latanya Waller, this comment is about the contract. Chris Nixon, this comment is about the contract. Ann Forrester. I am an RPS ESL teacher and I am generally in favor of the year-round schedule because I think it is more supportive of student learning and allows staff to have better work-life balance. I wanted to point out several concerns and issues I see arising as a result of the single proposed schedule. The proposed schedule only leaves a 2-week break over the summer. I'm concerned about the impact this will have on attendance for students and staffing subs for teachers. Students and staff that have family outside of the US often travel over the summer. I know my students that are able to travel will sometimes visit their home country for over a month during the summer. Additionally, there are many cultural events during the summer that will simply continue to happen, such as family reunions, weddings, and annual family trips. How will RPS ensure sub-coverage for these absences, which staff will inevitably still need to take? Additionally, how will we deal with student absences of a similar nature? As members of the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council, other teachers and I provided feedback on the calendar options, as I know many groups did too. I am concerned that after all that feedback and survey data, there is only one year-round proposal presented today. This is a dramatic change for our students, staff, and families, and they deserve to see several possible options, especially one with the full month-long summer break, as was described in the planning and feedback sessions. Jason Snook, this is a comment about the contract. Tara McCrone. Good evening, school board and district officials. I ask you to please consider the following. Many RPS students, families, and teachers canceled last summer's plans due to the global pandemic, and now we are seeing a glimmer of happiness and hope to resume visiting friends and family this summer, with teachers being included in Plan 1B of vaccine distribution. And yet RPS has yet to distribute vaccines to the majority of their staff. Alex Ginsburg, this is a comment about the contract. Alonsa Riddle, this is a comment about the contract. Andrew Maples, good morning. I'm writing to advocate that the sports line items be kept in the budget. I am more on board for sports as an integral part of the school culture than ever before. As soon as the basketball season was canceled this year, the attendance and participation of my basketball players in English class tailed off sharply. I think we should do what we can to facilitate school pride and increase academic involvement by improving our facilities. I announced basketball and football games at Armstrong High. The consistency involved in this job is the most important piece. I go to every game. I know the narrative of the season. I really do think spending on sports will create a similar foundation for kids who want to rely on the people and systems that claim to have their back, who they need to show up for them. Tim Bunch. I'm grateful for the opportunity to write in support of the following proposed expenditures in the fiscal year 22 capital improvement plan for Thomas Jefferson High School, upgrading the track, athletic grounds fencing, and funding for the press box. Thank you for your time. Kind regards. Sarah Blom. I would like to express my concern for reopening schools at this time. The governor's own speech contradicted the wisdom of reopening Richmond schools by listing all the reasons we shouldn't be gathering on groups. He made the broad assumption that all school districts have equal resources and comparable student populations. If the decision to put our kids back in buildings is forced on the district, I do not think it should be for all students and certainly not all buildings. We also should not consider putting kids and teachers in buildings at the expense of having proper health and safety measures in place, outlined to the board last year during reopening talks, and protocols for positive cases and/or outbreaks, because there will be. In regards to year-round school, I was all for it, but now have concerns because the intersessions are no longer going to be available to all students and families who may wish to participate. As a working parent, there will need to be some city-run discounted childcare programs like Parks and Rec that will be available for the rest of us during these breaks. Thank you for your consideration. Sam Poulin, this is a comment about the contract. Then Sam Poulin, a second email. I am an RPS parent and I'm very concerned with the recent decision to reopen Virginia schools. I feel that this would be a terrible decision until the following things are done. First, vaccinate all teachers and school personnel, proper, up-to-date ventilation and sanitation in all schools, some accountability for parents to agree to limit social gatherings. For example, parents need to sign some sort of form to legally agree to limit exposure and risk. Until these things are done, I feel that reopening schools is a recipe for disaster. Amanda Reisner, good evening. I wanted to write about some concerns I have about opening up March 15th that I haven't heard a lot of people talking about, learning loss. If teachers and students are asked to go back in person mid-March, this will cause us to lose valuable instruction time. We will need time to unpack and set up our classrooms because everything is in boxes in the corner of the room. We will need time to rework all our lesson plans and how we teach because switching to in-person and or hybrid will cause us to once again change how we are teaching and the materials we use. Most importantly, let's not forget that we will have to reteach the routines and procedures for in-person. Students haven't been in a school building for a year and school will look very different from the last time they were there. All of that relearning and adjusting from virtual to in-person will take weeks to months. Valuable instruction time will be lost. By the time we get back into a routine and have adjusted to relearning the 2 new curricula for in-person, and the students have gotten back into the swing of things, it will be test time, and then instruction time will be impacted by testing. Let's not forget right after that return date is spring break. How many people will be traveling then? And will that impact in-person instruction? I say all of that because we all already know the buildings haven't been touched or prepped for return. Teachers and students haven't been vaccinated, and many of our students and staff are part of the most vulnerable population, but very few have addressed the fact that students learn best when there is routine and consistency, which isn't going to happen if we switch everything up now. Let's be real. We know all this comes down to state testing. Testing should not even be an option this year and should not drive our decision-making. Imagine how much instruction time we would gain if we got to skip testing. I waste days and days already testing Eureka and L. The many issues and concerns I have with them will be addressed at another time. Let me end by saying once again, if we don't want to lose more instruction time, we need to remain virtual. Kelly Garreau. Please keep the school community informed of what has been done this past year and what will be done to improve the facilities before staff and students go back in person. We all know how hard it will be to keep kids truly distant despite best efforts. And while I hope for the best, these are the same schools that recently ran out of toilet paper and paper towels before the end of the school year and have well-documented mold issues and also asked for community volunteers to clean up the schools in a normal year. We all want to return safely, and safe buildings are a major part of that. Joy Beatty. My name is Joy Beatty, and I'm a former RPS teacher. I've been a teacher at Code RVA Regional Public High School since 2017. Since 2017, I have advocated for more support for all students. For example, I am concerned about incoming freshmen who want to graduate with an associate's degree, an advanced diploma, or even with college credits. My concern is that if the freshmen are reading below grade level, this could make it difficult for students to remain on the associate's degree pathway and other rigorous pathways. I am asking that the school board and Code RVA representatives reconsider the following. First, the importance of having relevant data that should come with each entering freshman. This data can help identify necessary support that should be in place for entering freshmen. For example, SOL reading scores, NWEA MAPS reading scores, or any other relevant data. Again, this data will help teachers understand what equitable support should be in place before freshmen start. And second, the importance of reimagining Code RVA's school calendar. I have been teaching freshmen since 2017. As a result, I have noticed that students leave Code RVA because they, quote, struggle with the pace, or they remain and some may, quote, fall in between the cracks. If students continue to struggle with the pace, they may leave or remain. Nonetheless, the student is not on the original pathway, which means that they have, quote, fallen between the cracks. This is mainly happening because of the following reasons. One, CODAR VA has yet to function like a true year-round school. Since CODAR VA has different academic pathways, most students need more time to master content so that they can remain on the associate's degree pathway. I am concerned that there is not enough time to help struggling learners graduate with an associate's degree, an advanced diploma, etc., since equitable supports are not accessible and since time is not available. Tawana Giles. This is a comment about the superintendent's contract. Kelly Cannon. This is a comment about the superintendent's contract. Megan Cool. This is a comment about the superintendent's contract. Stephanie Saccone and family. This is a comment about the superintendent's contract. Anna Mason. RPS School Board, I urge you to be proactive. Vote on a traditional calendar this year with a public intention statement of moving to a year-round calendar for the 22-23 school year. This is a project we should all be taking on together. Your work will be creating the calendar, repairing schools to the correct standards as per the CDC, and getting community buy-in. Our work as a community will be to find childcare solutions, work scheduling ideas, and getting over the idea that traditional school is the only, or ever, a good solution. Obviously, the team that you just signed on for an additional 4 years believes the year-round model would be best for our students and staff. Allow them to prove the point over the next year and move us seamlessly into the future. Rob Mason. I am writing in support of a year-round school schedule for RPS in the future. The school system I grew up in used a year-round calendar with great effect. It emphasized clear learning periods with enough break and separation to feel like something was completed and advancements were made. There was never the long slog between spring break and summer where months seemed to go by without a day off, and it provided opportunity to have vacations and trips on off-peak times. Overall, my experience was positive, and with proper planning, many of the concerns about childcare options could be mitigated. Consider spending the 21-22 school year to develop an implementation, and then in 22-23, the move could be accomplished more effectively. Thank you for your consideration. Cynthia Sweet. As a teacher, I fully understand the deficits being suffered academically and socially by my students. However, they will live to see a safer school setting in their futures because they will not experience COVID death in their school environment. I am a teacher with serious underlying medical conditions, and as much as I want to be in school and be with my school family, I am terrified of my safety and that of my own family. Please take the time to read this article from CNN about the underreported losses of in-person learning suffered by the Atlanta community. I beg you not to bow to political pressure and think of the dedicated individuals who dedicate themselves to the lives of their students. Alante Harris. Hello, my name is Alante Harris and I go to John Marshall High School. And I heard about the all year round calendar, and I feel like all the seniors shouldn't have to be in school after June. And I also feel like we shouldn't have SOLs being that we are virtual. We should not have to take SOLs because we are not having the proper tutoring online. Also, I heard we were supposed to go back in the school building in March, and due to COVID, we should not go back in the building. We need to be socially distanced. Seniors should not be included in SOLs or going to school all year round. We did our 12 years of school. Gregory Bauer. Dear School Board, my daughter is struggling with the lack of social interaction with all virtual schooling. I'm also very concerned about the 5-time increase in failing and near failing grades at RPS elementary schools since going all virtual. I would really like to see RPS step up and offer an in-person option for elementary aged kids for the rest of the semester. I'm sure you could work with the local health department to create a priority vaccination path for those teachers. I'm sure they would be happy to help get RPS reopened. I hear everyone talking about facilities and I welcome improvements, but I don't think that they are required to start the reopening process. If teachers are fully vaccinated, I'm not sure what risk is left knowing the virus doesn't have nearly as large an impact on children. This can be seen in the many schools around the country that have opened safely. My family is burnt out. We need a path forward to in-person instruction. All I hear is obstacle after obstacle with no end in sight. I'm the biggest RPS supporter, but we're starting to look at alternative options for next school year. We can't sustain another year of all virtual learning. Kristen Reed, dear members of the school board. This fall, when I was canvassing for the November election, I spoke with 3rd District resident Ernest Brown, who worked his whole career as a custodian for RPS until his retirement a few years ago. Mr. Brown told Kenya and me about the challenges he faced maintaining our buildings with restricted funds and staffing. He told us how much he loved RPS and his students. He went on to endorse Kenya for re-election, saying that he trusted her to represent workers like him in school governance. When Kenya spoke on Monday of the needs of RPS custodial staff, who continue to be understaffed and underfunded, she was representing her constituents as promised. Mr. Brown took pride in his work, believes our kids deserve the very best, and is just one of the thousands of constituents in Northside who is hopeful that we can do better for our schools. When you silence her in meetings, you silence people like Mr. Brown. Robert's Rules of Orders does not allow the board chair to limit board comment without a democratically established time limit for all board members. To do so was a violation of school board policies. Earlier this month, Dawn Page spoke adamantly about allowing the voices of the public to be heard. I strongly agree and hope that neither public comment nor board comment will be cut short in the future. Kelly Ryan. I am in full support of an in-person option for face-to-face school as of March 15th. Each step of this pandemic is a risk-benefit analysis of the risk of COVID. I now believe the risk of mental health issues and suicide is greater than the risk of illness from COVID. We now know how the virus is spread, and we understand the efficacy of mask wearing. N95 masks are 99% effective. KN95 masks are 95% effective. Invest in these types of masks for teachers and staff and allow families the option for in-person learning. The risk of COVID cases in children is 12% of all cases total. The likelihood that a child gets COVID with symptoms becoming hospitalized is between 0.1 and 2.5% of kids who have COVID. The likelihood of death for children who get COVID is 0 to 0.5%. In the state of Virginia, up until this point, there have been a total of 67,000 kids with COVID. The number of children who have died of COVID is 1, and 1 death is truly terrible. They do not release this info, but the likelihood is this child had health conditions that made COVID more serious. With vaccines and appropriate mask wear, teachers and staff are very well protected against COVID. For students, the risk of serious mental health issues and suicide is now greater than the risk of COVID. And that is why I'm in support of in-person options for students. I would also like to raise my concern that this pandemic has been going on for 11 months now. Why are there not air quality measures already in place if that has been deemed important? Michael S. Ryan. I am writing to share my perspective as a hospital-based pediatrician, educator, and parent with respect to the ongoing closure of Richmond Public Schools to in-person activities. As a fellow pediatrician, I am in strong support of Dr. Northam's recommendation to reopen schools by March 15th. This past year has been the scariest time in my professional career. During the week of March 16th, I was seeing hospitalized children at Children's Hospital of Richmond, VCU. I had no access to masks, no access to COVID-19 testing, and no good understanding of how COVID-19 spread and where the disease trajectory was headed. When RPS closed schools the week before, I was in complete agreement with that plan. In the last 11 months, a lot has changed. We've learned more about how COVID-19 has spread, PPE has become more readily available, and most importantly, we now have at least 2 extremely effective vaccines. There is still a risk to myself and every other healthcare provider when we walk into hospitals, but it has become substantially less. While I anticipate the COVID situation to continue improving, I am increasingly concerned about the rise of mental health issues in our children. This is typically RSV season in the hospital. We are seeing none of this. Instead, what we are seeing is a massive increase in children with suicidal thoughts and/or attempts, depression, child abuse, and gun violence. These issues are increasingly prevalent in Richmond as well as the rest of the country and are particularly problematic in low-income communities. I'm not writing to you just as a pediatrician, though. I'm also an educator and parent of 3 children. On the educational side, I'm in charge of the clinical education program for the VCU medical students. In that role, I have had to navigate reopening the School of Medicine on 2 separate occasions. We
Time.
figured. Debbie Rowe. Good afternoon, RPS board representatives. Words cannot adequately describe how appalled I am by the level of disrespect bestowed upon Ms. Gibson by the school board chair on Monday's budget meeting. Silencing Ms. Gibson violates the board's rules of order, decorum, and common decency. It undermines the community's faith in the school board's ability to collaborate and gives the impression of institutional dysfunction. I urge all school board members to hold the chair accountable and make clear this type of behavior will not be tolerated in the future. An insult to one is an insult to all. Thank you. Jeannie Bowker. I was very disappointed when the chair twice interrupted a fellow board member during last week's budget work session. Under Robert's Rules of Order, speaking time may be restricted by vote, but otherwise default to 2 10-minute speaking blocks per person. As I understand it, neither of these conditions had been met at the time that the board member was told to stop speaking. It is very concerning to see the chair treat another board member in this way. Budget season is such an important time, and we as the public have already spent so much time listening to discussions of other issues at recent meetings and work sessions. As a member of the public, I am desperate to hear the board's questions about the budget, as I rely on the board's guidance to know what to look for when I contemplate this 190-page budget. So when board members are denied the chance to ask all their questions, you are in fact denying the public access to information on issues that impact all of us. For example, I found the questions last week helpful in elucidating our custodian shortage, as well as the potential issues in funding long-term projects with one-time funds. I hope the board will follow its own policy for good governance so that we as a community can return to the business of discussing the intended and unintended consequences of the superintendent's budget. Sarah Broadband, board members. Tonight, the light at the end of the pandemic tunnel nears, and a grand opportunity for RPS leadership to present the efforts of nearly a year of planning to give options for in-person education. Be bold, decisive. Yes, there's understandable anxiety, but that can be calmed with a concrete, transparent plan. Show us the plan and its progress. Schools like ours all over the world and the US have returned or will soon be returning to the option of in-person education. Be courageous. We must assume some risk as the reward to our children is infinitely greater. We must all bear any burden to prevent further irreparable harm to them that has been identified by scores of science-led health experts, American Academy of Pediatrics, the CDC, Dr. Fauci, the governor, and Dr. Avula. What's the rush, some will say? With each passing day, impacted kids are growing in number and in degree of harm, and the lasting effect will be lifelong. History, and especially our kids, will not judge us kindly without decisive leadership. Let's work in good faith for the children and their support system by giving them power through a choice of in-person learning. We shouldn't settle to be the last amongst all the Virginia school districts. If we do not expect our RPS kids to be last, why model it as adult leaders? Our actions speak louder than words. Otherwise, how can we speak of equity when we're further pushing back the starting line for our RPS children? Matt Sheft and Katie Lanehart. Mr. Cameras and board members. In July 2020, we wrote the letter below, signed by 50 RPS families and community members concerned about the absence of a roadmap to get children back in the classroom. We are saddened to resend this letter nearly 7 months later, no closer to returning to the classroom. With very few exceptions, once teachers have had the opportunity to be vaccinated, it is clearly safer for students to be in the classroom than virtual. The current vaccines eliminate 100% of severe disease and death from COVID-19, 100%. Every vaccinated person infected with COVID-19 survives, everyone, and very few will even need to go to a hospital. The harms of virtual school are staggering. They include increased absenteeism, spikes in failing grades, more than double the previous rates of suicide attempts, increased depression and anxiety, increased severe child abuse, and increased exposure to gun violence. Imagine if we received a daily email, like the one sent detailing COVID-19 cases at RPS, recounting every child who felt depressed, suicidal, absent or disengaged from school, physically abused, receiving a failing grade, or a victim of gun violence. These are not harms that last a year. These are harms to last a lifetime and span generations. Neither the AAP or CDC cite bipolar ionization or other HVAC improvements as a necessary piece of reopening, regardless of current ventilation. It is a nice layer in a prevention strategy, but the marginal benefit of waiting for their installation is greatly outweighed by the continued harms of virtual school. The balance of harms has shifted. The choice was clear in March 2020 that we needed to keep our children home. We have learned so much in the past 11 months, and the choice today is equally clear. We understand the power of vaccination and mask wearing, and we better understand the consequences of keeping our kids home. Please move quickly to begin a phased reopening of RPS. Lars and Kim Bolton. Dear board members and Superintendent Cameras, we are writing this letter today to urge you to move forward with the creation of a concrete implementable plan to follow the governor's recommendation that schools begin to offer some in-person instruction in March. While there are still a lot of variables that exist in our current climate, RPS is no differently situated in having to address and formulate practical solutions to the problems confronting all Virginia school districts. Yes, individual school districts vary in resources, facilities, and other factors. However, RPS is not alone. Each district faces challenges in this reality. While we appreciate and echo the board and superintendent's desire to ensure the safety and care of our students, the message seems to be that this is too hard and we cannot do it, and stop. This is not leadership, and this does not send the message to children that are truly suffering right now that when things are hard, you figure it out, you problem solve, you get creative, we can do hard things. Yes, it will take some intense strategic planning. Yes, it will take risk assessment. No, there will not be a perfect solution, but to do nothing, to not even try, is not acceptable. The last board discussion suggested that it is an all or nothing proposition, but we do not think that is the case. There are solutions, equitable solutions, which could be made that do not hinge on the idea that every child is going to be in person. Whether to send your child back into the classroom is a hard decision for every parent, but parents should have a choice, and to say it is all or nothing proposition is just to kick the can down the road. Finally, even putting aside the governor's recommendation, the lack of a plan for any opening in the future is upsetting and undermines confidence that RPS has the problem-solving skills and leadership to move forward. The board and superintendent have spent countless hours discussing contracts and theoretical calendar changes, and yet we have no dashboard which is tracking the concrete actions taken to get kids back to school. The clock is ticking and we need to get moving. Margaret Ivory Cook. The data is overwhelming that schools can safely reopen. Please recognize the immense suffering school closure has caused for children and families. School is essential and virtual school is not the same. Please prioritize allowing children with special needs, and I speak as the parent of one such child, back into the classrooms as soon as possible. The harm being done to children and families cannot be understated. Kelly Wolf, I vote no to extend the school year. V. Simmons, please leave the schedule alone. We have had enough changes and are already stressed out. Allow teachers to have some input. This is not the time to change up things last minute. Fix our schools and give the teachers raises. That should be the priority right now. Sarah Bailey McRae. My name is Sarah Bailey McRae, and I am an English teacher at John Marshall High School. The proposed schedule for returning to in-person learning and year-round school feels rushed. While I understand the need to return to the classroom to serve our learners, implementing this year-round schedule with an earlier start for the 21-22 academic year is too soon. Teachers and families alike need more time to plan for these calendar changes. We are begging for a true summer to decompress. Please consider implementing an earlier start date for this upcoming school year. Additionally, thank you for being more inclusive for school holidays, Yom Kippur and Diwali, and including the pay information for teachers working the Jumpstart sessions. Heather Crone. School board members, I urge you to support a traditional school calendar for the upcoming school year for RPS. Making a change this fundamental and disruptive with a few months' notice is completely unfair to the families, employees of RPS. A year-round calendar will have huge implications for the entire community, and should not be implemented without many opportunities for public input. That hasn't happened. Everyone has been dealing with COVID and the upheaval it has caused. Please don't add to that by pushing this through too quickly. A year-round schedule will cost a lot of money, and recent studies have not clearly shown that it improves academic outcomes at all. Please don't do this just to do something. Issues like childcare, summer jobs for both students and teachers, and many others need to be considered. Megan Poole. Good evening. I am an RPS teacher of 23 years and a parent of 2 RPS students. I believe this proposal for a new year-round schedule is too rushed. Major changes like this need more time to plan in order to implement effectively. With so many other things going on in our schools and in our world, it does not make sense to try to make this happen as well. Teachers have also signed intent to return forms. I think a major change like this would need to be decided earlier in the year so that employees can make choices about their future. I believe we need more time to plan for a major change like year-round school. Thank you. Sandra Donahue. I have concerns because this looks like an extended year schedule instead of a year-round schedule. First of all, it doesn't provide a work-life to home life balance. Teachers have families and interests outside of school. We need that balance for our emotional and mental health. I feel teachers will leave. Teachers work around the clock in most cases, and so this looks like you are trying to work us to the bone for political reasons. I do not like year-round school because the data I've seen shows that it only increased students' learning less than 1%. Let us have our traditional start dates, especially because it was hard for families to transition to virtual learning. It was all thrust upon us. Families and teachers are making and have booked vacations for the summer. People want to take a break to get restored. And next year, if people vote for year-round, then do the model of 45-15. 45 instructional days, 15 break days, urgent repeat, but allow for with 30 days off in the summer, 15 days of break in the fall, days off in November for Thanksgiving, and days 15 off winter break, and repeat the cycle. Andrea Bryant. Happy Tuesday. I am pretty indifferent to the year-round schedule, and I think the updated one is better, but what is the planned length of the school day? I hope that our daily schedule will stay the same as it was before we went virtual, because longer school days will be detrimental to teachers and students and other staff. Thank you for trying to work things out for our students and trying to think of staff members. Laura White. I am a 3rd grade teacher. I like the schedule. I'm ready to move to year-round schooling, whether it's for this next school year or after that, but teachers need to be compensated for losing the month of August as vacation time. I understand that teachers will get extra pay for teaching intercession or jumpstart, but all teachers are expected to start back to work early August. Normally it would be the end of August, which means we need to be paid for that extra time we're working. If it's being justified with us being off last spring during lockdown, I do not feel that this is appropriate because many of us were continuing to work, provide schoolwork, meet with our students virtually, etc. Again, I don't mind coming back to work early August, but I need to be paid for the vacation time I'm losing. Thank you. Cody Camblin. Dear school board members, on December 2nd, 2019, the school board voted 5-4 to make rezoning changes to RPS. This vote included making Carver Elementary School and Bellevue Elementary School magnet schools with a rollout in fall 2021. The Bellevue community developed its own magnet school proposal as a response to plans to repurpose the school during rezoning. The Carver community deserves a magnet program to make up for the wrongs done to students during the cheating scandal, wrongs committed by adults and other administrators in the name of high-stakes testing. During rezoning, the administration said it was agnostic about rezoning and that it would fulfill the will of the board. Please do not become agnostic about Carver and Bellevue and make it the will of the board to fully fund and implement the promised Carver and Bellevue magnet schools. The administration recently proposed carving out a mere $100,000 for each school from the current budget to put towards the magnet schools. By contrast, this is less than the $395,000 raised last January by the Embrace Carver Foundation. Though the pandemic has undoubtedly made the implementation of new programs difficult, the administration has managed to fully fund and roll out 2 new STEM programs. We are nearly 200 days away from Labor Day. Please do not let poor planning by the administration detrimentally impact the children at Carver Elementary and Bellevue Elementary. Equity and fairness should mean honoring one's promises, whether or not it's convenient. Ann Forrester. Sorry, I thought it was something I had read already. My name is Ann Forrester and I am an ESL teacher at River City Middle School. I am generally in favor of the year-round schedule because I think it is more supportive of student learning and allows staff to have better work-life balance. I want to point out several concerns and issues I see arising as I do believe I read this. Miss Lilly, if I've read this earlier, maybe it's elements that are duplicative. However, I am concerned about the impact this will have on attendance for students and staffing subs for teachers. Students and staff that have family outside of the US often travel over the summer. I know that my students that are able to travel will sometimes visit their home country for over a month during the summer. Additionally, there are many cultural events during the summer that will simply continue to happen, such as family reunions, weddings, and annual family trips. How will RPS ensure sub-coverage for these absences, which staff will inevitably still need to take? Additionally, how will we deal with student absences of a similar nature? As members of the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council, other teachers and I provided feedback on the calendar options, as I know many groups did too. To my knowledge, bilingual families in Southside have not been engaged in this process. I was given a flyer 2 days before a meeting that was scheduled for February 11th to share with families, but that event was canceled because of the weather. A parent I know actually went out to that event only to find no one there. No communication was shared with her or her community. Her comment was, quote, "I wish the school would just communicate with us more," end quote. Before the board votes today, I ask that you reflect on the experience of this parent. Why does it seem like decisions are constantly made for my students without their family's participation? Why are choices about their children's education made for them and not with them? Jill Henrisu. I am opposed to the year-round school calendar and especially to a year-round school calendar that would start in the summer of 2021. Thank you. Ann Smedley. Please consider moving some of the November break back to October. From the classroom standpoint, that is a very long time to go for both students and teachers without a real break. I'm fully on board with the idea of year-round school in RPS, but I have yet to see a schedule from another district where a long stretch like this occurs. Thank you for your consideration. Gray Dwyer. My name is Gray Dwyer and I'm a mathematics teacher at Huguenot High School. I am urging the school board to vote no on implementing a year-round calendar in the upcoming school year. This is not the time to be implementing such a drastic change. This would be too much change too quickly for teachers, students, and their families. I don't even know if anyone is in favor of this change altogether. As a new teacher, I would strongly consider leaving the district if this change is passed and implemented. I believe the district will lose many teachers if this change is implemented. Please listen to us. Hold town halls on the possible decision. Solicit our thoughts through a survey. Have Mr. Camrus or Mr. Young, my school board member, talk to me personally. Just don't implement this change right now, please. Betsy Milburn. Dear school board members, I'm writing once again to express my concerns about this year's budget. I do not believe that enough time has been spent discussing middle and high school budgets, nor have true foundational needs been addressed for these students. I believe there needs to be more teachers budgeted for electives in middle and high school. We have a lack of choice and opportunity for our students. Please, when creating new positions, resource all classrooms, electives, sports, high school, after school programs, including transportation, to the degree that they are truly functional. Amazon gift cards do not cut it, especially if the class has not been taught before in a building for years. Increase FTEs across the system in high school and middle schools, as leveling is not a complete answer to the overly large class sizes in high school and middle schools. I believe that the RTC ECA schedule alignment should be further examined so the schedules better align with high schools. The current situation is still wonky and eliminates up to 2 classes a year per student when we are in in-person learning. On the subject of Maggie Walker, Appomattox, Code RVA students who are legally RPS students, please make sure that these students are given equitable resources. 2 examples are lunch and school fees, AP, dual enrollment, etc., are available to this group of students at the same level as RPS students. Stop making the assumption that these kids are all upper income. As a district, we use the SOL scores to boost homeschool scoring and accreditation, yet do not provide them equitable resources even when their tuition costs less than what it costs to educate an RPS student yearly. I would like to see an a la carte community college classes added back into the program of studies and funded for all students. Why did this disappear in the 2018 program of studies guide? RPS should work to fix the transportation hub issues, especially South Side. This is an unfunded budget item that has existed for years. Excuse me, no student should be walking on a shoulderless road to a hub, none. As to one-time funds being used for new positions, this seems to be an unwise move as our economy is losing strength and therefore tax revenues will be less for years coming up. In regard, Matt Nielsen. Dear honorable school board members and Superintendent Cameras, I write asking you to please put aside any discussion about a year-round schedule immediately and prioritize a safe reopening plan for Richmond Public Schools. This rushed and half-baked idea will drive out teachers and parents in droves. It's frustrating to see the stark difference between DC Public Schools dashboard, which shows what has been done to ready every school for in-person learning. I cite DCPS because they share similar student demographics and age of school buildings to RPS. From listening to the last few meetings, I get the sense that the administration has not been adequately preparing our schools for an in-person return, even for this fall. Mr. Cameras mentioned last week, quote, as regards to air quality enhancement, to be frank, we haven't done any of those, end quote. This does not help to put parents or teachers at ease about a phased return for certain populations this spring or even a full return this fall. What is RPS's plan B if we cannot procure and install bipolar ionization in all schools by this fall? Personally, after consulting with mechanical engineers, I think RPS would be much better off spending the $6 million on improving ventilation rates to the classroom and providing individual HEPA recirculation units and placing them in each classroom. Again, please agree to move on from the distraction about year-round school and put all energies into what must be the top priority for RPS, a safe return to in-person school. Parents and teachers are counting on you. Best regards. Sorry, my computer's freezing a little bit here. There we go. Brianna Nomi. My name is Brianna Nomi and I am a 2nd District resident. My son will enter kindergarten in the fall, so my husband and I are considering school options now. I have been a longtime public school advocate teaching in RPS for a decade, and I continue to organize in Richmond alongside teachers, parents, young people, and community members. This past year has been extremely challenging. For many teachers, parents, and students, it has been nearly impossible to stay afloat. I am writing this evening to urge the board to hold off on adopting a year-round school calendar for the fall. The proposal feels extremely rushed. A common refrain I have heard over the past few weeks is that RPS needs stability, yet this proposed calendar introduces the opposite of that. This proposal feels chaotic amidst all of the high-stakes decisions that have been and are still being made by this board between January and March. Give parents and teachers a chance to actually engage with new ideas before implementing them. We renewed Mr. Cameras' contract because of the need for stability, but the proposal to adopt a completely different calendar adds challenges, not stability, to teachers, parents, and others who are doing their best. Families are already leaving RPS. Teachers are leaving as well. I can only imagine the enrollment and teacher loss we will experience with an adoption of a year-round calendar. It is true, we need stability. We also need our school board members to exercise responsible governance. Please slow down and make intentional decisions. Please do not adopt a year-round school calendar without giving those who will be most impacted by it time to provide robust input. Kim Plaisted. Too early, too rushed, too much chaos, too change so soon. Not enough time for staff and families to prepare. No to changing the schedule. Quillen Musgrave. Good afternoon. I just reviewed the proposal for the upcoming several school years, which seems to be an attempt to catch up for some notion of lost learning that our children have experienced during the COVID year. I feel like this is a big stretch to ask of families, teachers, and the youth. I would like to advocate for a summer of play And for a working mom, this will be challenging, but I know my kids need it. I grew up with year-round school and I love the idea, but I'm not feeling making this change in this context for the upcoming school year. I am fried. My kids are fried. I can imagine many educators are fried. I'd have loved to have seen this energy in the past around catching up kids who have lost educational opportunities due to systemic racism and economic inequality in our city. I think some of the recommendations are potentially positive, but I'm concerned about jumping into this right now. Thanks for listening to my concerns. Brooke Ullman, to the board. Springing a new year-round school curriculum this late stage of this school year is short-sighted and leaves parents unable to get their arms around what is happening. People in Virginia often have made summer plans for late August vacations, and RPS will face a large volume of absent families this fall, not to mention kids in camps, part-time work, and other plans built around the old calendar. I think you should share this proposal taking effect for the 22-23 school year. Robin and Ed Timmons. My husband and I have 2 daughters enrolled in RPS schools. We are very involved. I am in the PTA board of our school. We are strongly against the year-round school idea and feel that right now time and money should be spent on preparing schools to reopen safely. Please put the idea of year-round school on hold for now. Stuart Thompson, board members. The superintendent stated at the last board meeting that they did not yet have a punch list of needed updates to reopen schools safely. Please do not make the mistake of trying to rush into year-round school. There does not seem to be strong community support by parents or teachers for a year-round calendar after the worst school year of most of our lives. Please focus on making structural improvements that will allow our schools to return in person safely in the fall and continue to assess the viability of year-round school once you secure funds to support this option beyond next year. Heather McLeese Frazier, dear school board, as a parent of 3 RPS students, I strongly object to the proposal to institute year-round school for our students starting in August of 2021. Such a huge change to the calendar takes time to plan and implement for both RPS families and staff members. No good evidence exists showing that year-round schooling makes any difference to learning retention and outcomes. Like homework, in terms of the evidence, it is a red herring. Moreover, this year has been enough of a challenge. Our children are stretched far enough without adding a completely new calendar and longer school days onto everything else. Finally, there is no guarantee that our buildings will be safe to open in the fall unless RPS honestly believes it can finance, contract, and complete the installation of improved plumbing and HVAC and HEPA-equipped air filtration systems in every older school in the district before August. Having been involved in both school and home renovation projects for over 20 years, I am well aware that this is impossible. Please focus your attention on the priority. Do all the work necessary to keep our community safe in this pandemic and get to work on renovating these outdated air and plumbing systems. Then we can talk about overhauling the schedule. Carrie Treadway. Although I support the idea of year-round schools, I feel very strongly that we must wait until the 22-23 academic year before implementing this change. This year has been extremely tough and demanding, and we need more time to heal and adjust. Implementing another layer of unexpected change so quickly will not help our mental and emotional well-being. Please keep the current calendar in place for next year. Let's take our time to plan and do this right. Rachel Nilsson. As an involved and concerned parent, I beg you not to pass any plans for year-round school. Please at least start laying out a plan for teachers, staff, our children, and families to be able to count on for the fall. Everyone has been through so much, and the children of our RPS deserve a safe reopening plan for this fall, not more confusion. We cannot afford to lose any more valuable teachers and staff because of this administration's last-minute attempts to make a headline. Please do not underestimate the negative impact that this rushed idea will have on our children and schools. If year-round school is truly the right course for RPS, it should be thoughtfully considered for 22-23, giving at least some time for planning as well as collecting teacher, staff, and parent input. A safe reopening plan for September should be the #1 priority. There will need to be contingency plans in place as well. Let's take advantage of the national research and recommendations showing kids can return to school safely. The kids of RPS deserve a safe plan to return to the classroom. Let's take on that massive challenge before fundamentally changing the calendar. Thank you. Excuse me. Ainsley McCarthy. As far as the calendar goes, I would prefer for it to not go as long into June. Most of the surrounding communities have their year-round end around the third week of June. We should at least try to match them to reduce additional chaos. While I appreciate there are advantages to a year-round school calendar, there are also many major challenges in implementing it. These decisions should not be rushed in a panic to catch up. The district should spend the next year observing other year-round programs, both in and out of state, getting feedback from community and teachers on issues, and work on allowing it to be built up by everyone with participation, enthusiasm, instead of building hostility by forcing it down suddenly. Elliot Haspel. Dear School Board, as the parent of an Obama star and someone who works in education policy, I am writing in strong support of the proposed year-round calendar. I urge you to adopt the calendar for the 21-22 school year. Our students can't wait another year for intensive support, not after the year they've had. Adopting the calendar now and not dragging out the process lets RPS and the community to start planning now to ensure a smooth implementation. This is a big step for the promise to advance equity. Erin Kachinko Willis. Hello, I am a current RPS teacher and I am opposed to implementing a year-round calendar for the upcoming school year. Rather than focusing on learning loss due to the pandemic, we should be focusing on providing mental health and other wraparound services for our students and families. It's okay if our students don't make academic gains amidst a global pandemic. What's not okay is students becoming depressed and having their mental health ignored while, quote, stopping the slide is prioritized. RPS teachers have been put through the ringer this year and we need a break, not an extended school year. Victoria Pearson. As an RPS teacher, I believe the current proposed year-round calendar places a far too heavy burden on teachers, students, families, and the community to be implemented this summer. Completing an entire year of virtual learning has been exhausting, and students and teachers are experiencing more burnout than ever before. Rushing into an entirely new school calendar just 3 weeks after completing the first ever all virtual school year is overwhelming, irresponsible, and unempathetic. Even Superintendent Cameras has reminded us that the facilities may not be updated with the appropriate air quality features before the summer. To support our students' physical and social emotional health, I urge the board to vote no on implementing the year-round school calendar for summer 2021. Sarah Blom. In regards to year-round, I believe that I've read this comment, but in case I have not, I will read again. In regards to year-round school, I was all for it, but now have concerns because the intersessions are no longer going to be available to all students and families who may want to participate. As a working parent, there will need to be some city-run discounted childcare programs like Parks and Rec that will be available for the rest of us during these breaks. I do not support an extended instructional day as an option since there will be little learning benefit to this, and I do not support Saturday school sessions since many families have no family time during the week, and it is an integral part of a family bonding and well-being. Thank you for your consideration. Caitlin Waldron. As a district that is pushing the envelope with wanting safety first, this last-minute push for year-round schools is the opposite of safety. The amount of school students who are afraid to go into social settings and who have contemplated suicide is staggering, not to mention staff. I am a stakeholder. When does my voice matter? Oh, wait, it doesn't. Half of your staff isn't vaccinated. Over half of your buildings aren't ready for a return. Year-round schooling after a pandemic with no discussion with your stakeholders sounds suspicious to me, especially since there was no survey to see who was interested. Try again for the next year. Colby Bowker. I'm very concerned about the proposed spring 21 to fall 23 calendar. While I have personally always been hopeful about implementing a year-round calendar in RPS, it feels stressful and chaotic to implement now for the fall. This has been a chaotic and difficult time for everyone since schools closed last March. A new calendar at this time would heap additional anxiety and adjustment on everyone, but especially on those with the least resources to absorb the change. I would love to see careful and attentive planning and effective community outreach for a year-round calendar for 2022. I also believe you would need to knock on every door of every RPS family to let them know about this change and determine pains and gains. This is a massive change and it needs to be executed properly and fully address the needs of those who have the least capacity to navigate the transition. Please also listen to teachers and staff who say they are tired after a very challenging year where they have had to do everything differently. They have done so brilliantly. It seems unduly burdensome to ask more of them at this time. Lastly, is there a real plan for long-term funding for such a calendar? Mr. Cameras had made it very clear in the past that year-round school is cost prohibitive. Thank you. Patrick Haynes. As a parent of an RPS student in 3rd grade at Holden, I strongly disagree with and condemn the superintendent's plan not to open for in-school learning this spring. This is dangerous and misguided decision, contrary to the science, to the expectations of the governor, and harmful to parents, children, and the long-term health of the school system. Please require the superintendent to produce a plan to reopen elementary schools by the end of spring break. Christy Rose. Good evening. I'm the parent of children in RPS and one at Appomattox Regional Governor's Schools. While I'm not opposed to the year-round calendar, I'm writing to express my interest in delaying the start of this change. After this very tumultuous year, I believe parents and teachers alike could really use the summer months to regroup. Also, I believe parents and teachers really need the time to plan for this with work, travel, childcare, etc. I would also like to make sure that there is the time to fully analyze the costs and benefits associated with a year-round calendar and make sure that this is an expense that is really necessary and feasible long-term. I would like to be sure teachers are also on board with the idea and at least have a while to plan for this. I think having year-round school start too soon will throw everyone off, especially when we're not even sure what school will look like in the coming months or years. Please consider fully exploring this very big change, the cost, benefits, expense, teacher and community feedback, and waiting to make this very big move. Thank you. Tanya Shelton. Instead of shoving more class time on our students, how about we talk about the mental health of our students? My middle school students are so over this. The quote slide you keep talking about is already happening, and it's because they are ready to be done with school. If you keep shoving education at them, they will begin to resent it, and I bet you see enrollment go down and the dropout rate increase. Just wait until it gets warmer outside. Our students look forward to the summer off, and they can feel it when the winter weather breaks. They want time to be a kid. Our students need the break. Now let's talk about the mental health of our teachers. As a teacher, I am spent. We all have had to reinvent the wheel this year, and we are making it work the best we can. Asking us to go longer and cutting our summer break short is absurd. We want time to be a human being with a life outside of lesson planning and virtual classroom designing. Our teachers need the break. And lastly, let's talk about the unexpected childcare for your teachers. I, for one, enjoy being able to spend my summers with my child. I do not have to take her to any camps and pay out money. I do not have to find daycare and pay out money. If I have to teach during these extended periods, that's more money out of my pocket, but most importantly, less time I have to spend with my child. Those are moments I will not get back, and I'm not okay with that. If you care about and value your teachers, you should not be okay with that either. Kristen Dutton. First of all, I do not think that anyone should be voting on year-round school until we have a concrete plan to reopen this fall. There are too many things to do to make sure schools are open and safe in 6 months. Throwing year-round school into the mix without any public hearings and no plan to reopen is irresponsible and disrespectful of teachers and families. Also, I would like to suggest that the administration provide weekly progress updates on what actions are being taken to reopen safely in the fall. Share a district-wide checklist aligned with CDC guidelines and update the status as items get checked off. You can already check off, begin vaccinating teachers. What else? Can you check off sufficient PPE, staffing? Can you get all the windows open? If not, can you start a window blitz and invite community members in to help? Prioritize the schools who need the most resources. Move things like tennis court resurfacing to phase 2 or 22 of the reopen plan. If other districts are already back in person, the very least we can do is start taking the necessary steps for a fall 2021 reopening and share that progress with the RPS community. Thank you. Leonetti Gray. I love being a teacher. My students and their families have and will always be my personal and professional priority. This is not a traditional school year. Students will have learning gaps. We are aware of that, but pushing a year-round schedule on them will not help close those gaps. They will become more frustrated. A former student who is a freshman at Open High School said that the thought of a year-round school is stressful. She said she is concerned about the suicide rate of her peers if it is implemented for the 21-22 school year. Please consider the amount of change students and families have had to endure since March 13th, 2020. All stakeholders need a break, and the focus should be on getting the buildings open safely for fall instruction in September. The students' and teachers' health, both mental and physical, are at stake. Monica Jones. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Jones, and I am a second grade teacher at Bellevue. I just wanted to share my thoughts and concerns on the year-round school idea that has been going around. I feel as though the idea was thrown out with very little time to prepare, especially if it was to happen this year. It leaves parents and teachers with very little time to find coverage for their kids, their vacations that have already been paid for, and the amount of time needed to prepare for year-long school. Most of the buildings in RPS still have a long way to go before they are up to par for year-round school as well. Yes, there are benefits, especially for those that are falling behind virtually, but we cannot fix everything with just making them go to school year-round. The students who want to learn are here on screen doing what needs to be done. There are students who will fall behind even in year-round school. It sounds like a great idea, especially with the days built in to promote growth in students that are falling behind. Overall, my main point is that if it were to be implemented in year-round school here in RPS, it should have been brought up and discussed way earlier than it has been to give parents and teachers time to adjust. In my personal and professional opinion, RPS should wait until the 22-23 school year to implement year-round school. Thank you so much for reading this, much appreciated. Tara McCrone. Dear school board representatives, I am a teacher of RPS writing about my concerns about the proposed year-round school calendar. Every year I preach to my students that words and actions have consequences. We deeply discuss how sometimes the message we try to convey is not how others interpret it. Please consider the message teachers are receiving, intentional or not, from this proposed year-round calendar. 1, the school board and district are not concerned about the mental health of their teachers, seeing as some have not had the opportunity to see family and loved ones in person for over a year. 2, the school board and district are more concerned about data than vaccinating their faculty and staff to accommodate in-person learning. 3, the school board and district are not concerned about burnout and RPS's teacher turnover rate. I bring these 3 topics up because I have never considered leaving this district, which I love. However, the message I am receiving from the school board and district officials when I read this proposed calendar tells me that teachers' mental, emotional, and physical needs are not a priority. I know countless teachers that have left RPS for surrounding counties, and they do not get this message from their school board and district officials. I am afraid RPS will suffer the consequences of losing many amazing teachers to surrounding counties because it feels like our needs are not even being considered by the school board and district. Thank you. Lori Kreckman. I am asking that the board, in conjunction with the superintendent and main administration, please work as soon as possible to establish a dashboard for progress of building upgrades and repairs. If there have been any significant updates made to facilities, it would be helpful for the public to know about it. It only appears as though there have not been any substantial progress made towards upfitting our dilapidated infrastructure to facilitate a safe return to those buildings during the only time in recent history we haven't had buildings fully occupied. I ask that the board please shelf the year-round school conversation for the next year in order to make facilities the priority in this budget. Emily Spencer. I am a teacher in RPS, and I am urging you to table the idea of year-round school this year. Our teachers and students are stressed out with multiple demands being placed upon their time and energy. We need the summer break to rest and recharge. This is not the year to implement year-round school. Year-round school is something that needs to be planned well in advance of the next school year, not in February for an August start date. Thank you. Beth Yeagle. Good evening. I have seen drafts of the proposed RPS calendar on Facebook. I respectfully request that the administration and board consider providing an option for in-person learning for English learners along with students with IEPs from April 12th to June 18th, 2021. Thank you. Pat Levy Lavelle. I'm an RPS parent with kids at Albert Hill and Munford. For now, please drop the year-round school proposal. There is enough going on. Focus on 1, the budget, 2, a robust plan with public dashboard for building upgrades, and 3, critically, a strong in-person reopening plan with a continued virtual option for families who prefer it for fall 2021. Thank you. Katie Nolan. RPS board members. I'm a parent of an RPS student and I'm extremely concerned. I beg of you, please put aside all other agenda items and distractions in favor of crafting an informed, specific, and actionable plan for reopening our schools in the fall. Please just focus on the one true task at hand, figuring out how, specifically, RPS will be ready to open its doors for the start of the school year in September 2021. No more theoretical discussions, no more grand scale ideas such as implementing a year-round calendar, and in doing so, losing a large number of teachers whom you will need to replace at the last minute, and no more talk of installing new and unproven HVAC technologies to combat the virus, and no new curriculum rollouts or tennis courts or magnet programs, or debates about whether or not it's safe or when it will be safe. We already know that it can be done, and it has been safely done right here in our city by dozens of daycares, preschools, and private schools. I understand the differences and nuances and still believe that the overwhelming evidence is in favor of us opening RPS schools. If that isn't enough evidence for you, you could also look to the CDC, who is telling us that it is safe enough. Going to school or doing anything in life is never going to be completely risk-free. But the CDC and leading scientific and medical experts are telling us that not only is it safe enough to return, but it is incredibly detrimental to continue to stay closed. So why then is it that reopening our schools is not your 100% focus with clear and transparent communication to your community about how you'll achieve that? As your constituent, I ask that you use the government money to buy individual air filtration units, plug them into every classroom around the city, buy masks for every child who's unable to procure their own so that every child and every teacher is masked, and open the doors of our schools to our children. I beg of you, there is nothing more important than this. Meredith Thompson. In October, I wrote the following in my public comment. Has an assessment been done on what is needed for children to return to in-person school? I hope the plan is not to wait until December only to find out that nothing has been done. Even if we do not return to in-person school at all this year, we should be using this time of the buildings being empty to prepare for when we do. Well, now it is February, and at the last board meeting, the superintendent stated that they do not even have a punch list of required needs for each school to reopen. RPS couldn't safely reopen during the school year if we wanted to, but the question now is when operationally will RPS be ready to open? At the completion of rezoning in 2019, the board committed to opening Magnet School at Carver and Bellevue in 21-22. The proposed budget has 4 times more money allocated to refurbishing tennis courts at Mr. Cameron's child's school than towards a specialty school at Carver or Bellevue. This is an issue of nepotism, not equity. And that concludes our comments for this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hibasco. Thank you, Ms. Collins. And thank you for everyone that gave us input of which to work. Thank you so very much. We'll continue with our agenda as listed. Number 3, Dreams for RPS. Subject 3.01, receive an update on Dreams for RPS. Goal 8, attendance. And colleagues, the next attachment on your board docs, the executive content is just a reminder of the at a glance listing of our goals under the current Dreams for RPS. Number 8, and this is Mr. Hughes. Harry Hughes. Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair Burke, Vice Chair Young, school board members, Superintendent Cameras. I am pleased to provide an update on student attendance, specifically looking at our chronic absenteeism rate at certain points this year and last year. Just a quick refresher about what we mean when we say chronic absenteeism. In accordance with state code, student is chronically absent when the student is absent from school for 10% or more of the school year, regardless of the reason. In other words, both excused and unexcused absences count the same in the chronic absenteeism calculation. In a typical school year of 180 instructional days, a student would be chronically absent once the student hits 18 absences. Also note that a school's overall chronic absenteeism rate is one of the indicators that determines a school accreditation status. Although, again, recall that accreditation ratings were waived last year and this year. The data I'll present tonight is based on school attendance after the 90th day of school. So any student who has missed 9 or more days of school is on track to become chronically absent. It is very important to note that a student who is on track to become chronically absent may not actually become so these are just our current projections. As I'm sure you can imagine, student attendance during a pandemic has presented a number of challenges for many RPS families. And Richmond is not unique in these challenges. We see them across the nation. When I presented attendance data to the school board on October 19th, after the 20th day of school this academic year, more than 1 out of every 5 RPS students was on track to become chronically absent, as indicated by the first bar on slide 2. Knowing this percentage was an extreme call to action, and I want to take this time to publicly acknowledge a number of individuals who helped us turn this data around. First, to all of our principals, assistant principals, and support staff who staff Chromebook distribution throughout the spring, summer, and fall, and who continue to ensure that students receive replacement devices as soon as parents report them broken. Thank you to all of our school leaders and support staff. To all of our dedicated teachers who make phone calls home each time a student is absent from their class. The information our teachers provide members of the student attendance support teams has been instrumental in helping school leaders and division staff address issues. Teachers, we appreciate you all. To all of the members of the school-based student attendance support teams who meet weekly to discuss the unique challenges a specific family is facing with regards to their child's attendance and identifying and trying their best to implement solutions. SAST teams, keep up the great work. And finally, to all of our social workers, family liaisons, student support specialists, behavior specialists, and school security officers, our administrators and community partners, specifically communities and schools who continue to conduct home visits in an attempt to connect with families we aren't able to reach by phone or by email. These home visits are invaluable, and we greatly appreciate the efforts you all continue to make. Between all these different stakeholders, we have made tens of thousands of phone calls and conducted over 4,000 home visits. This has been a Herculean effort and is paying dividends. As you can see from the second bar on the slide, we have decreased our projected chronic absenteeism rate over the last 70 school days by 3.8%. And in comparing the chronic absenteeism rate at the same point last year, the 90th day versus the 90th day, we are only half a percentage point behind last year pre-COVID. The next slide summarizes this data in a different format. As you'll see from the key, the colors represent the percentage of school a student has missed. Green is where we want all of our students to be. It means that the student has missed less than 10% of the school year so far. The yellow indicates that the student has missed between 10 to 20% of the school year. And red means the student has missed more than 20% of the school year. Again, comparing the data at the 90th day of school this year against the 90th day of school last year. You'll find the same comparison data by each school in the appendix of this presentation. So does this improved data mean that we don't have work to do or that we're satisfied with this overall attendance rate? Absolutely not. Goal 8 in Dreams for RPS outlines our bold goals around attendance, and we're committed to continuing this work. But what I can proudly share today is that COVID is not impacting our attendance in ways that it initially did. We are incredibly proud of these efforts and thank our students, families, school leaders, teachers, staff, and community partners for engaging as they do. There are two other attendance-related matters I'd like to bring forth to the school board this evening. First, the administration is requesting a waiver to the section of School Board Policy 8-2.4 entitled Student Attendance and Absences and Truancy. We are looking for a waiver to the section that denies credit at the high school level and promotion at the elementary and middle school level to students who have 18 absences or 9 absences for a semester class. It is our firm belief, based on what we know is happening in our communities and the extraordinary circumstances our students are facing this year, that we must continue to extend grace to our students and their families. One way we've done this is by introducing attendance procedures with competency-based flexibilities during the pandemic. One that looks at students' demonstration of understanding of the content over seat hours in alignment with the attendance flexibilities outlined by the BDOE. In alignment with those attendance flexibilities, we want to ensure that we waive the current provision of the attendance policy that equates a number of absences over the year to a denial of credit or retention. Finally, I'd like to highlight an additional flexibility that we're introducing to our attendance guidelines. This is an update to our administrative guidance on attendance, not a change to school board policy. On September 14th, we shared the attendance guidelines, which included the floor flexibilities from the state, one of which allowed for school divisions to count as present any student who turned in assignments for a particular class, even if the student was not logged on for the day. At that time, we provided guidance to schools that we should only count assignments turned in the same day as the class. For semester 2, we are expanding this guidance by giving school leaders more flexibility around the time frame for the submission of a task. We're doing this for 2 reasons. First, we've seen in many cases where students, through no fault of their own, were unable to log in or turn in assignments on a particular day. Second, the unnecessary specificity we added to these guidelines was still too much of a connection to hours versus the competency, and we want to remove that for second semester. Madam Chair Burke, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Are there any questions of Mr. Hughes? Mr. Young, anyone listed?
Madam Chair, Dr. Harris Muhammad, and yours truly, so far, the only persons. I suspect there will be more.
Thank you. Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you for that presentation. I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, and I really need you all to think about the questions that I'm asking for reflection before a response is provided. How are schools calculating daily attendance? That's question number 1. What is the division policy for daily attendance? And how is that implemented in every school? Number 3, if we did not have the impact of the pandemic, and I really need this question to be pondered over, so it may not give us a quick response. If we did not have the impact of the pandemic, would you be asking the school board for a waiver? The last question, according to our memorandum of understanding and the SOQs, are we supposed to ask the State Department of Education for a waiver for attendance? Those are the questions that I have right now based on your responses, Mr. Hughes or the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. And I think some other persons will have similar questions to ask as well. Mr. Cameron, Mr. Hughes, do you want to answer now? Should we go on with Mr. Young's question and then at the end answer? What's your preference, Mr. Hughes?
Madam Chair Burke, I would like to attempt to answer those questions now.
Okay, please go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Harris, thank you for those questions. I do apologize in advance if I don't answer all of them, so feel free at the end of my response to repeat any questions I may have missed.
Absolutely, thank you.
To answer your last question first, no, we do not need to seek a waiver from the state. In terms of how is daily attendance calculated, that is calculated at the division level. We look at the number of students who attend school on a daily basis over the student membership. Okay, I'm sorry, I've drawn a blank. Can you repeat the beginning of can you repeat your questions, please? Or
I'll
can
be
you
more
start
than
with number
happy
2?
to.
Sure.
I'll be more than happy to. Thank you for the first response. How are the schools calculating attendance? And I think I heard you say attendance is calculated on the division level, which should be concerning to the school board. Because let me help you. And let me not help you. Let me just,
Dr.
every
Harris.
school is not calculating attendance the same way. When the division is calculating the attendance and the schools do not have a solid process and a procedure of calculating the attendance, I want the public to understand. See, we got to educate the people. We have to educate the people. And what I was hoping to hear, and maybe it was me, I didn't explain it well, so I apologize if I did not, Mr. Hughes. I would take this one. People don't understand how we calculate attendance. Attendance versus enrollment. Money is involved in that. And so when the division is calculating the attendance and we have no pulse on how we address the procedure and process of daily attendance in each school, Houston, we have a problem. And so what I would encourage is that the process and the procedure of taking attendance is the same in every high school, because that is where we're dealing with verified credits. And the attendance can impact that, the credit. In the middle school, process can be similar because some of our end of courses are in the middle school that are being taught. But when you have one school, when you have a principal telling one school, take attendance at 3:30. I'm just making up a time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if 3:30 is it. I'm just making up a time. And then you have another principal asking their staff or directing their staff to take attendance at 9 o'clock. It's not the same. And so we have to come up with the procedure and process where we are receiving attendance in every school following the same process. That's one thing. So thank you, Mr. Hughes, for allowing me to clear that up. You did identify that we do not have to seek a state waiver. So thank you for that. If we did not have the pandemic, the impact of the pandemic, because we were having attendance issues 2017, 2018, 2019. Attendance issues did not occur because of the pandemic. I think we're using the pandemic to provide grace to these students, and neither here nor there. I'm just bringing it to the forefront. But we have to educate our building administrators on what the process is, because I assure you, everybody is not using the same process or procedure. So if you can talk a little bit to that, I really appreciate it. And I might have to circle back after other board members speak, but thank you.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, thank you for the clarity. And I would also like the opportunity to provide some clarity as well. We do not task our school leaders with calculating their daily attendance. When I said that daily attendance is calculated at the division level, it is calculated at the division level using a formula for all schools with data that's inputted in Aspen each day by our teachers. With regards to, do we have a clearly defined process for taking attendance that is clearly been communicated throughout the division, that is the same across schools at all school levels? We absolutely do have an attendance policy. In fact, if you like, I can share the attendance procedures with you this evening once I complete my presentation. And it is a document.
Thank you. That would be good. Thank you.
Absolutely. It is a document that has been shared ad nauseum at the beginning of the year, has been gone over in cluster meetings, as well as phone calls with superintendent cameras. So that is a document that has been widely circulated and communicated to our school leaders. With regards to your last question, would we be asking for an attendance waiver in a non-COVID year? I would say no, we would not be asking for an attendance waiver because our first year, excuse me, not our first year, in the 2018-19 school year, when we had a complete school year, we did not ask for an attendance waiver. Instead, anyone who had missed 18 or more days of school, they were required to complete a waiver to the attendance policy. I know this because I personally reviewed every single waiver that came out of all of our schools to make a determination whether the waiver would be granted or not. So to answer your last question, I can confidently say, no, we would not be asking for a waiver if this was a non-COVID year because we didn't seek out a waiver at the end of the 2018-2019 school year.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. And I do recall, can you hear me okay? Good. I do recall having heard that policy and received that policy before our new board members joined us. So it would be great if you could share that with us. And I know it should be on our website as well, but apparently there's a need for clarity there. And I appreciate that. Mr. Young is next on our list to speak. Mr. Young, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hughes. Like you, I'm most grateful to all of our team, our teachers, and all of our staff for those thousands of phone calls and the visits to the rooms and all the exceptional work. So let me begin by concurring with your assessment as it relates to conveying gratitude. I do depart from the administration in regards to finding anything to celebrate in the data, because candidly, I'm not sure said data is, if I may say this, is worth the paper it's written on. And what I mean to say is that it's not an apples and apples comparison to the preceding year for the reasons that we've just discussed. Specifically, we changed with guidance from the Commonwealth. We changed what constitutes attendance, and rightly so, I'd point out, for all the obvious reasons. But I have heard from too many of our parents and grandparents and teachers that too many of our students have been counted as present. They've been marked as attending in Aspen, but to say that they attended for day X or day Y would be, in my opinion, how I would characterize that word, a gross mischaracterization of the intent of the word. So I do want to acknowledge that, yes, we all acknowledged and we agreed that we needed to adopt changes relevant to how we define attendance. But I want to be really, for this school board member, I want to be really clear that we understood that we were moving the goalposts because of the pandemic. And we have. So I candidly don't see anything to celebrate in the data because I don't believe it. And that's not, Mr. Hughes, that's not in any way an effort on my part to diminish your awesome work, or your team's awesome work, or all the folks that we both spoke to a moment ago. I have serious reservations about what I see too frequently, and specifically, somebody could be even logged in, but if the screen is dark and they're not, if they're not engaged, are they really attending? I recognize in a traditional circumstance, in a bricks and mortar classroom, you can make the same argument, i.e. a student can be there and could be thinking about what they're going to do later in the week on or that evening. But I think it's only in virtual, at the risk of pointing out the obvious, it's only amplified in a really, really big way. And I want to connect a couple of dots. Look, to be really clear, for me, calendar change absolutely has to be on the table for discussion. I'm not going to belabor the point that was made so well by so many of our teachers and families, i.e. that it's imperative that we solicit their invaluable recommendations, their wisdom and their counsel in regards to when we go live with this, if we go live with some kind of calendar change. But for me, I just want to be really clear and connect the dots on this. I believe that we are at a moment of crisis in Richmond Public Schools. I believe we are at a moment of crisis before the pandemic. And I need not point out any of the statistics except for one that I regrettably have to cite at the top of the list. And that regards of our seniors, i.e. the students that get to their senior year, and that's only about 3/4 of our students, but of our seniors, only 1 in 5, 20% were identified by the board responsible for administering the SAT and ACT as being ready for either college or career. So my point is to say that Rome was burning before COVID. And now because of it, we're even worse positioned. So I am like all of my colleagues. I am so prayerful that we can, and I know we can, reverse the loss. And no, it's not just academic loss; it's the social emotional harm that we've discussed so much in these meetings. So please excuse me for the long monologue. I guess I do have a question. And my question pertains to engagement. We have talked about in the past, specifically, students logging in. I understand how Aspen works, and thank you for sharing, again, reminding us this evening. But I really am most interested in students and their login data, and not if they just logged in once in a day, but what was the duration of their login? I think that would be a lot more instructive than the data we were provided. But obviously, I welcome a critique of my recommendation or observation. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Young, am I next or just someone else?
Oh, Madam Chair Burke, I would like to respond to Vice
Please,
Chair
and
Young.
go right ahead. Thank you.
Sorry for my pause.
It's quite all right.
Vice Chair Young, I do understand completely your concern about our attendance data. I also agree with you. Yeah, yes, we did move the goalpost because COVID moved the goalpost for us. And so it could never be an apples to apples comparison because no one has ever gone through a global pandemic before. So totally understand your point of view and where you're coming from. I guess my response to this piece, and I know this wasn't your question, but I will respond to that next. I guess my response to this piece is we also could have gone backwards after the 20th day of school. After the 20th day of school, we also could have had more students not having laptops. But every time we found out a laptop was broken or missing, we responded immediately. We could have gone backwards in the data, except and I say we, I'm talking about RPS stakeholders who love our children as much as you do. We conducted over 4,000 home visits in a global pandemic where safety was an issue, both safety from a health perspective and at times safety from a neighborhood perspective. So while I do understand your concerns about the data, I do think and very proud of all the work that different RPS stakeholders have done to improve the data, because we could have went the wrong direction, not being responsive to our students and their families. With regards to your question, it is prudent for us to try to tease out these two related issues, being attendance and engagement. Now, certainly attendance is foundational. You can't have engagement without attendance. And you also need real engagement. You need engagement for real learning to take place. Given that we needed to start our focus first on attendance, again, I am pleased with the improvements we've made since the 20th day of school. Now, in terms of engagement, as you mentioned, this is complex work, whether you're teaching virtually or in person. And we know that there are a number of strategies that teachers have to make learning more engaging in person, oftentimes, for example, hands-on experiences that just aren't possible in the virtual space. Now, we certainly have procured some online tools that help things more engaging, like Lucidchart, Nearpod, that do things such as quick polls and surveys. But yes, this is something that we must continue to explore. How do we raise the level of engagement during virtual learning? It is also why this administration is really excited about the new calendar option that we put forth, which is going to provide rich and engaging instruction next year for children who may have had greater disengagement during this time.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Thank you so much.
Thank
Mr. Young, is there someone else before me?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Page, then Miss White.
All right, Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, I hold my comment.
Thank you. Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Yes, Mr. Hughes, I have a couple questions for you. My first question is, and I have a little issue with the attendance, the data. I keep hearing you saying data. Can you provide that data to the school board that you were actually indicating on the signing in? The second thing that I have is, how is it that children can log in and be counted present in the morning, and then they come offline and never come back online and still be counted as present? That's one of my questions I would like to ask, because I do know that process exists. My second question is, do you have a translator? And I think all the teachers, I like to thank all the teachers who have went to the homes and provided whatever support they possibly could, whether it was a Chromebook, hotspot, or whatever they could do for the family. But is there a translator who goes to the Spanish speaking homes to see why those children are absent? And my other question is that parents that are maybe not, they're transitioning or they're not living in a stable, housing. How is that? How are the administration going out to them, or how they do they know about the community resources that are available to them? Because you may have a lot of parents that just don't want to tell you their problems at that moment. And then my other, this is just a thought, since we were saying that, I think Mr. Young was speaking on it. As far as, my thing is not so as the absency, because you want a waiver. What about making the assignments, making up the assignments, giving them a timeline to complete the assignments as being present? I know a lot of our other localities, they do that. They give the children an assignment, because what I just spoke to you at first, you can sign on in the morning and then by lunch you're gone. But in your Aspen, you have that they're still present, which they're not. They're nowhere in school, so they're not completing the assignments. So I think that's my last question. Mr. Hughes?
Yes, Ms. White, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to jot these questions down so I can make sure I can answer all 5 of them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but I do need some clarity on the first question regarding the data.
Because you only showed, when I saw the data, I think you just had 2 bar graphs up here. Bar graphs were from the last year and this year. How is this? I would like to see the data. How is the data broken down in this daily in the schools? How is that data broken down in Aspen? And you just log it in Aspen. I'd like to see that.
Ms. White, in the data slide I presented, there's actually an appendix, And in the appendix, it has every school's attendance data broken down by tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, comparing last year at the 90th day to this year at the 90th day.
Oh,
So
from
it's in the-
last year? From
Yes.
last year, starting in March, from this year?
Correct.
Okay,
So
okay,
that piece is in the appendix for each school.
okay, okay.
Now, for your second question, you raised the concern that it is possible that a student could come in at 9:08. I see the student at 9:08, student is marked present. The student goes off of his or her camera and is not seen for the rest of the day. How can that student still be marked present is your question, correct?
Well, that is a question, and and it's a two-part, but but the other part is kind of irrelevant, because not only that, you have students that who's actually in class and they work hard, and they may not do as well on a test, but they may get a 60 or whatever, and then you have kids that are not in school and they get a 50, and they're not at school at all. So I have an issue with certain processes that are going on while we're in virtue. But yes, that is one. The one that you just said, they can be marked in, but don't attend the whole day. But the assignment is still not completed.
Yes, well, I would like to take us on a stroll down memory lane, and I may need Miss Lily to jump in. So last year, I, on behalf of the administration, attempted to clarify when an unexcused tardy becomes an unexcused absence, because we do take attendance very seriously. And we felt that if a child came to school at 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, they should actually be marked with an unexcused absence instead of an unexcused tardy, because they essentially miss 60, 70, 80% of the school day. I made that change in our administrative procedures, and then I found out that I accidentally violated state code. And maybe, Ms. Lilly, this is where you can help clarify state code, but it is my understanding that once a child is physically in school, it does not matter if that child is in school for 1 minute, 1 hour, or 7 hours. Once that child is physically in school, they are to be marked present. Now, of course, during a normal school year, this makes more sense, because you're not going to have an elementary kid who comes to school at 8:55 and then leaves the school at 8:58. But in a virtual environment, it is possible for a student to turn his camera off, because we are not making students turn their camera on, because in some cases our students may be embarrassed of their home life. And again, it's possible that a student could be marked present. The guidance that we have given to principals to give to teachers, and I'm glad I have a chance to clarify at a school board meeting so I can reiterate the policy. In a situation that you described, number one, if the teacher has no evidence that the child has returned to class once his or her camera is off, they should be marked as they should be marked as early dismissal, because they left early. They should be marked as early dismissal, unexcused. So it should be an unexcused early dismissal. That's how it should be coded in Aspen. But the most important part for all of our teachers, elementary, middle, and high school, they have to grade the work that is produced by the child, both in class and out of class. So while attendance is generally a predictor of academic success, attendance and academic success, there is a distinction. So if a teacher says, well, I don't know how to grade the child because the child has not produced any work, the child should receive the appropriate grade. In this case, if the child did not produce any work at the elementary school, they should receive an unsatisfactory rating. And then the teacher should use the comments in the report card to clearly articulate why the child received a U. And of course, the teacher, the administration, and the mental health professionals at that school should do everything in their power to connect with the mom, with the dad, with the guardian at home to, one, first explain to the parent what is happening with the child's attendance and why the child got a U. Second, to give the parent concrete ways they can help the child be more successful in the virtual environment. And third, communicate to the parent what the school plans to do to help the child become more successful in the virtual environment. Now, with regards to home visits for our Spanish-speaking parents, we do have a bilingual liaisons who are available to go on walks. Our teachers can use the language line when they are calling home. I think I've answered all your questions, but if I have not, please repeat them.
Well, Mr. Hughes, one, I just need to go back to one of them because I just need you to clarify that a little bit for me because it didn't, I mean, it made sense. And then again, if something was there, so what you're telling me is that a child can log on. I'm just trying, correct me if I'm wrong, what you said. A child can log on and log off and they'll still be counted for the rest of the day present?
That is correct. Now, Ms. Lilly, if I am wrong, please let me know that I am wrong. But my understanding from attendance guidance provided by the state is once a child is in school, so in a virtual environment, that means that the child has logged on to class, that once a child is in school, the child should be marked present for the day.
Unless they have to leave early and then you said something else you would do unexcused. But
Well,
by then it would be already in absent. I mean, it would already be in there, right?
No, teachers have the ability to change coding in Aspen throughout the entire school day. And what I'm saying is, if I'm a teacher, a child's coming to class, I see the child at 9:30, he participates in community meeting, participates in the first part of the lesson, then the child goes off of camera. He doesn't log off. So let me draw that distinction. He turns his camera off. So we can't see the child. We see the child's box, but not the child. And the teacher calls on the child doesn't respond throughout the day. And if the teacher feels like the child is nowhere to be found, even though their box still shows that they're somewhere in the virtual world, at that point, a teacher should go back and recode the child as early dismissal unexcused.
That just sounds like a lot of work to me, Mr. Hughes, for one teacher to do that for all the students. But Ms. Lilly hasn't said anything. So is Ms. Lilly, what is that?
What
okay?
I was just going to add, I don't want to confuse the situation, but the issue that Mr. Hughes was speaking about was the difference between the excused absence and the unexcused absences and using the regulations. The unexcused absence means an absence where, and I'm reading from the regulations, where the student misses his scheduled instructional day in its entirety. So that's when a student, and then it says, and there's been no indication received by the school within a certain amount of time that a parent is aware of that. So that's the distinction between the unexcused absences and the excused absences. So to the extent that if the child has not missed the entirety of the day, then it would make sense that the code would then be, if they're there at some point, then they have left early for the day. But that's I'll end there because too deep into that, because that's just a different distinction.
Yeah, that's a whole different, whatever he was talking about right here. I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes, but it's a whole different thing. I'm just trying to find out based on these absences, because we have students who just still cannot log on. So do they get a pass if they log on one place and they can't continue their classes, and their Wi-Fi may go out. Mm-hmm. So they still could be considered, there. Because to me, if you're saying, okay, we're just gonna keep marking the children out and we need a waiver, then we failing our kids now.
Right, that's why we've asked for a waiver to the attendance policy. And in the specific situation you just named, absolutely the child should be marked present if a child is having Wi-Fi issues.
Yes. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Young, am I next?
Madam Chair, Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. Rizzi.
Okay. Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hughes, is the attendance taken in school period by period or day by day?
I can barely hear you, Dr. Harris Mohammed.
I'm sorry. Mr. Hughes, is the attendance taken period by period in every school, or is it taken day by day?
At the secondary schools, so our middle and high schools, attendance is taken at every period. At the
Okay.
elementary school, it's taken by day.
So, okay, I have a follow-up. When a teacher has to change an attendance for a student, and I'm glad we're having this discussion because students need to be aware that their attendance is serious. So let me publicly say that. We need them to be in school. And we need them to be in school all the time. I want to circle back to something. You mentioned earlier, real engagement. I don't know what that looks like because if a parent sends an email to a teacher, that's engagement to me. But what do I know? I've only been in education 30 years. I don't know anything. Real learning. I don't know what that looks like, other than the fact when teachers have a voice and teachers are advocating for their students and they're producing plans that are engaging according to the curriculum framework and meeting the objectives and the skills and breaking it down by strand. So that hearing real engagement and real learning sparked my soul, sparked my spirit, but not in a way that you may think, because that is different for every child, every household, and every teacher. And I know what you meant. I really do believe I know what you meant. But we're going to do two things to our teachers in this division. We're going to engage them or we're going to enrage them. And I'm going to leave that right there.
Thank you. Who's next? Ms. Rizzi? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Hughes. I really appreciate it. It appears that attendance and keeping attendance is complex, difficult to pin down. There are all these contingencies that you have to think about. And I know what it's like. I mean, I'm teaching virtually now, and when I'm done with class and there's a box there and I start calling that student's name and they don't answer, I wonder, like, okay, are you here? Have you been here? And, you know, how do I assess your engagement or your attendance, right? I mean, that's tough. It's tough for our teachers. And I appreciate, you know, all the work that they're doing to try to keep track of this, because it seems like a massive undertaking. I just have 2 points of clarification before we move forward with this. One is, what happens with no-shows? Do you know how many of those we had at the beginning of the year? How many students were taken off the rolls? And, you know, this has to do with our student membership number. And how are those students tracked, if at all?
Fantastic question, Ms. Rizzi. I appreciate that. In terms of the actual data for no-shows, I can share that with the school board before the next meeting. But what happens is when a student becomes a no-show, which, as you know, so I'll explain it for everyone, a no-show means that the student who is currently on our enrollment never shows up to school. So we expect a student to be there on the first day of school. Student doesn't come for a certain period of time, 3 weeks. We say, okay, the student is a no-show. They don't technically have any absences because they've never been present in school. They are a no-show. No-shows hurt our division. Well, first of all, we know that no-shows hurt us, folks who love children, because we got to first figure out where is the child. Like, that's the first thing we think about when we have a no-show is the student's safety, because we got to figure out where the child went. And then it hurts our division because our no-shows become our dropouts. And then our dropouts impact our graduation rate. So we do track both at the school level, especially at high school, and at the division level, we track our no-show students. And throughout the year, we attempt to find our no-shows. Now, best case scenario, we find that a student has transferred to another county. That's fantastic. We know the child is safe, and now the child goes on the other county's enrollment and doesn't count against us. But of course, worst case scenario is we can't find the child at all because the child perhaps has moved out of the country. The child has been displaced from their home and we don't have a new address, and we try social media. We have our, right now we have our school security officers and our attendance liaisons and our counselors and social workers tracking these students. So we do everything in our power to find our no-show students, and we do not stop. We do not stop. So we're still looking for no-shows from last school year, the previous school year. We don't stop until we can try to find an answer as to where this student went. Unfortunately, the reality of the situation is we can't always find the child.
So you said you would come back with data to like give us an idea of how many students are affected or how many, no-shows we are working on currently. You said that's a possibility. We could get that number.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And then one other question, I'm assuming that, this waiver is important for students who are seniors, right? Who this will in turn affect our graduation rate. Is there any number or idea of how many seniors would be in trouble or there would be a possibility of them not graduating if this waiver is not approved?
I'm not sure of that. That's additional data I can get for you.
I think that's important to have, especially when considering this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young, I'm going to speak next.
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'll follow up. All right. First of all, Mr. Hughes, thank you so very much because I know your report tonight is on attendance. And I'm glad that as you explained well tonight and explained in the past, and I remember this very well, having been a principal, if a student came in at 2 o'clock and the school day was over at 3, the student was marked present for the day, okay? So that has not changed. So also the opportunity of high school and middle school students each period, that hasn't changed. So during a pandemic, it's challenging, I understand that. But I wanna thank you most wholeheartedly. This past Sunday, I visited 6 different units, and I was very appreciative of what I heard from parents, grandparents, and students. The challenging part regarding much of our attendance is, Ms. Burke, my family was living with their cousin. Now they're living in a hotel. Now they're going place to place. Things have happened. But we have many pandemics, as someone mentioned earlier. I think Mr. Young stated this. Attendance, poverty, equity, homelessness, food deserts, the reading level, we have many pandemics. So I appreciate, when I looked at Armstrong High School's data on this chart, am I reading it correctly? Because if I'm reading this chart correctly, when I looked at my high schools, yes, my elementary schools are struggling, but we knew that. But as I'm looking at Armstrong and colleagues, if you haven't looked at the chart on his presentation, can you explain that to me, please? If you all would like to join me on your agenda for tonight, where the attachments are listed, and I thank you for listing each and every school. And I know this is the 90-day report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Excellent. So that hasn't changed. It still pops up in my old calendar. So would you go through Armstrong High School, because then I have a shout out for Armstrong, and I'm gonna tell you what they do. Because if I'm reading it correctly, please tell us about it, because I remember a day and time when I first came on the board, Armstrong was at the bottom of the level. So talk to me, please.
Sure. I mean, if we're going to give a shout out to Armstrong, which is rightfully deserved, we should also be giving a shout out to John Marshall.
Oh, wait, Mr. Hughes, you can do that after you do Armstrong. You answer my question. I asked for Armstrong, then you can give the other shout outs. And I have a reason for doing this, okay? And I saw that. Franklin Military, awesome. I saw that, but right now, I want to see Armstrong. I want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly.
Okay, Madam Chairberg, I apologize. And yes, you are understanding Armstrong's data correctly. They have seen a significant increase in their what I call good attendance, meaning students currently are not on track to become chronically absent. I think what is happening at Armstrong under the leadership of Principal Willie Bell, who we all have so
Yes.
much respect for, and his attendance team is fantastic, is they are where they can helping students take advantage of the flexibilities afforded by the state. As we've talked about, the state did provide certain flexibilities that move to a more competency-based model, i.e. students demonstrating competency, demonstrating knowledge of a standard versus seat time. And because students are aware of these flexibilities, because of the communication from Willie Bell and his team, they are taking advantage of those flexibilities when they have opportunities.
So can you tell us, can you explain to me tier 1, tier 2, tier 3?
Absolutely. So tier 1 is where we want all of our students to be. Tier 1 means you have missed less than 10% of the school year. So at this point, it means that you've missed less than 9 days of school. Tier 2 indicates, or tier 2 denotes students who have missed between 10 to 20% of the year. So everybody in yellow has between 9 and 17 absences. And then, of course, red is the worst. It is tier 3. It means that students have already missed more than 10% of the school year, which means students in red currently have more than 18 absences to school this year.
Thank you very much. Now, my follow-up comments are regarding this, and in talking with the 7 district principals, I know that all of the schools, but in particular, because we've always had great concerns about Armstrong because there's so many challenges there and so many different neighborhoods coming in together, but his support team with the weekly meetings is working. As you stated, they go at, when I was in Creighton Court, some of the parents are getting paid through the city with that ambassador program. They knock on the doors, they don't go inside, but they have to tell the children, come on, get up, get that computer on. When I come back around, I want to see you on task. So the coaches are there. They have such a strong support team. So publicly, knowing where they were in 2019 and knowing during a pandemic in 2020, it's been a great team effort. But number one, it's also been the flexibility in using that playlist or getting work done when they get home at night after their work all during the day. So I thank you for sharing the data on school by school by school. And I thank you also for stressing that documentation that is required by the support teams. So when they meet, and either the psychologist or the social worker or the principal or the council, whomever is on that, that's a weekly meeting. So looking there, you can say what you want to say about the other schools, but I just thank you so much. I'm very proud of Armstrong, very proud of Franklin Military. We have some work to do in the other schools, elementary as we knew, but looking at this during the pandemic, somebody's doing something right. And I would like to thank all of them and then some, because I know they're working hard and I speak with them often. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Who's the next person on the list, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page, then Ms. Rizzi.
Ms. Page, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes, I'm sorry. You wanted to say the other schools, and we do want to give shout outs. Then we'll have Ms. Page and Ms. Rizzi. Please forgive me.
No
But
problem.
I wasn't going to let you take my moment.
No problem, Madam Chair Birkin. Thank you. And yes, I would love to shout out. These are schools that this year have actually seen increases of, again, what I call good attendance of at least 5% or more. Franklin Military, Ginter Park, Swansboro, Cary, Bouchard Middle School, Huguenot High School, Richmond Community High School, George Wythe High School, Armstrong, John Marshall, and Richmond Alternative School. But I still go back to my first comments that even if your school has not been shouted out by me this evening, it doesn't mean that your hard work is not paying off. So please, folks, continue the course. But our staffs across all of our RPS schools have been dynamic and have shown that together we are strong.
Thank you so very much, and congratulations to each of those schools. And I know the others will work as well to get there, but congratulations. we're getting better and better, and we do that when we work together. I expect nothing but the best, and you inspect what you expect, okay? All right, I think the next person on the list, Mr. Young, is Ms. Page or Ms. Rizzi? Which one?
Ms. Page.
Ms. Page, thank you, Ms. Page, proceed.
Yes. I just would like to echo some of Madam Chair, your sentiments that you share about Armstrong. But Mr. Hughes, I'm excited to see forward progress with Bouchard Middle School because I remember when. Are we there yet? No, but we are definitely moving in the right direction. But that team approach, they go into the neighborhoods, the teachers, principal, everyone. It's a community, it's a team approach. And yes, they do have interpreters to support them when they go to the individual homes if they're Spanish speaking. So, and that goes back to a comment that you made, Ms. White, about do we have that interpreters to travel with the schools that are highly populated with our Hispanic families, Latino families. Yes, they do have their support. And I just want to give a shout out to Ms. Waller and her team in the magnificent job that they are doing, and just keep doing what you're doing because we're going to get there. And I'm confident that we're going to get there. But my question, MLK, are we seeing, am I correct in seeing improvements with them as well?
Yes, in fact, MLK from the 20th day of school this year to the 90th day of school this year actually had the biggest turnaround of any RPS school. So I'll also shout out Principal Dabney and her dynamic team over at MLK. During that time period, if you give me 1 second, during that time period, MLK went up. I'm sorry, actually George Wythe had the highest gain from the 20th day to the 90th day, but MLK was number 2, going up a whopping 9.8%.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I was correct, but also it goes back to building relationships with our students and our families, because when a child knows that you care, they will rise to the occasion every time. But it's about building relationships. But again, I just want to I'm glad that you corrected me about MLK, because they deserve shout out as well.
Yes.
So again, I just want to thank everyone that's putting forth the effort in helping our students to achieve student success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page, so much. As you stated, we're going to get there together, and it's about building relationships. And I don't have a playbook on the pandemic. The pandemics, I should say. I don't have a playbook. If anybody else does in the world, I gladly will accept it. So we're learning as we're moving, but kudos and thank you to all those parents and grandmothers and surrogate grandmothers who are knocking on doors and making sure our children are getting what they need, and we appreciate it greatly. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And always an opportunity to lift up our children when they're trying to make a difference, because many of our children are taking care of their siblings. So thank you, Mr. Hughes, for that report. But before we move on, Mr. Young, was there anyone else that wanted to speak to this report?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. And Ms. Rizzi, congratulations on George Wythe.
Oh, yeah. I'm very happy to see that George Wythe is there. I think that's an important achievement. But I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but I did, one of my former students, I taught her in 5th grade, actually graduated from George Wythe. And she said to me, Ms. Rizzi, I'm working. I guess that's the best I can say, having graduated from George Wythe, right? And it really made me sad to hear her say that. And so with that in mind, I'm curious, especially at the high school level, are those flexibilities you mentioned that our high schoolers are taking advantage of. The competency-based ones. Are they ensuring that our kids still graduate, career ready, college ready? Or, is there a rigor there that will prepare them for life? Because ultimately, I think that's why I'm here, right? I want to see our kids succeed. I want to see our kids, qualify for the jobs they want, make good livings when they leave, be able to take care of their households. And so ultimately, I want to be able to see data that shows me that our kids are leaving our high schools and are finding gainful employment and making good lives for themselves once they leave. And so I just worry, I don't know for sure, but hopefully, these options they're taking advantage of are not in any way compromising academic rigor.
Right. Mr. Hughes, I was getting ready to say that would be Dr. F department to respond, correct?
Yes, but what I would also say, Ms. Rizzi, yes, we share your same concerns. We want the college, we want the college degree to mean something. Let's take a step back. Of course, we want our high school diploma to mean something. That's why this administration stopped rubber stamping high school diplomas. It is also why at the elementary and middle school, we adopted 2 rigorous curricula, because we want our children to be college and career ready and for them to be able to reach their fullest potential. And that is why also goal 2 of our Dreams for RPS not only talks about increasing the graduation rate, but it talks about increasing the percentage of graduates attending a 4-year or 2-year college, entering the workforce in a living wage job, or participating in national service across all subgroups. This is a goal that we take very seriously. We take all 10 of our goals very seriously, and this is what we drive towards every single day.
Mr. Hughes, you didn't state anything about the AP courses. Oh, I see Dr. F has come on. Maybe she'll, Dr. F, did you want to share about the AP courses? And I'm thinking about Mr. Stuckey from Georgia with Mr. Cameras.
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Hughes, I think, addressed my sentiments. And again, I would certainly share, Ms. Rizzi, your sentiments about rigor and preparation. That's definitely behind, that's a guiding principle behind all of our academic decisions. So that's one of the reasons we've increased AP course offerings and AP enrollment over the last several years. But it's also one of the reasons why we continue to tackle some of our curriculum challenges. Happy to go further, but don't want to get us too far off track this evening.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you so very much. Mr. Young, was anyone else regarding attendance, or can we move on?
We may move on.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is 4.02, receive an update on 2021-2022 calendar options.
Madam Chair Berg, I apologize for the interruption.
Yes.
We still need to take board action on our request to suspend the attendance waiver for this school year.
Thank you for the reminder. Thank you very much. I just got so excited when you said my schools.
Understood.
All right, so colleagues, what we're looking for at this point is the opportunity to receive a motion, and second, to receive, if you so desire or not, a waiver regarding the attendance piece for the 2021 school year. Is there anyone here that would make that motion, please? May I see you in the chat? Ms. Elizabeth Dewar, would you be so kind to recite?
Sure. I motion to receive a waiver regarding attendance for 2021-2022 school year.
Did you put the word waiver in there?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Can we get a second? Mariah White, second.
Lily, has asked me to modify my amendment, so I motion would be to suspend the policy and grant a waiver regarding attendance for the 2021-2022 school year. I'll type it in the chat.
Okay. So did everyone follow what just happened? Thank you, Ms. Lilly. the words, the captions were blocking whatever you stated there. So Ms. White seconded?
No,
correct?
Madam Chair, I second first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Dura made the motion and Ms. Page second that we will suspend the attendance rules and that for 2021, we are requesting a waiver. Is there any discussion? Are we ready to vote? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay. Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl Burke, Mrs. Burke, hello, Ms. Burke,
It looks like her screen is frozen.
oh my. Uh-oh. Yeah, she's texting me.
Everybody was gone for a second. Was I the only one gone?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
No, Miss Collins, you were gone too.
Oh, I was calling everyone. Okay, well, I'm at your name now, Miss Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn Page,
Yes.
and Miss Jones.
Yes.
Thank you.
I didn't hear, so is it unanimous?
Yes.
All right, thank you
Motion
so very
passes.
much. Excuse me?
I just said motion passes.
Thank you so much. We're now
Thank you
ready to
all.
move. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Keep up the good work. Now we're ready to vote, move forward on receiving update on 2021, 2022 calendar options. Mr. Cameras, 4.02.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to share my screen to help with this discussion.
Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
just a point of clarification, and I welcome the I welcome the opportunity for this discussion. I think I've made myself clear, but did we want to proceed this conversation with 4.01?
Oh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I'll tell you, my notes, and I didn't check it off. I said, what is he talking about? I wrote all the attendance information all over that. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I appreciate so much. Administrative Business 4.01. Thank you, Mr. Young. Receive an update of the fall 2021 reopening to include bathrooms, air quality, and vaccine. Thank you, Mr. Young. Please proceed, Mr. Cameras. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Hudasco to present on these topics.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair Burke, School Board. I'm gonna start with the bathroom blitz progress, but before, so if you just wanna pull up that spreadsheet, Mr. Cameras, I can orient. Let's start with Bellevue. But before I do, I wanna disabuse the board of the idea that no facilities work, and the public, that no facilities work has been happening while our buildings have been closed. In fact, we have been doing more facilities work while our buildings have been closed than certainly any time in our 3 years here, but I suspect any time in RPS history. As you know, most CIP related work can only be done during breaks, winter break, spring break, or the summer break. And so our facilities team has been working around the clock to complete CIP related work on the types of things that just hadn't always been able to be accomplished. So not only are we accomplishing the budget approved CIP work, we're working through, and our facilities database is called School Dude. Our School Dude lists of all of the little stuff in buildings that folks wanted done, baseboards, changing lights. Our custodial teams have worked incredibly hard and are very busy. I do, of course, draw the distinction between regular maintenance and cleaning and preparation for reopening with COVID. But I certainly didn't want folks to think that buildings had been sitting idle without significant work happening, and a huge shout out to our custodial teams. The board, of course, also invested $1.5 million earlier this year for deep cleaning in every single one of our buildings, and our custodians have been working hard to maintain that. The two big pieces, though, that are related to reopening are bathrooms. And of course, bathrooms have been something that have been on our mind for the last couple of years, but they've risen back to, I think, notable importance given hand washing and just the routines around cleanliness that are necessary. And so back in November, we shared with the board when we asked for the $1.5 million budget transfer, the overall need in every school related to different things in our bathrooms. And that was things such as plumbing, which might include faucets, sinks, toilets, etc. Mechanical work, which could include ventilation or exhaust work. A wide variety of general contracting work, whether that was demolitions, doors, soap dispensers, paper towel dispensers, tiles, mirrors, painting, etc., and then electrical work. And we shared this with the board back in November for you to have opportunity to see by school the type of work that would need to be completed for schools to meet, and you likely recall in November, the standard 1, which was fully functional bathrooms, and standard 2, which also meant aesthetically pleasing bathrooms. So fresh paint or no chip tiles, things like that. So this spreadsheet is comprehensive in looking at both bathrooms. We also asked our principals to validate the list after our facilities and custodial crews reviewed. Back right before Thanksgiving, the board did approve the allocation of dollars to begin this work. But as you also recall, in December, the board approved us remaining virtual for second semester. So in collaboration with our facilities team, we've been thinking of this as about a 7 to 8 month project from December through July or so to complete this work. So I want to kind of name that as we've been prioritizing different things. When I go over what we've done to date, I think we're making solid progress towards completing for the summer. Obviously, some of the recent conversations may need to, we may need to make some modifications to different schools based on any reopening this spring that the board might approve in a small way for specific populations. So let me just orient you to Bellevue's tab just so that you can understand. We're obviously not going to go through close to 50 schools, but you can see what this means. So if you look on Bellevue, and we can just look down the 3 sections, you'll see in column B, it lists the different bathrooms. So the first floor boys and girls bathroom, second floor, the basement, the principal's bathroom, etc. Anytime you see a number in the column, that means that it's something for which work is needed. So the second floor boys' bathroom needs a urinal. So that's why you'll see the number 1 there. That's the only plumbing work that's needed in Bellevue bathrooms, which is great. If you look at the mechanical work, you'll see that there are no squares with a 1. So all of the bathrooms, all 9 bathrooms in Bellevue, the mechanical work is in a good place. If we look at the general contracting work, you'll see that painting is needed in all the bathrooms, as well as some tile repair, as well as some partition doors to demo those for replacement. And then if you scroll all the way to the side, you'll see for electrical work, the bathrooms are in good shape. So now let me orient you to the colors, and I'll note that on my screen might be a little hard to distinguish, which it wasn't before. So if the square now has a green in it.
Tedesco, I'm sorry, can you enlarge this? I've been asking 3 times. I can, thank you, sweetie. I really appreciate it.
Oh, sorry.
Also, colleagues, you can also pull it up on where your agenda is that you're looking at. I'm looking at it on my screen. Pull it up on your own agenda, and then you can really enlarge each one. Thank you.
Is that looking better right now for folks?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So here you'll see things that are green. So for example, painting, that means that that work is fully completed. So you'll see all of the bathrooms have been repainted. And that was part of standard 2, was getting fresh coats of paint on the wall. Things that you see in orange, so for example, if you pop over to the plumbing work, the urinal in cell H19, things that are in orange are things that have not yet started, but are in the queue. And things that are yellow, so for example, the partition doors, which have been demoed in the bathroom, that means that the work is currently in progress. So in this case, it's most likely, from having talked with our facilities team, that actually the doors are down and off, and we just need to get them replaced up. So the work is partially underway. So you can click through to any of the schools and you can see then where work is in different bathrooms based on those 3 colors. And moving forward, we'll continue to update the board on where the progress is on each of these items in each of the bathrooms as we work towards our fall reopening. I will note, just as folks are scrolling, obviously, again, an 8-month or so progress project, and the facilities team did start in the East End. So you'll see more work completed in those schools, but not to worry for the others. Facilities crews are on their way. The second piece, and perhaps I'll pause there if there's any questions on the spreadsheet, but I certainly think the work is relatively self-explanatory.
Mr. Young, we have anyone?
Ms. White?
Yes. Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Hadesco, I just have a 2-part question. I was looking at your mechanical work.
Yes.
The mechanical work that's orange seems to be the priority. Will that be done in-house or would that be a contracting to do that work?
We're doing both. So if we don't have internal capacity, then we're using contractors. What's most important is meeting this timeline.
And my second question is, after the work is completed, does it go back to the principals who look at the work and approve the work afterwards to make sure that it's to their standards?
Absolutely, absolutely. We want to make sure that yes, at the end of this process, that principals feel like the bathrooms are where they want them to be, are proud to have them for their kids. And depending how much we're able to complete and some of our community partnerships, standard 3, as we had discussed, while not a standard for reopening, is something that many of our bathrooms have now. And that's when we've brought in muralists, painted inspirational quotes, murals, et cetera, on the bathrooms. I know there's some pretty spectacular ones at Bouchal, I believe Chimborazo. And so that will be something that we'll be able to make them even nicer for kids.
Thank you.
Anyone else, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, just yours truly briefly, and
go right ahead.
And Ms.
Thank you.
You may not have, I should have inquired of this in advance, but do we have numbers relevant to the burn rate for the 1.5 million? I understand we're more than halfway through the schools. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but do we know what the dollars look like as of as of today, or approximately how we're doing in regards to the 1.5?
I don't, but I'll work to see what's been encumbered for an upcoming board meeting. Absolutely. And spent, encumbered and spent. Okay, so we can have this be an ongoing spreadsheet that's updated, and certainly as we're thinking about the dashboard that we talked about just last Thursday, I think this is an important piece as well.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. The second piece is not new content, but I am hoping for the opportunity to move forward, and that is the bipolar ionization update. So as discussed, we cannot move forward with this work without the board's approval for the expenditure. And so we have the ability, we also moved out of our CIP budget, the $2.5 million for the HVAC work that we would have put forward in the CIP budget. We put that in the ESSER so that we could begin it right now. And we do need to begin right now on both the air quality work as well as the $2.5 million in planned HVAC maintenance. So I don't have an HVAC update because we cannot move forward yet, but I did want to check and see if there were any final thoughts, questions that the board will need in order to make that decision.
Would you go through what you have given to us?
Sure, it's the same presentation that I did last, that gripping presentation about electrically charged molecules. So that is there on board docs, and just given that it's 9:30, unless there was a specific question, I think we did spend notable time last time, but this is more of I recognize this is part of the budget conversation for sure, but I just wanted, again, both the board and public to know I cannot provide an HVAC update until I have authorization to use the ESSER funds.
And if I may, Mr. Young, people may be listed, but colleagues, please tonight, after this meeting, please, we put on our list, ESSER is due ASAP. We know tonight, we know we're going to address the city's budget, but we need to, in order to get this ionization update in our buildings, we're asking Mrs. Collins, our clerk, sent a doodle of which she purchased for us. We didn't have a doodle before. So she purchased that, got a license or whatever you do for us. So she's asking every board member, if you are available on February 22nd, after our Virginia School Board Association governance meeting, or the 23rd. So please put your preference in place, because we're going to need to, even though ESSA's, the plan isn't due until April, but we're going to lose that money because they don't take things in pieces. So would you be so kind after this meeting, if you haven't already, I think some of you already have, I think about 3 or 4. I don't want to call your names because someone else may have since then. But please do answer to that doodle, because that means that Miss Collins would need to send the announcement out for that meeting tonight. That would be the deadline. And I appreciate your flexibility with that. And I promise you, once we get all this straight, we won't be meeting every day or every other day. But right now, it's just the time of what's going on and what's in place. And we're making those decisions regarding the main thing, and that is making sure our children are taken care of. So in addressing this bipolar ionization, which we're going to use ESSER funds for it, if you all approve, we need to know if either of those 2 dates work so that we can have either a 7 to 9 meeting on Monday or a 6 to 8 meeting on Tuesday. So I appreciate so much your responding to that. And if there are any questions about that, you can put it in the chat box or whatever, and I'll discuss later, but I just wanted to state that now. Mr. Young, did anybody have any questions regarding Mrs. Hidasco's report?
Yes, ma'am. Next up is Ms. Rizzi, then Ms. White, and then the superintendent.
All right, Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Ms. Hadasco. I have a question. The last we talked, I believe it was you, told me that you would come back with an estimate of like exactly, well, not exactly, but what is the industry like consensus on how many particles are destroyed, what percentage of particles are destroyed using bipolar ionization? You kind of didn't have that number last time, and I'm still curious about it.
In reading some of the research pieces, I don't necessarily have that yet, but I don't want to say that I don't know. So I'm still looking on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. White? Can't hear you, Ms. White. Ms. White. Thank you, Ms.
Hello,
White.
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Hadasco, is this, this contract, is this under a cooperative agreement?
Yes, we would recommend moving forward with this work using a current cooperative. A cooperative is a legally allowable procurement process. And the reason why it's particularly desirable in this case is because cooperatives work off of aggregate demand. So you get the best prices when you're working with other school divisions because you're able to think about that collective demand. The cooperative, in addition to the cooperative, I know Ms. Dorr had raised the SWAM considerations last time, and there are two vendors that we could use. One is a current RPS contractor, so we're already in contract with them and they do this work. The other is a contractor that contracts with the co-op. So we would be able to begin to meet that request as well. But doing this via a brand new RFP would add 2 to 3 months to the work, and therefore it would not be completed for the start of school. And so we would be moving forward with the co-op and the procurement.
Ms. Hadasco, so on that, I'm glad you said all that, which I sort of already knew. So can you send a copy to all the board members, a copy of that solicitation of that RFPP and a copy of the executed contract? Because I heard you said you didn't know when it was going to begin right now. But what other jobs do that we're writing off another contractor? So what other jobs do they have before they get to putting in the ventilations in our schools?
Yeah, so the way that a co-op works is there has to be another Virginia school division that has entered into contract with the division, with the vendor. So I can absolutely get a copy of the contract for your review. And then absolutely, as Mr. Hathaway shared at the last meeting, in a best case scenario, we're looking at 4 to 6 weeks from when we would enter contract to be able to secure materials. And then absolutely, it's not as if people's calendars are just completely free waiting for us to fill them. So it is why I have a sense of urgency. Now, again, there are multiple contractors that can work off of this co-op and we would maximize that. But yes, it is going to become a time crunch very quickly, but something we still absolutely want to prioritize for student and staff safety.
Okay, so you can send that to us, the copy of the solicitation before we vote on this.
Well, just to clarify, I don't think I would send you a copy of the solicitation. I think I would send you a copy of the current executed contract in the division on which we would build the co-op. Is that correct?
Okay, that's correct.
Yep. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. Superintendent, Dr. Harris, Mohammed, and then yours truly.
All right, Mr. Cameras.
Madam Chair, if you're okay, I would love to just reserve my comment until
Les. All right, thank you. Mr. Young or Dr. Harris Mohammed? Which one is next? Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hadaska, I just want to make sure that the public understands, and I heard you, and I received your sense of urgency that, and what you stated helped me. Going into this cooperative agreement allows for faster service, and I am in no way putting words in your mouth. I'm just trying to break it down and make it plain for the people who are watching and for me. So is that correct?
Yes, what it does is it eliminates the 2 to 3 months needed to put out our own RFP.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's been a lot of questions about this process, so that's why I wanted
Understood.
to make it plain for people.
Yep.
I don't think you ignored the RFP process. I'm not putting words in your mouth because I don't know what your intent was, but because of the time and the sense of urgency, this is the process that you're asking us to support you on because of the sense of urgency.
Yes, and also due to aggregate demand, better prices. It's better for the division from a financial standpoint, especially for a big ticket item like this. We want to be able to have the benefit of working with someone who, you know, is working with multiple divisions, and therefore you can negotiate a better price. But that's one of two things. The second is urgency and speed, but I would say both are important to us.
Are equally important, yes. If you can, I just echo the sentiments of my colleague from the second, if you can get us that. But also, I think, and I don't know if Ms. White is under this impression, but she wanted the current contract before we vote. I thought I heard her say that, and that may not happen. Like, we're voting on this tonight, correct?
No.
No, we're not, okay.
No. This is not board action.
This ultimately
so
is part of the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, go right ahead, Mr. Dasco.
This is ultimately part of the ESSER, but I did, since it was part of the reopening agenda item, I wanted to bring closure to it. I hope that next Monday or Tuesday, when the board adds its budget work session and you vote on the ESSER, you will be, in essence, voting on this then, as well as the allocation for those dollars. I just didn't want to discuss it on that meeting if possible, and wanted to close it out tonight. But I know what might support your vote on that will also be the contract, and so I'll send that too.
Is there anyone, Mr. Young, are you next?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I think I've adequately in previous meetings spoken to my support for us moving with the same kind of urgency that Ms. Hudaska just spoke to. We have heard from our parents and our teachers, all of our stakeholders over and over again, that it is imperative that we address air quality in buildings. That was before, again, a common theme tonight, that was before COVID, but now it's even obviously more important. So, I would just, I'm confident all my colleagues are very familiar with cooperative agreements, how they work. Municipalities and school districts use these all the time. And candidly, it's a tool that will allow us to provide all of our students and our teachers with access to the bipolar ionization as soon as very possible. So I look forward to voting in support of that when we reconvene and vote accordingly. Madam Chair, Ms. Page and then Ms. Dorr are next.
Thank you. Ms. Page?
Yes, Madam Chair. So this is my question to you. Board policy. So we have board policy relating to contracts, and we have a threshold regarding what's considered or required as board approval, and then what the administration can move forward on. Am I correct, Madam Chair?
From what I understand, Mr. Cameras, do you want to answer that, or Ms. Cadasco?
But wait a minute, I got a two-part before
Okay.
the superintendent responds. Also, all contracts are listed on the website. Is that still the case?
Yes.
All active contracts, but this contract obviously would not yet be listed as it's
Right,
not.
but just for future reference, all contracts are on the website.
That is correct.
Okay. Now you can respond. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Mrs. Page, could you just restate the question? I want to make sure that I heard it clearly so that I respond appropriately.
Oh, my question was just clarification regarding the threshold for contracts, what's required for board approval and what the administration can move forward. Move forward with contracts. And the second part, just making sure that everyone knows that contracts, active contracts, are listed on the website. And we are following the Virginia Procurement Act, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Just want clarity.
And just, it's policy 3-3.4 is our policy on purchasing.
What is that again? 3.3-4.
Yes.
Thank you
And
so much.
the threshold is $250,000.
Right, because I remember doing the work regarding research regarding that policy when I served the first time. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Thank you so much. Ms. Dewar?
Thank you. I appreciate the additional background and the stress testing of this as a initiative I'm prepared to support on Monday. And I think, it's a big expenditure, so I appreciate the extra time that we're giving to it. Although I agree that the time to act on this is as soon as possible. I would like to say two things. I think what I personally learned from this process is that getting an independent engineer evaluation for multi-million-dollar projects is something that could be really beneficial to RPS in the future. Mr. Hathaway has done a tremendous job, but he has a lot on his plate. And so I'd like to explore how we can make sure that has the resources that he needs to be successful, especially as we consider additional technical enhancements to our building. So I would like to request a potential policy change or your thoughts on that. Doesn't need to happen now, at a future meeting, just to add to the agenda topic list. And then in regards to reopening in general, I feel a lot of urgency around this dashboard that we talked about at the last meeting. I know that you guys are working on things, but it's not enough to show the public that you are working on them or tell the public that you are working on them. So I just want to really underscore that the sooner we can get that data, the better. And so that we can instill confidence in the public that we, number one, have been working on a number of these things and that we are going to continue to be working on these things. So whatever you need from us to get that done, please let us know.
I'd like to ask a question before Mr. Cameron speaks. I think somebody else Ms. White just popped up. The dashboard. We're not waiting on UVA. We're going to do our own, correct, Mr. Cameras?
Yes.
Okay, all right, because we do need to just listen to some of the comments tonight. I agree with Ms. Dewar. We do need to get that out because a lot is happening and a lot has taken place. So it's great to have all the update, but that may also help us in moving along with our meetings well. If the public already knows certain things they're asking for that's already on the list, already been addressed, that would really help to fine tune our efforts in keeping the main thing, and that's our children. Before you, Mr. Cameron, Mrs. White, I believe, is that correct? Mrs. White?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to revamp make a comment. and it was based on what I had asked Ms. Hodeska requested. And I think as board members, we should always be looking at supporting and documentation, especially on procurement. We need to ensure that we have that deep discount, and whether we see the price, what the price that we still owe. I'm not against that, Dee. I'm for the vaccination and ventilation, just like I said tonight. But we need to know if they have the capacity to complete the work in a timely manner. And what is the materials? These are things that we shouldn't have to ask. These support documentations should be available, since we know the priority is ventilation. And we need to make sure that what other jobs do our writing, the contractor that we're writing off on another. These are just simple questions that a board needs to know, not what procurement or what it falls under, because we know that all procurement is already listed publicly. But as a board, we did not receive a copy of the RFP. And that is something that I need. I need supporting documentation in order to make a decisive decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Is there anything else to address with 4.01? I'm sorry, we have before Mr. Cameron. I see Ms. Dura is on.
Correct.
Ms. Dura.
I just what Ms. White said, I agree with. I think just having a standard policy of including the contract along with whatever presentation would be helpful for us moving forward.
Thank you so much. Now we're ready for our superintendent, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, just on Ms. White, on your last comment, I just want to be very clear for everybody who might still be watching at home. We have not issued an RFP, and we likely will not issue an RFP because we will likely use a cooperative agreement. So there is no RFP for us to share at this time.
Well, you should have a solicitation, right?
No. And I also want to note, we have been waiting for good reason for the board to approve both this technology and the expenditure. We cannot take any procurement action until the board does so. Therefore, there is no documentation, there is no contract for us to provide at this time. Once the board approves the use of this technology and the spend plan, we will then engage in the procurement process, which will involve most likely signing on to a cooperative agreement so that we can do this work expeditiously. So we have provided all of the documentation that we have at this time. I also want to note, all contracts are publicly available via a mechanism on our website. So we will always point folks to those as well. A few points, if I may, I just want to emphasize. One is the urgency of this matter. I think the discussion we've had over the last 3 months on this topic has been good because it has sharpened everyone's knowledge about this technology. But we did introduce this idea in November. It is now February. And so it is absolutely critical that this body makes this decision next week so that we can begin doing the work. Which gets me to my next point, and Ms. Udasco said this, but I do want to make sure the public hears this very clearly. We do not have the federal stimulus funds in our bank account right now. That is why we have not yet started the bipolar ionization work, on top of which we have yet, as we just discussed, to receive board approval on it. So we could not have been doing the bipolar ionization work over the last 6 months while we were closed. For both of those reasons, we didn't have the money and we don't yet have the approval. What we have been doing is spending the capital dollars that we do have around the clock, doing all kinds of work, again, within the capital dollars that we have. The larger changes that we want to make are going to come from the federal stimulus, which hopefully we will approve next week. But I want to be very clear about that with the public. We are spending every dollar we have for facilities and have been around the clock since the closure and making dramatic improvements. There are some things we just don't have the money for without the federal stimulus, and the air quality enhancements are one of those important things. So I just want to make sure that was clear. One other item that came up in public information, a number of individuals indicated that I was not able to identify a punch list of things that needed to be taken care of in our schools. I think that was a misunderstanding. I believe we were having potentially a conversation about Henry Marsh and their remaining punch list for the new school. But we do know the things that need to be fixed in our schools. As Ms. Udasco noted, we have a system called School Dude, which lists those things. And our custodians and our facilities team, led by Mr. Hathaway, have been working around the clock to address as many of those as we have money for and capacity for ever since we closed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else at this time, Mr. Young, before we move forward?
Ms. White?
Ms. White, floor is
Yes.
yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question and a comment. And I just want to clarify, I would just want to make sure that Mr. Cameras, I think I'm tracking but relight me. You said that you need the board approval to begin the cooperative agreement. Is that what you said, Mr. Cameras? You haven't done the cooperative agreement yet, right?
Correct. We do not yet have the approval of the board to move forward with this technology or with the funding for it.
No, I'm just talking about the cooperative agreement right now. So you need the board approval to seek the cooperative agreement.
I cannot enter into any procurement activity until I have the funding in place to move forward.
Right.
So
that was just a yes or no question. I just wanted to know. And Ms. Haduska, you said that I'm not sure what you were talking about because you agreed to send the solicitation. So I'm not sure what you were talking about.
What I believe I had clarified with you, so I apologize if it wasn't correct, is I can contact that other school district and ask them for the contract that they have with the vendor. With board approval, that's the one we co-op onto. But we don't have any, I won't be providing you with any RPS solicitation, no RPS contract. It would be, I'm making this up.
Right.
Virginia Beach's contract, or I don't know what division it is off the top of my head, but that's what I was going to look to provide to you was the division that is currently in contract, that documentation, and that's what we would co-op against.
And that's what you're going to co-op against. Yes, that's what I want to see. Thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If there are no other further questions, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, there are additional questions. Dr. Harris
Oh, I'm
Mohammed
sorry.
and Ms.
Who was the first one you cut off?
Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. Rizzi.
All right, Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you again. I don't have a question. I just have a brief comment. I really appreciate the conversation and the presentation. And one of the things that I know and I am so affirmative on is that we all want what is best for our kids and our staff, and that is safety. One of the things that I do just want to just very kindly remind the administration is that I haven't been with you for 3 months. I've only been with you since January the 4th. And I know that many of these conversations are daunting and questions are overwhelming. I know that because I can read the spirits. I can read the body movements. I can read the body languages. I'm very observant. But Shonda Harris Muhammad has not been with you for 3 months. So when I'm asking questions, and I'm not speaking for or on behalf of any other board member, I'm only speaking for Dr. Shonda Harris Muhammad. is because I really do not know. And I want to be in the know. So to say that for the past 3 months or 4 months, I respect that. And I am so sorry. Let me say publicly, I am so sorry that you have to continue to go over all of this stuff with us because I don't know. But it makes me feel really isolated when I have to constantly hear, we've been discussing this, I haven't been. My goodness, I haven't been. And I want to support what you bring to us. But if I don't know, I'm going to ask the questions. I know for certain we want safety in this division. I have no doubt about that. But I want us to stop making assumptions that we know, because we don't know. I don't know. And so that's why I'm asking the questions. And I really appreciate you receiving that with love, because this is not the first time that I've heard that come out of a cabinet member's mouth or the superintendent's statement. And it just bothers my soul, because I didn't have this report in November. This wasn't given to us in December. I think all of us want to do what's best for these kids and certified and classified staff. But if we can't keep in mind, just like it was asked of us to keep in mind what needs to be done, I also want you all to walk in the same grace, because I don't know. That's why I'm asking the questions that I ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Harris Mohammed. I agree. We are all here for the benefit of our children, right? And so the questions that we ask are not to give people a hard time. They're not to be contrary, just to be contrary. At least with me, what my ultimate goal here is to make sure that we provide our kids with the best that we can provide, so that those kids can then turn around and have good lives. And that is really it. And so, yeah, I want to know things. I want to see evidence. I want data. I want to see, if you've got to scan documents and send them to us. Too much of this feels like we're trying to make sense of something that's obscure. And it shouldn't feel that way as a board member. It should be that we have access to information. People will sit down and do presentations. There was, what was it? Something really recently that people were discussing on social media. And I'm like, they haven't even presented that to the board yet. So how is it? And people assume a lot of times that we know things that we haven't even had any kind of briefing on. And so this is becoming kind of redundant, and I'm feeling frustrated about it. And I'm hoping that this experience will get better as we go forward. But my question for you right now is, when do you anticipate receiving the ESSER funds? I don't think anyone's addressed that.
Ms. Hadasco? Mr. Cameras? We have to do the application first, don't we?
Yes, Madam Chair. We need the school board to approve the spend plan. Then we submit the spend plan to the Virginia Department of Education for their approval, and then the funds are released.
And if I may, going back to the concern of the new board members, we understand coming in the middle of the year is just like transferring from one position to the other. So during our governance meeting, there are some strategies that we can put in place to where certain documents are listed under board docs or whatever else, so you can have a chance when you see what's before us, that we can go back and look to that as you prepare for each meeting. Everything wouldn't be there, but something to give you some foundation of that. And it's truly a transitional period. Having come in same time that you did, and that's what I did, it is a transition. I think I just listened a lot at first and just to do my homework. So I'd love to have the opportunity to discuss that during our governance meeting on the 22nd to put some strategies in place. Because my goal is that we work together as a team, because it's not about us. It's about our children. Keep the main thing the main thing. It's about our children. And I think we all are here for the best interest of our children. In fact, I know that. And my goal is to make sure that we work together as a team. And I'm so delighted. We've heard from everybody tonight. Ms. Jones, I'm gonna call on you in a minute. You know that, okay? Your time is coming. All right, we're gonna move on now to subject 4.02, receive an update on 2021-2022 calendar options. Mr. Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to share my screen, so 1 second. Just need to get the right presentation up. Okay. So first, let me just say that I recognize the topic of the calendar, frankly, both for this spring and for next year, is one that is fraught with emotion for good reason. There are questions about safety, certainly health, both physical and mental, exhaustion, how best to respond to the pandemic. And, you know, I've watched, as I think we all have, the debates across the country about how to respond. And I think, much like the comments you just made, Mrs. Burke, everybody wants the very best for our students. Everybody wants their physical health safeguarded and their mental health safeguarded. I think everybody wants that for our teachers and our staff and our families as well. I think there are just understandably very strong feelings about how to achieve that goal. And I do want to honor that and recognize that there are people of goodwill who feel very differently about how to proceed on these issues. So I do want to just share that I welcome the robust discussion and receive it all with generosity of spirit. With that, let me dive in. This proposal really is a two-part proposal, so there's really two matters for us to discuss. The first is how we approach the spring, of this current school year. As you well know, and as the public knows, I recommended that we remain fully virtual for this school year, and the school board approved that recommendation. And we have been operating on that decision ever since December, when that decision was made, with no expectation that that decision would change. Now we are faced with the governor's request that schools reopen in some fashion in person by March 15th. As we discussed at our last meeting, I have serious concerns about our ability to do so on a large scale, not because of anyone's lack of effort, but for all of the reasons that we outlined back in December. Namely, our families and our staff overwhelmingly voiced their desire to remain virtual. Two, we know that the air quality upgrades, as we have just discussed, still have yet to be completed. Three, we know that the teacher-student relationships that have been developed over the course of this year are sacred and are critical for so many of our young people, not to mention our teachers. And by coming back in person in any large-scale way, we would need to break those bonds, because we would need to reassign students to teachers based on whether they were coming back or not. And we feel that would be very detrimental to students, not just academic growth, but to their social and emotional health as well. Fourth, we use our bus fleet every morning, as you know, to deliver meals to thousands of families all across the city. And so if we were to open up in person, it would make it very difficult to provide socially distanced transportation while also providing meals for all of the other families who would choose not to return in person. And fifth, while we are grateful that the vaccine is now available, the rate of vaccination is still very low. And that is no fault of anybody on the RPS team or the Virginia Department of Health team or the Richmond City Health District team. Everybody's working very hard. The reality is the supply of vaccine is just very limited. And so as we've shared, under 30% of RPS staff have received their first dose, and I would estimate under 10% have received their second dose. So a very small percentage of our staff are fully inoculated, which we think is very, very important. So for all of those reasons, we are recommending that we largely maintain our virtual program for the remainder of the school year, but at the same time, recognizing that this year has been particularly challenging for our most vulnerable students, those with the highest need in terms of their IEPs, those are exceptional education services, and those with the highest need in terms of English language proficiency, young people who speak literally no English and may be struggling with special education issues as well. And so what we are proposing, both because we do feel it is the right thing to do and to be responsive to the governor's expectation, that we would try to open about 100 seats for our highest need exceptional education and English learner students. We would, if the board were to approve this, and that decision does not need to be made tonight, though we would like to make it very soon. Our plan would be to identify those young people, identify the staff that would be potentially willing to do so on a completely voluntary basis, with the goal of bringing those young people back after spring break. So it would not be by the March 15th deadline, but we want to be very thoughtful and judicious about how we approach this. And so we think doing it after spring break would be the best approach. So let me just pause there before I go on to next year's calendar, because this matter is the most time-sensitive one right now in terms of the calendar. So I'll pause there, Madam Chair, and if there are any questions, glad to try to answer those. And then when you're ready, we can move on to the calendar for next year.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras. I think Mr. Young is the first to ask, followed by Dr. Harris Muhammad. Is that correct, Mr. Young?
I'll gladly follow Dr. Harris Muhammad.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Mr. Young, you don't need to do that. I will follow you. Thank you.
Too kind. Mr. Superintendent, thank you. I appreciate the plan that you have introduced and that we are evaluating first this evening. Everyone knows that I introduced back in the fall a plan specifically to provide for our students that are special needs students or that are IEPs, learning disabilities. They're defined in different code, different ways. But the point is, we're talking about the same students. Provide them an opportunity to opt in, to voluntarily choose in person, along with our teachers, the opportunity to opt in, to voluntarily to choose to teach students that fit the criteria I just identified. So I am grateful for this proposal, though modest it is, I would invite my colleagues. I would invite my colleagues to recognize, as I know they all do, how our students with learning disabilities or special needs students, students with IEPs, et cetera, and I'm putting them all in one group, that they have been disadvantaged in a way that arguably few other students have. And I am lumping all of our students, about 3,000 into one bucket that I know is not apt to do, because students with IEPs range from myriad of issues. And some students are doing well. There arguably some students are doing better virtually, but a lot of students aren't. And so this is a long way to share that I support reopening of schools this spring for students that would include our English language learners and students with IEPs. But I, to be blunt, think that this proposal, though it's a step in the right direction, and I don't want to do anything but celebrate some newfound momentum. I do think it's still too modest, and hope that we would encourage scaling that number. Candidly, 100 students in the city of Richmond, just we can do better, and I look forward to the conversation. But again, thank the superintendent for introducing what he has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is
Yes,
yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Cameron, does this plan offer opportunities for students who are self-contained? And if it does, you can provide the board with that number of students who fall in that category of self-contained classes. Also, has your team given deep thought to including in the plan, and I sent an email to the board members and to the administration on February the 11th at 6:09 a.m. with a few of recommendations, and in no way do they have to accept these recommendations, but they were recommendations based on our 2018 and 2019 data, as we talk about using data to move the needle of instruction. I wanted to know, Mr. Cameras, are we considering our seniors who need a verified credit, which is different from a course credit, but do we have them in mind when we're talking about preparing to reopen? And if we're not thinking about our seniors who need a verified credit for graduation, then what would be the plan to ensure that those students who need a math verified credit, it doesn't matter which cohort they're in, or if they need a reading or writing SOL verified credit, doesn't matter which cohort they're in. What is the plan in ensuring that these students receive the resources, the remediation in a timely manner prior to SOL testing, which the window opens again, I believe sometime in March. So if you can address those, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would ask Dr. Epp to weigh in.
Yes, Dr. Epp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. On the first question, what we're currently looking at in this spring reopening proposal, given the need to focus and limit the number of seats, we're proposing to provide for K2 students who are high needs and have autism, who are in self-contained classrooms, and that's about 57 students. That also includes about 4 students who are significantly visually impaired for students with an IEP. And then similarly, another 50 students who are English language learners, as Mr. Cameras described. So the current thinking is that we would try to limit this again, we feel like we're in a really good rhythm for our upper elementary, and like basically 3 through 12 for students with special needs. Not perfect, but in terms of virtual learning, we've got a really good rhythm in place, and we would not want to disrupt that rhythm. In terms of the high school question and verified credits, we have been offering opportunities for assessment for students to test. We certainly are tracking very closely what seniors need to graduate. We're tracking very closely students on track to graduate on time based on their requirements, including verified credits. The state just issued last week some broader guidance to expand eligibility for locally awarded verified credits. So we're looking at students that would be eligible for those. For students who do need to test for a verified credit, we've actually begun already providing robust tutoring services at our high schools. And so students have multiple opportunities to get targeted SOL support should they need to test for a verified credit for graduation.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Dr. Epps, so also in that email on that day of February the 11th, if you can provide, and I do know this takes some time to put together, but if you can provide the board where we are with our seniors, because I understand you did a presentation, or I don't know if it was a presentation, but had a conversation in the community about where our seniors are and the things that they need to do or not doing or what have you. If you can provide that sometime in the future to the board before, May maybe, so we'll know where we are as a governance team, we can be prepared mentally and be prepared to talk with our community and constituents about, okay, this is where Richmond Public Schools, we think, based on this data that the administration has provided to us, we think this is where we will be. So I really appreciate that. And I do recognize and want to share with the public that that is what I am asking. And I believe you were on that email. It does take time to do. However, I'm not asking for 2020 data. The board needs 2019, 2018, and 2019 data. To move forward. 2020 data is in the fall data, so let me specify, is good. But if we can get that, and you have a team of instructional specialists and interventionists and coaches, as you described last week, that can pull that data, demystify that data, put it back together for us. So that will really be helpful to the board. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to make a comment, please. As we're asking the administration to do these, and I was a part of the community meeting as well, and Dr. Epp will be making a presentation to us for the future. But so far as speaking on behalf of the board, Dr. Harris Muhammad, I think we need to come to agreement with that. I did read your email as well. I'm not asking for data from 18, 19, or whatever else, maybe because I already have what I need. But so far as stating what the whole board needs, I think we need to come together and reach consensus on behalf of the will of the board. And I'd like to hear other board members ask that, because much of that was on that list, because as you stated earlier, you're just coming on, so you're asking these questions, which you have the right to do. But when you make suggestions such as that for the whole board to have, please find out from us first what the will of the board is. Ms. Lilly, where's Ms. Lilly?
Thank you for that.
Would you speak on behalf of how we function as a board when we request items? You are muted.
Yes, I'm also thinking as far as the response to that, basically, I guess, to piggyback on what Ms. Burke was just saying, the will of the board, certainly some reports and some questions are simple to answer. Dr. Harris Muhammad has acknowledged that what she's asking for may be more extensive than not and may reach back into some years. So basically what needs to happen is the board just needs to reach consensus on whether or not they wish the school, the superintendent and the administration to expend the the time it may take to pull that information together if it's not otherwise already together. I can't speak for what's already available or not, but certainly as the board, if that is the will of the majority of you, then the administration can move forward with processing that request.
I'm asking that on Monday with our governance meeting, because some of that information that was listed on that list, some of us may already have it or can tell you where it is because it may be on your board docs or whatever. So if you'd be so kind, Dr. Harris Muhammad, with that list as well, we can address that if that's in agreement, because some of the information should come up like this. Some of the information, for instance, I don't need to see 18, 19 because I already have it, 19, 20, whatever else, but you need it, you're supposed to have it. So when you speak on the will of for the board, that's more so that what you requested that you need to have. So I would like us to have conversation about that on the 22nd in our governance meeting as to how do we function as we ask questions. Are you asking them on behalf of the board, or are you asking them on behalf of yourself? So I would like us to have some clarity on that as we move forward. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to that?
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And also the reason I'm stating that is some of these documents that we're putting together, that we're being asked to pull together, it takes 30 or 40 hours. So while we're trying to work on the budget piece, the administration, they're working on that, putting together reports that we're asking for. And right now, it may be something that we may not need until a month or two later. So just want to keep the main thing and just stack everything appropriately. But I hope that you will be in agreement. And if anyone wants to say anything else regarding that we can address that on the 22nd during our governance, because we want to move forward. But as they're getting together all those things on the list, writing everything on that list isn't needed right now for the budgets. Certain things some of us already have. And I want you to have what you're supposed to have and what you need to have. So my push here is that as we speak, that's something that you need. And it may be somebody else that needs that as well. But let's be mindful when we speak on behalf of the whole board. Any other comments regarding that?
Madam Chair, I've Miss Dorr, Miss White, and Miss Rizzi in that order.
Thank you. Ms. Dorr?
Thank you. In regards to the reopening plan, I know that some of our teachers are going to want to know, especially our special ed teachers are going to want to understand how teachers will be selected or opt in to come back. So I was wondering if you could comment on that. And then I will say that the governor's announcement has created, some additional advocacy among the parent community to, at least in my district, to understand what is our reopening plan. And so I would request that when we have the updated dashboard that we really talk critically about our reopening plan. And I would like to as part of that conversation, I would like to have a better understanding of how other districts are responding to the governor's announcement. And I think that would be helpful as we continue to monitor the situation. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Excuse me, go right ahead.
On your first question, Ms. Dorr, this would be voluntary for teachers, so nobody would be assigned. This is, would be a relatively small number of teachers given the number of students we're talking about. So we do feel confident that there would be enough individuals who would volunteer to do so. And we would create a process to reach out to the relevant teachers because these would be very specialized individuals. I think this will likely be, we may not even need necessarily a survey. It might be phone calls and reaching out to folks and saying, what do you think? But nobody will be pressured to return. I gave folks my word on that at the beginning of the year, and I will hold fast to that to the last day of this year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron. Mrs. White?
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Cameron, I just had one question and one comment. I was looking at the holidays there. Where you go? I was looking at the holidays there, and are those new holidays, or you had Muslim, Jewish, and Hindu? Are those new ones, or is anything different? Because I don't remember RPS as having a Hindu holiday.
Those would be new for RPS. I will speak to those in just a minute after we wrap up the spring conversation. But very briefly, Ms. White, we would like to be more inclusive, and some of our neighboring communities, for example, Henrico, a couple of years ago made the change to include those holidays as our community becomes more religiously diverse. And so this was something which has been on our calendar to-do list, and we added it in as part of the proposal for next year.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to make a comment because I got kind of a little confused when Ms. Burke was over talking. And I'm not sure where that was going with Dr. Muhammad, but I personally feel if she needs some supporting documentation for to to support whatever she's stating, then she should be able to request them. I'm not sure how that went. Is she speaking for the whole board or for herself? But I think as administration, as RPS administration, this is not their first rodeo to actually put a budget together or to pass a budget. So therefore, supporting, we shouldn't even have to ask for supporting documentation for the budget, because the budget, whatever supported documentation, should be just included with everything. It seemed like that the board is asking for every little bit of data or supporting documentation. And I see where Dr. Muhammad is going with that, because she's asking to support whatever she's, her platform is. So I didn't really understand that, Ms. Burke, what you were saying, that she's speaking for everyone. I think she was speaking probably for herself, but she wanted to copy all the new board members. But I say to the administration of RPS, this is not your first rodeo, so I shouldn't have to ask for anything because you already have done this. You've done this a year ago. So that's just how I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White, for that. As I stated, just as you did, Dr. Muhammad has the right, and so do you, to ask for whatever you so desire. But when the statement is made, what the board needs, that's why I asked Ms. Lilly to share that. And I will share that policy with you. When you speak on behalf of what the board needs, that is dependent upon what she needed, and she's supposed to get what she asked for, okay? But when you say the board needs, that changes the content. And that's why I was stating on the 22nd, when we meet with the governance, we'll have the Ms. Patterson to break that down for us. So you do have the right to send all the emails and ask for whatever you ask and then some. But what I've also stated is if I already have it, don't speak for me. If I need it, I'm going to ask you and include it in again.
I just didn't hear the board needs. That's why. That's what I didn't catch.
All right. I'm listening and I'm watching your faces. I'm listening and I don't want anybody to miss out on anything. But no, I don't have the right to stop anyone from asking what he or she wants. No, I can't do that. But when you say the board needs, that changes the context. That's all. I understand the heart of all. I do. I really do. All right. Who do we have next? Miss Rizzi. I think you're next.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to go there. There's a question I have and then a comment. I wanted to go back to, the April period, April 12th through June 18th for the in-person for the highest need students with IEPs. You mentioned that there are close to 52 of them. Is that the number I heard? Yeah, anybody?
I believe so. I would ask Dr. Epp to share any additional details she had.
And so, and you said that teachers would not be required to do this. I'm sure these 52 students are probably from all over the city. I mean, I don't think that they'd all attend one school. So have you worked out where these students will be located, how they will get to wherever they're located? And then, I think that's my major concern. Like, they're certainly scattered in certain areas, right, or among our schools. And so how would you work out transportation for these students? And then where would they be located? Also for the ELL, you said there are about 50 of them.
Yes, Ms. Rizzi, we would identify likely a kind of north of the river and south of the river location, and we would use contracted bus services to provide transportation. And we are happy to bring all the details to you very shortly. We just wanted to get a sense from the board if this is a proposal that generally speaking there was support for. But we would again try to cluster these students in a couple of locations to keep the logistics and the health and safety protocols as tight as possible.
Right. And, with a small amount of students as this, it would seem feasible that you could even directly contact these children's parents and
Yes.
have that worked out with them.
Yes.
Yeah. And my comment is that, we're going back to this, how we request data when we need data, whether it's for us or the will of the board. I need to reiterate the fact that anything I request is not for me. It's because I feel like should be general knowledge. It should be accessible to me and the general public. I never ask for anything just for me, and I don't think Dr. Harris Mohammed does. We are actually trying to make things more transparent and get information out to our constituents and to the community that, even they find difficult to locate. And so I do want to say that this, semantics aside, the board, me, whomever, I just think that it's important for us to have access to information, and we shouldn't have to ask for every single thing. Some of it should, maybe you could decide, okay, hey, what might this board need to make this easier, to make it more transparent and then therefore make it easier for them to communicate these things to the public.
Thank you very much. Anybody else, Mr. Young? Ms. Young.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page.
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hearing a lot of comments from my colleagues, and yes, and Madam Chair, I think you stated it very clear, but just for clarity, so when one board member asks for information, all 9 of us receive the information from the administration. Am I correct?
Mr. Cameras?
Yes. All information that we provide, unless it's a very small school-specific matter, is shared with the entire board.
So I just want to, because if one person is asking for information, we all should get the information. But also, and Madam Chair, you can help me in administration. So when we asking for this information, what isn't going to have an impact on our decision making, or is this for informational purposes? So I'm just trying to get clarity on that, because we want to make sure that the administration utilizing the best use of their time, because if this is just for informational purpose, then we are taking away from the main thing, and that's student achievement. But again, if one person gets information, all 9 of us get information. Correct, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you want to speak about the will of the board? You haven't been a former chair?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the will of the board, it's the will of the board. But if one person, we're a team. And we have to keep that in mind. We are a team. So yes, if it's the will of the board, it's the will of the board. You may not agree with it, but if it's the will of the board, it's the will of the board. Yes. So I hope I made myself very clear. And I know it's challenging, but some of the information, a lot of the information is in board doc. So Madam Chair, so the information that some of my colleagues are requesting, if we can refer them to board docs to receive the information, because a lot of the information is already out there. And I know it's a disadvantage because of the timing of when our elections are, but if we could help board members,
Yes.
to direct them to board docs to gather that information. I think that will be very helpful, when we are seeking information.
Thank you, Ms. Page. I think that's a great idea, and I hope we can do that on the 22nd so that they will have it at their fingertips and know exactly where to go. Because with our orientation, those are things that we did not address, and that's the purpose of going back together with the governance piece. So it's going to be, I like what you said regarding the team, but much of all the data that they're asking for, they shouldn't have to look for it, but it's up to us to make sure that we show them what we do have and where it is. So I appreciate that. Mr. Young, any other comments?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Muhammad and Ms. Jones.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you to my colleagues for the support. I really appreciate it. And I want to bring some clarity. I am never in a position to speak on the will of the board or on behalf of the board. The information that I request is to help me make sound decisions that the teachers, administrators, classified, certified staff have reached out to me to consider. I can't make decisions without having the information at hand to make those decisions. And concerning information that you all may have on board docs, one of the challenges that we're currently having with this administration, and it's a challenge that can be fixed, is that we need to ensure that the information that they would like for us to review is uploaded in board docs in a timely manner. We can define what a timely manner is. However, everybody is not at home during the day. I'm not asking anyone to make any provisions for Dr. Shonda Harris Muhammad, but I am asking the administration and my school board colleagues to understand that the information that I have requested or asked to review should already be prepared. As Ms. Burke stated earlier, she has it. Some other board members may have it. I don't have it. That information helps me make decisions because I don't think just for today. I think about where we need to be next week or next month or what have you. I do understand. I think I am one besides Ms. Burke understand that a lot of things take preparation and time to put together. You just can't pull it out somewhere. I do understand that. However, some of the pieces of information that I have requested, kindly in an email or even during a school board meeting, we should already have somewhere in a database or Excel spreadsheet. I'm not asking for information just to be asking for information because let me be clear, I don't have time to do that. I don't have time to sit and just play with information because I don't have anything else to do. Let me be clear. I am asking for information, one, because I have received questions, comments from teachers in this division, principals in this division, assistant principals in this division, just like all of us
All of
receive
us, yes.
information from everybody. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands, if you choose to understand or not. I'm not asking for information because I don't have anything else to do. I'm asking for information so it can help make the decisions that I need to make and I'm required to make as a school board member. So, I hope you all can respect that. And I'm going to continue to ask for the information. So if I misspoke and said what the board needs, Shonda Harris Muhammad is requesting it. And I don't think the administration should not give it because 3 or 4 board members have said, well, no, she doesn't need that. Why does she need that? Just ask me why I need it. No one asked me why I needed that information. I would have been able to go just like this to you. I need it because of this, but nobody asked me. So, I just wanted to share that. Thank you for allowing me to share that. And again, thank you, board members, for the support and ensuring, just letting the public know, no, I'm not in no way talking on or speaking on behalf of the board. But I am, as a board member, requesting information and I would like to have it. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree as well with my colleagues. And I do want to point out that I don't necessarily see it as giving us information, but more so educating us. We are new to the board. So a lot of these discussions have happened prior to us coming on. So we do need to be educated, and we do need to be educated properly because we're receiving a lot of proposals, a lot of information. We're digesting a lot of information, processing a lot of information. And to simply say it's on board docs, yes, that is the easiest way to get to it, but that doesn't necessarily mean we understand it when we read it. So I would also like to just point out that there have been a lot of data and a lot of information that has been requested, even just going back to tonight. We talked about the cooperative agreement, and there are a lot of people who don't understand the Virginia Procurement Act. But however, what we do know is if we're going to follow or ride a cooperative agreement, we're going to at least be able to show you an example of what that is. And so some of the things that are being presented, there isn't, as Ms. White stated, any real supporting documentation that can help us compare and contrast or basically connect the dots. I did want to ask, I had a question for Mr. Cameras. When we originally talked about whether or not we were going to further this conversation tonight, I asked if there was anything new updated in this proposal. And so I wanted to ask, when we are talking about the students with the special needs that says offer in-person instruction to a small number, is that new? Because I don't recall talking about that.
Yes, that is new, Ms. Jones. We had previously made the decision to be 100% virtual. So yes, this is new information. Okay, and so with that, if we're saying that we're going to ask or have the teacher, this will be completely voluntary for students and teachers, then I'm trying to understand what's the conflict between the teachers that are basically saying, or the public and the community that's saying we will lose teachers, teachers may not come back. I feel that I kind of sense it's a sense of confusion, because if we're talking about the specialty students and the needs with the IEPs and, highest needs students, but then we're saying that this is totally volunteered, I'm not understanding why teachers are concerned with having to come back and work if it's a voluntary option. I hesitate to speak on behalf of all teachers. I think some of the comments we heard tonight might be in reference to next year's schedule, as distinct from the spring proposal. And if we went to a year-round calendar next year, that year-round calendar would apply to everybody. And so that might be what is behind some of those comments from teachers. Okay, and then, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, that's okay, I'm done. Yeah, and then my last question is, so
if we're saying that this piece is new, it kind of takes me back to my question about the 5,000 students. Why this group? So why are we like moving around different groups to try, to kind of align with the reopening? I'm trying to understand why we chose this group now.
It's the group of students that we have the most significant concerns about, given the nature of their unique learning needs in the virtual environment. We know that there have been particular struggles with young people who have the most severe learning disabilities and those who have essentially no English proficiency. And so that's why, as we thought about the governor's request and trying to, frankly, thread the needle between what we heard very clearly from our community and our staff, while also trying to be responsive to the governor, we thought this was the population of students that we should focus on. It is a group of students that we had considered bringing back in person earlier, as Mr. Young, I believe, noted, but ultimately we collectively decided just to remain 100% virtual.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you so very much. You want to continue, Mr.
Yes.
Superintendent Cameras? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reshare now. 1 second. Okay. So now I am shifting to the calendar for next school year. So I'm leaving the spring behind. We'll hopefully make some decisions on that perhaps next week. But now I'm looking forward to next school year. And again, I want to just reiterate what I said at the outset, which is I completely understand the very passionate feelings about the kind of calendar we should have next year, and deeply respect folks wherever they are on this. I think everybody is motivated out of a desire to ensure the health and safety, physical and mental, of all students and all staff. I think there's just lots of different ways of getting there, and the one that we're proposing tonight is an updated version from one we proposed a couple of weeks ago, based in large part on a lot of feedback that we did hear from teachers and from families. By no means is this the end of the conversation. It was our next iteration in the process, and I by no means claim to suggest this is the perfect calendar or the only calendar. It is our best recommendation to you at this moment. So let me jump in. First, our plan is to open fully in person for next school year. And I do want to make sure the public hears that, because I think there was some confusion about that I heard in public comment. Again, our plan is to open up fully in person next school year, and to maintain a virtual pathway for families who would prefer to remain virtual. But our primary focus is to open up fully in person. We think that is critical for our young people. Second, I would agree with all of the board members who shared tonight how important it is that we recognize the challenges that our young people are facing, and the challenges that they faced before the pandemic, many of which have only been exacerbated during the pandemic, and the inevitable learning loss which has occurred over the last year, not because of anything teachers haven't done or have done, they are doing incredible work. But the reality of virtual instruction is that it is imperfect. And we know from data, not just here in Virginia, but around the country, that learning loss is likely to be significant. And so as a response, one of the things that we are proposing is additional time for instruction. And I want to be very clear. That doesn't mean we don't also want to focus intensely on students' social and emotional well-being. In fact, quite the contrary. As you'll see in hopefully a few minutes, there are major investments we're hoping to make for the social and emotional health of students, many of which I feel we are better able to provide if we have more time with our kids next year. And so we are proposing 7 additional weeks of instruction, again, for 5,000 of our highest need students. This would be broken up into 3 sections, 3 weeks in late July and August, right before school, which, just to make things easy, we call Jumpstart. 2 weeks in November, again, to make things easy, calling it a fall boost, and 2 weeks in March, calling it a spring boost. This would be optional for these students, though it would be strongly encouraged. And we would identify these students using primarily scores on reading assessments that are grade level appropriate. So for example, PALS for early grades, MAP for upper elementary and middle school grades, and then high school grades and other assessments at the high school level. So again, voluntary, but strongly encouraged. And we would work very hard to develop a suite of incentives to make it enticing for young people to participate. The teachers during these extra weeks of instruction, again, working those weeks would be voluntary. No one would be forced to, and we would pay nearly double the normal rate for extra duty pay. It's normally $22, and we're proposing to pay $40 an hour. And so a teacher who worked all 7 of these additional weeks would earn approximately $10,000 in additional compensation for the year. And so while I would love to be able to add $10,000 on every teacher's salary just for the work they're doing right now, I do think one of the nice things about this proposal is it does create a pathway for significant additional compensation for teachers who want to work the time. One of the things that we have adjusted based on feedback thus far is we maintained more of a summer break. So even if you are one of the students who is participating in these extra sessions, you would still have a 5-week summer break. And if you were not participating, you would have an 8-week summer break. So still a rather sizable break. Yes, it wouldn't be 12 weeks, but still 2 months that would be fully available for summer activities. We've also included 4 full day and 2 half-day teacher work days to provide more relief for teachers. And as Ms. White noted earlier, given the increasing religious diversity of our families and our staff, giving off Easter Monday, Eid al-Fitr for our Muslim students and staff, Diwali for those who are Hindu, and Yom Kippur for those who are Jewish. Let me just take you to the actual calendar. Is this large enough, or should I zoom in? It's okay. I can only see a few of you. Can you give me a thumbs up or thumbs down?
If you could zoom in,
I
that
need
would be
zoom
very
in,
kind.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do that. So what you can see here in the pink, this is the spring. And these, well, today's the 16th. The pink is representing kind of maintaining the status quo. And then you'll see here in red, April 5th through 9th is spring break. And then we move to these orange days. That represents bringing back that group of 100 or so students with the most significant special education needs and English language needs. So that would then take us to the end of the school year at June 18th. So that's what the orange is. I'm going to jump to next year now. So what you'll see here in blue, you'll see the last 2 weeks of July and the first week of August. Those would be the jumpstart weeks. So we would bring roughly 5,000 kids back early to get 3 weeks of intensive literacy support before the school year officially started. Now, again, I want to stress, no one would be required to do that. So if a family didn't want to have their children have a shorter summer, they would not have to send their students. Of course, we would strongly encourage it, but again, it would not be required. The green are teacher professional learning days, and the purple are teacher work days. That's uninterrupted time for teachers to prepare for their lessons. Our official start date in this proposed calendar would be August 17th. It's in red here. Yes, that is earlier than a normal start, which is after Labor Day, but not as dramatic as our last proposal, which had us starting the first week of August. So now we're in mid-August, so preserving most of the summer. As you can see, there would be the last week of June, actually the last 2 weeks of June, all of July, and the first 2 weeks of August for any young people who were not participating in the Jumpstart session. Then the yellow days are school days. The red days are just holidays and such. And then you'll see in November, we have another about week and a half. That's for Fall Boost. And we've wrapped it around Thanksgiving, the 25th and the 26th, knowing that it would make things a little bit smoother so there aren't as many breaks for families. Then we keep going. We have December winter break, January, February, and then you'll see in March, we have another 2 weeks for the spring boost. Again, this is when those 5,000 students would get additional instructional support. Then we get into April with spring break, May, June, and we would end on June 24th. I'm gonna stop there because the next few months takes us into 2022-23, which we don't need to worry about right now, but we're just showing how it could repeat. I do want to note, though, we did, I want to make sure this is clear to everybody. So I'm just focusing here on the 2021-22. The regular student days, as this calendar is set up right now, is 181, which is only one more day than we currently have. So I want to be clear about that. Then you'll see the extra student days would be 32. So if your child came to the Jumpstart and the Fall Boost and the Spring Boost, they're getting 32 days of extra instruction. Small group, literacy focused, intensive support with enrichment activities as well. I also want to note the regular teacher days. So if you choose not to work those extra sessions, we're at 190 days. That is exactly what actually, that might be slightly less than what we're at this year. So there is no additional required time for teachers to work. But if you choose to work those additional days, and it's 35, not 32, because there's 3 days of professional learning and a teacher workday, again, you would be compensated at $40 per hour and earn roughly $10,000 over the course of the year. So again, nobody would be forced to work during these blue days. And if you're a teacher and you choose not to work during those days, those are vacation days. So in November, when it's Thanksgiving time, if you prefer not to be working during these extra times, that is your choice. You would make that decision at the beginning of the year so we could plan appropriately. But if you chose not to, then if you wanted to take a vacation, a long vacation around Thanksgiving, you could do that. Or if you wanted to take an early spring vacation in March, you could do that as well. If you would prefer to make extra money because your family needs that, then you could work those times. So there's actually a lot of flexibility in the proposal, which allows both families and teachers to take a path that best suits their needs. And so I do think we've tried very hard to be responsive to a lot of what we've heard over the last couple of weeks. I do want to recognize, and I'm going to stop sharing so I can see everybody. I do want to acknowledge, yes, this is it's a big change, and I know we're coming off of a year that was filled with change and tumult, and so I empathize with those comments that said, hey, let's just keep everything the way kind of it was before the pandemic for a year. Maybe we could revisit this in a year's time. And if that's what the board ultimately decides, of course, that is certainly what we will do. I do want to push a little bit though with you all. We have extraordinary needs if we are going to reach the goals that we have set forth in Dreams for RPS. And the hill we have to climb just got a lot higher over the past year. And I do think this is an extraordinarily challenging moment in time. And I think it calls for an extraordinarily ambitious response. Not to be intentionally disruptive and not to just say we did something, but to really collectively roll up our sleeves and say, how do we meet the moment, knowing that our kids need more? And I think the essence of equity, and we all talk a lot about equity, is making sure the kids who need the most get the most. And that's exactly what this proposal does on a voluntary basis for both students, families, and staff, ensuring that the kids who need the most have the opportunity to get the most so that they can be set up for success going forward. And look, if the board ultimately decides this is not the pathway we want to follow, so be it. But I do think we need to think big and bold and outside the traditional box of school as we look towards the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years, so that we can help our young people launch forward post-pandemic. With that, I will pause, Madam Chair, and take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Yam?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. First, Ms. Rizzi, and then you, Madam Chair.
All right, Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did remember what it was that like kind of blindsided me in terms of like, the board not knowing about it. Actually, during public comment, it was mentioned a couple of times, and actually, a couple of people had reached out to me and told me that the Teacher Advisory Council and other teachers had actually been meeting with members of administration and providing feedback on this calendar. Pre-survey, right? Pre-survey on MOS to our communities, right? I didn't know that. Did anybody else know that? Because I felt really blindsided by that. Like if you've already been talking this out with teachers and we don't know anything about it, it puts us at a disadvantage.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
We did not have discussions with teacher groups about this calendar that you're seeing tonight.
I just mean the calendar at all.
Well,
we didn't know that you'd had any discussions with teachers. I didn't.
If I may, the last proposal that we shared with the school board, we of course talk with teachers about proposals so that we can get feedback, but that proposal was also shared with the school board.
The proposal was the fact that you had started talking with teachers was not. is what I'm trying to say, Mr. Cameron.
I did not share. So let me back up. I always seek input from my teacher advisory council, my principal advisory council, my student advisory council, my parent advisory council, my reopening advisory council on everything we do when we formulate ideas such as this. But proposals come to the board first. But we have conversations about ideas to help develop those proposals.
Yeah, and are you saying that my concern is not valid, Mr. Cameras, that you had these discussions with these various groups and we were not aware of that? Are you saying that that's not a valid, I don't have a right to feel a little blindsided by that?
No, I'm not sure we're saying the same thing. When we, for example, if I can take this example of the extended year, when the board charged us to come up with an extended year proposal, we talked with all sorts of groups about ideas about how to approach that. Then we developed a formal proposal and presented that to the school board. But I don't know what is, help me understand what is
Well,
problem.
I think because, we had been talking a lot about like surveying teachers and getting teacher input. And I was coming at this with the idea that that had not happened on any formal level. And so consulting these groups, I mean, that's a practice, I think, is something that the school board ought to be explicitly told. And I don't think I should have assumed that you've been doing that. I just, it seemed to kind of take me off guard that, this had already been discussed. And I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just going to state that I felt blindsided by that fact. And I would like to know, I can't speak for the board, but processes are important. And I'd like to know how these things come about and explicitly know that. Okay, so I'm just stating that. My question really is about how many teachers do you expect to be able to employ? We're talking 5,000 students. I mean, I guess I could kind of do the math with, 10,000 into 5,000. I don't know, I don't know. But do you have an estimate of how many teachers you'll be able to hire during these intersessions and at what levels?
Mr. Cameras, I think you're on mute.
I'm so sorry. In the later portions of the presentation, we have additional data, including here in this budget presentation, it assumes 625 teachers. That's 5,000 students at a 1-to-8 teacher ratio. That shows you how we get some of the numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. Mr. Young, I will defer. Who's next? Anyone
Yes,
else
ma'am.
with questions, comment?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Mohammed, then Ms. White.
All right, Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Mr. Camus, I have a couple of questions, and the order in which you want to answer them, is fine with me. Who made or created the survey? Can board members review the survey? And I'm gonna stop right here because I'm asking that question because I'm just curious to the formulation of the survey with questions such as how do you identify yourself, check as many as you apply. So we're asking for race. Where do you work? Are you receiving TANF or SNAP benefits? Do you have an IEP or have a child that has an IEP? Does your family receive SNAP, TANF, Medicaid? Which RPS schools do your children attend? I think that's a valid question, but I'm just curious as to who formulated the survey, because when you mentioned of a survey earlier, I was thinking, oh, great, that is phenomenal. The survey is out. Okay, the public comment probably came in prior to the survey going out, I don't know. But when I'm reading some of the questions on the survey, I am trying to fathom what does that have to do with year-round school? Because the race shouldn't matter, the demographics shouldn't matter. If they receive Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, that shouldn't matter. Even if they are a child with a active IEP, that shouldn't matter, because a year-round calendar of any form does not just apply to those categories. The year-round calendar is created for all students in mind, not just the students that we're describing here. So I want you to think about that and how you're going to respond to that. Is this calendar that you're sharing with us right now, is this a component of a year-round calendar? And if it is, how do you plan to allocate to support this calendar when there's no money in, there to support it? So if you can address those, but I do want to publicly say that reading the survey to students, parents, and teachers concerns me on some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harris Mohammed. We asked those questions to help us ensure that we are getting a representative sample of our families and staff. So by that, I mean, often what occurs when we put out a survey is we will hear from a whole bunch of people, sometimes in one part of the city or from a couple of schools. And so you look at the data and you think, oh, here's what the data is telling me. But in reality, it is reflecting only a very small portion of our families. If I may be more blunt, sometimes when we do surveys, we will, for example, often hear from a lot of families at, say, Munford, before we hear from other families across the city. That's just how it happens if you look at the data. And so if I cut the data for you tonight, right now, I haven't looked at it, but I bet you that Munford has the most respondents. And so if we presented the data, it would be skewing the results towards one student population. And so by asking those questions, then I can report to the board, look, we know, for example, our student population is, roughly 90% students of color. Well, if the survey respondents are saying that we only have 50% families of color, we know we're not getting a real good representation of all the families in Richmond. And so that's the only reason we ask those questions. I do want to note the survey is anonymous, so I have no idea who answered what. So there's no tracking back of that data. And of course, absolutely, all of the information will be public, and we want to make sure that we get as many responses as we possibly can. On your second question, in terms of sustainability, one of the reasons we proposed reserving about 14 million of the federal stimulus for the 22-23 school year is to be able to continue this schedule into the following year. And I'm not sure if we've discussed this yet, but the latest information I have received about any funds we might receive from the Biden stimulus package, assuming that gets passed at some point, is that those funds we could use through 2024, which means we would have at a minimum 3 years already taken care of in terms of this calendar. Now, we would have to make a decision as we get into the 24-25 school year, if there wasn't sufficient state money or local money to continue, whether we would do so. But I do think we are in a very good position to maintain this for at least 3 school years.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So who created the survey? Did we hire someone or did someone
did it.
in-house create the
No,
survey?
we did it internally.
Is this a component of a year-round calendar? What you're presenting to us right now, this calendar that you have right here for us, is this a component of a year-round calendar?
This is a version of a year-round calendar.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, you have another question?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. White?
I do have a couple questions, but I just need to address this one that I hear about this survey. I haven't seen the survey, but Mr. Cameron, if I'm looking at this, I'm listening to what she's saying, and I just feel a little bit adamant that we are actually looking into economic challenges, because we already know that RPS is 56% African American. I don't think that we have to address the issues whether you have TANF or what other assistance that you are receiving. I mean, you can go by schools generally, just like you said, you probably have Munford already. The solution that I will be looking for from the administration is, if you see all Munford and you don't see anyone from any of the other schools that it looks like, then how are you going to go and address those schools that you don't see? But just to put that out, to me, that just don't, you got a community engagement group here, and it's just, that survey just doesn't seem right to me. Whether I have a Title I, because it looks like you're focusing on 2 different Title I, Title II. And personally, I wouldn't want to know anybody's economic challenges, and probably they wouldn't want to put them down there. They probably wouldn't even want to fill out your survey. So I just have some, when I heard that's just how I felt about that part. But I did have some questions for you. So I'm gonna go with my questions that I had for you, and you probably can answer. I'm just gonna tell you all of them at one time. Those students with the most significant needs that I heard you were talking about, going back first, will the staff be trained to handle all of their needs? And will those teachers receive some type of incentive for going back early with the students with the significant needs? And my other question I have, I know $10,000 does sound good to all teachers. I mean, additional. Will that be one check, or would it be broken down into checks when there is time for them to receive it? Or when schools start, then they just get one lump sum with $10,000? And my next question is, I saw an extra 35 teachers there. Will that extra 35 teachers, will that be additional teacher going to each classroom doing the intercession? Why would those extra 35 teachers be needed when you have 625 teachers? And I think my last questions would be, by me being a parent, I would like to know, does a parent has an option to send their child to Jumpstart, Fall Boost, or either option? I mean, all 3 of them, or maybe I just want to send my child to Jumpstart just to see it. Or do my child have to be identified as one of those 5,000, because you have already said that it's option for parents, and you may not even get 5,000 students? That was my last question.
Thank you, Ms. White. I'll maybe go in reverse order. It would be ideal for the students to participate in all 3 sessions. But if a family felt for whatever reason that their children could only participate in one or only two, I think we would accommodate that. And if there were fewer than 5,000 who chose it, then we would hire just the number of teachers that we would need for the smaller number. As for the 35, you said 35 teachers. I think what you might be referring to is 35 days.
You have an extra 35 teachers on one of your slides.
Can you tell me where that is? Because I'm not remembering that.
Oh, I don't have the slides up now. I had it.
The only
just go ahead.
Okay, the only 35 that I'm remembering from the presentation is the extra days that teachers who are working the Jumpstart and the fall and spring boost, they would be working those extra days. That's what they would be paid for. That takes me to your other question about the $10,000. That would be paid out over the course of the year. And we don't want to do a lump sum stipend because those are taxed at a higher rate. And so we would like to avoid Uncle Sam taking a whole big chunk of that from our teachers. So we would spread it out through the normal pay cycle.
I think there was one more question. The one with the students with the most significant needs. Will the staff be trained to handle all their needs, or whatever they need, and will those teachers receive some type of incentive?
You're speaking about this spring?
Yes.
Well, we would identify teachers who already have the skill set they need to support those high needs students. So we would only ask teachers who are already trained in the practices that they would need.
And Mr. Cameron, what would you say about the actual, what was the first thing I was talking about? The survey.
Yes.
Can they revise that part of the survey?
I would have to check on that. I do want to note a couple of things. Anyone can choose not to choose. There's one answer for every one of the questions, which says prefer not to say. So that is an option every time. These are also the same questions that we asked for our reopening, a decision whether to stay virtual or not. And we found it was very helpful because, for example, I recall sharing in some of my RPS directs, when we looked at the data after the first few days, we were seeing roughly 50% of the responses were from families that identified as white. Now we know that white families don't make up 50% of RPS. And so we made efforts and publicly called for work at our schools to get a more diverse representation. If we didn't have that question in the survey, we would not have known that. And we would have looked at the data and said, okay, here's what RPS families are saying. But in reality, what we would be looking at is, here's what a small group of RPS families are saying. And so by asking those questions, we're able to determine, are we actually getting a full picture of the RPS community, so that when we look at the data, we know it represents everyone and not just a small group of people.
Well, this is my last my last comment. Well, Mr. Cameron, this is also, I think this must be a template of questions, because I remember this, I think in the rezoning, these questions are the same questions. And it's almost like the administration already know who's going to engage these questions. And I just think that it needs to be where since there is a communication engagement, you know already who's going to answer the questions and who's not going to come out and answer the questions. So you probably get the same answers for every survey that you have done on the school board. So I'm just saying, based on that, those economic challenges that you see and people are going through, I just don't think that they need to be announced like that because you have been doing this survey for quite a while, which that has the same things on there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Jones, Ms. Dorr.
Ms. Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two questions. My first question is for Mr. Cameras. You mentioned talking to your parent advisory groups and other groups, prior to putting out the survey. My question is, you had said earlier about the board needing to approve this proposal before you move forward with anything. And I wanted to know once, this is approved by the board, how are you going to communicate this to the teachers? Because I guess I want to know, is tonight the first time teachers are seeing this calendar? Because you mentioned different groups that you've already communicated with, but is this the first time that teachers, principals are actually seeing the breakdown of the calendar and the way you've kind of like broke it down? Is this their first time seeing it? You muted, sorry.
So this latest version, yes. Again, we had an earlier version that teachers have seen. It was posted on board docs, and we've discussed and talked with, got lots of feedback in various forms. But this latest version, yes, I believe I shared it with you guys over email and then uploaded it to board docs. So yes, that's the first time that our teachers have seen this version. That's why I wanted to take some time tonight just to talk through it, so that teachers would have an opportunity to just kind of understand it a little bit more.
Yeah. And based on the approval, do you have already in place a plan going forward? Maybe like a document that you would share with them as to the days, how they could opt in or opt out? Or is that something that you still need to put in place once this is approved? Because I just want to make sure that we don't talk about the calendar here, go through the dates, all agree that it looks good or it doesn't look good, or however we decide to move forward. And then information is presented after the fact, because like we haven't seen what those next steps are going to be if it does get approved. And so I just want to be clear on what that looks like. If there is a plan, and if it isn't, that's fine. But if it is, what does that look like as well? So that it doesn't look like we said yes, and then here comes this, and this is going to happen.
So I'll try to use an example. I do not today have the survey that we would send out to teachers to say, all right, now, let's say the board approved this. We'd have to do a formal survey that would go directly to teachers' RPS email accounts, where they would officially choose whether to work those extra days or not. We do not today have that email written and all of that, but that would come very soon thereafter. What I can assure you is nothing, if the board were to approve this, and I want to be clear, I'm not asking for any action tonight, and nor are we taking any action tonight. It's just a discussion. But if down the road the board were to approve this, once it's approved, there wouldn't be any changes that would be surprising to teachers. It would just be, putting the pieces in place to, officially hear. If you want to work those extra days, we would, then send out the training dates and the sessions that would be involved, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and the only reason why I pause is because we're talking about doing a survey after the fact, which I think it would have made more sense to maybe do it on the front end, but that's neither here nor there. And then
just real quick, we did ask in the survey for teachers if how likely they would be to choose to work during those times.
Okay.
So we did ask that just to try to get a sense, like if nobody would want to work it, well, then we can just stop, and there's no point in going forward. But if 30-40% want, are open to it, That's all we would need to, because we're not talking about all kids, we're talking about 5,000 kids. So yes, we have already, that's in the survey. I was just talking about, that's different from a formal, all right, now you're signing on the dotted line to say you want to work those extra days. That would come later once the board approved it.
Okay, gotcha. And I apologize. I'm asking these questions and I could have held it off because we're not voting tonight. So I apologize. But I did have one other quick question, and it wasn't really a question. It was more of a comment. Ms. White had mentioned if in fact you even get 5,000 kids to sign up, could an option be that we maybe offer the schools that we mentioned earlier that were thriving with the attendance because they've been doing a lot of that one-on-one? Is it possible to maybe offer that same opportunity for the 5,000 students for maybe those schools whose students may need additional instruction, or even to the student that Ms. White had mentioned earlier, Ms. Rizzi mentioned earlier, at WIF, maybe taking those as opportunities to seek out other young people that are, kind of struggling. And if you don't get the amount of students that you're trying to attract during, through those 5,000, but just making sure that you're taking into account those other students that are struggling.
Absolutely. In fact, if we identify, say 5,000 kids and only 2,000 sign up, well, we know who the next 5,000 are, the next 10,000, like we can just look at the data, and, we can open it up to anybody who wants, ultimately, knowing that we want to prioritize the ones we know who need it the most. But absolutely, the kind of young people that you just mentioned, we would try to recruit and help them become part of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, Mr. Cameras. Ms. Dorr?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I love my Mary Munford survey respondents, so please continue. I love how engaged they are, so please keep it up. But I also think that we as old members of the board I'm feeling some empathy for the newer members and just like some of the things that have become norms to us that are not maybe norms to the rest of the board, and some historical context that I'm just like realizing how some of this might be a little bit confusing. So a couple of thoughts that just adds a little bit of context, and I think maybe we can, as older members of the board, just make sure that we're continuing to think about you all and getting you up to speed. But one, we did vote in September to task the administration to bring us options for a year-round calendar. So the board voted 7-2 to task the administration to bring this to us. And they did bring us an option for the calendar in December. Again, that was before you all came. And so typically, so just so you know, I think that that's part of a little bit of the confusion. And the reason why I was personally in support of exploring some of these options is because we were talking about some of the ramifications of being in virtual, having been out or being sort of in asynchronous learning for the second half of last year and then virtual for this year. How do we create a plan to support our kids when they do come back? And so many of us on the board were interested in the administration's opinion on the best ways to provide services to our students when we returned. So just one. Two, typically the way that we have done things, and I don't even know if we've really even outlined this process, but we've sort of come up with some sort of proposal as a board, or the administration has shown us some sort of proposal, and then the administration typically sends out a survey to parents and teachers, they get feedback, and then they come back to us with a tweaked proposal. So I think that's kind of where we are, but I don't think that, I think that because that's just become a norm of our board, it hasn't come before the new board as kind of an approval process, because we're just kind of used to that sort of flow. And so I think one thing that we can do moving forward is just ask the administration to sort of just let us all know kind of what is the process for getting public opinion on some of these initiatives. And I do think Dr. Harris, Sade, when she comes back, she usually comes and brings us a presentation of how she plans to engage the community that we review and give her feedback on. So I do think that that might be like a little bit of a missing component throughout this discussion. So excited for her to come back, or for any ideas from the administration on how we can make sure that that community, that vital community engagement piece is part of this discussion. And sort of to that community engagement piece, this is a change that we're considering. I think that if you are not steeped in education policy, it's hard to understand why this is a good idea. And, quite frankly, I need a little bit more information from you all about why this is a good idea. And so I ask for your grace and empathy to us, as at least to me. I'm not a teacher or, an administrator, so I just am not steeped in the research and the sort of visioning about why this really makes sense. And so I think that I personally would benefit from a little bit more of that. And I think the community would benefit a little bit more from that. I also think year-round is a tiny bit of a misnomer for this schedule, because what we're really talking about is 2 weeks earlier and 1 week later. It's not, I think people hear year-round and it's like, I have no summer anymore. So I think that we also just need to find some clear ways to explain this to the community. And one thing that I was actually going to ask is if someone from the administration would be willing to do a town hall with, maybe we do West End, East End, North, South, just so that people could have a little bit more of an intimate discussion so that they could understand this concept. Because I think year-round is not something that folks really know about. It's something that we're grappling with as a Richmond community. And so just some additional thoughts that I thought I would share.
We'd be happy to do that, Ms. Dorr. And thank you for the other context. And yes, we will certainly provide grace as well.
Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Page, Ms. Rizzi, yours truly, and then you, Madam Chair, and then I just saw a note from Dr. Harris Muhammad to close us out.
Ms. Page, Ms. Rizzi, who's the next one? You?
Yours truly,
Okay.
then you, Madam Chair, Dr.
Thank
Harris
you.
Muhammad.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Page.
Yes, Madam Chair, Ms. Dorr, you was, and we're thinking the same thing, because Ms. Jones and we're ahead of the game in making and planning community engagement for the South Side with the assistance of the administration. So thank you for putting that out there. So my question is for the superintendent. Can you provide the board a timeline, a rollout of, communication, how all of this is going to be communicated to, with our parents and the public, and a timeline so the board would know, expectations, what it is we have to, when we have to make our decision. Thank you.
Yes.
So you want a timeline and a schedule per se?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ms. Page. Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of wanted to clarify, why I was most concerned with the fact that some teachers had been consulted or indicated, recently, not on just past drafts, but recently indicated that they had offered input. And it seemed that, a large amount of teachers had not had any input. And so, my concern is, at some point, the majority of our teachers are going, well, they're all going to have to do this if we approve it. So we need to engage as many of their voices as possible, all at the same time. And so, I feel confused because our teachers are expressing some level of confusion. Like, a lot of them seem to be under the impression that they can still say that they don't necessarily want to do this. A lot of those letters, indicate that teachers are still under the impression that they have a choice even about that. Whereas what I'm hearing is that on the survey, it was, the question was, how many of you are willing to work? That's different from saying, how many of you, want this schedule? And so my confusion comes because I feel like I'm sensing a lot of confusion among our teachers. And so I just, I want to express that.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, and thank you, Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. I do want to note, one of the questions was, how comfortable would you be with this schedule? And the options went from very uncomfortable to very comfortable on a 1 to 5 scale. So no assumption of anybody needing to work. Another question was, how likely would you be to choose to work during the extra sessions, from very unlikely to very likely? Again, just to gauge a sense of how teachers are feeling about that. So no one was asked, are you going to work, or you need to sign up right now. Again, it was phrased in a very open, optional way, again, just to get a sense of what the interest level is. Again, because if only, 2% of teachers say that they would be willing to work during the extra days, there's no point in going forward. We wouldn't be able to do it. And so that's why we're trying to gather that information.
Thank you. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief because of the lateness of the hour, and everyone, I think, knows where I stand on this issue. But I would just, convey my gratitude to all the folks, including principally our teachers and our families who have weighed in and have provided their feedback to date. And I most look forward to many more persons doing so. I had the benefit, I suppose, of having this conversation at literally thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of doors last year, and as you can suspect, persons' opinions ranged from fully supportive to something very different. I would point out, and I'm thankful to Ms. Dorr for reminding us all of the timeline, including the fall authorization, but also in December, the process as identified by Dr. Epp to include the soliciting of teachers' input. But I want to go back further. So this conversation by no means is new to RPS, and specifically, my colleagues will recall that as a part of our strategic planning process, the year-round was one of the most, I think I can say this, one of the most cited and one of the most popular ideas introduced in hundreds of conversations. And in fact, it was, Mr. Superintendent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to overstate it, but it was in our dreams for RPS up until, I'm going to characterize it as up until the 11th hour. It was an initial draft specifically to launch in a pilot way, not unlike what Chesterfield did several years ago. So I too, like the superintendent, recognize that this is a systemic, if we were to adopt it, a systemic or seismic change or shift. And for that reason, I'm really grateful for everybody that's taken the time to weigh in and to do so passionately and to do so with candor. But I'll just finish for the purpose of this evening with this. And I think we all recognize, and when I say all, I think all of our PS recognizes that business as usual for the fall, for next academic year, is not adequate. That's just, I can tell you for this school board member, that's just a non-starter. Now, maybe we don't adopt this proposal that the superintendent has brought to us. Maybe we do something very, very different. Perhaps it's there are a lot of different ways to skin this cat, if I may say it that way. But the point is, I hope we all acknowledge that just to retain a business as usual approach in the fall, given the extraordinary loss relevant to not just academics, reading, writing, arithmetic, but also to what matters most, social emotional, to retain business as usual is just not, that's just not adequate, not for this board member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next person, Dr. Harris Muhammad, you can go ahead of me.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Dora's comments that she made earlier. And once again, I just want to bring to the forefront that this is to my own point that I made earlier. I wasn't a part of this discussion. And so even though this started, and I appreciate that, starting with in a part of 2020, for me, I need for that to be demonstrated. I don't necessarily need empathy. I need understanding that this is a lot for us to take in and review. And in addition to that, I'm very strong with educational policy. That's why I asked the questions that I asked. Because if I wasn't strong in that, I wouldn't be able to necessarily know what to ask. And also my experiences and what I've done for 30 years helped me ask what I asked. And so even though this is a version of a year-round calendar, and I will repeat always, I'm in support of year-round schools. I've seen the benefits. I've seen how teachers are stretched in rigor and students are stretched academically in year-round schooling. I will end with this on what our teachers and many of our community members are asking us to do. And I want to take us back to that. The sense of urgency of opening schools safely must be a priority for us. And I know we're not voting on this calendar tonight. I am just professionally, having 30 years of experience in public education, asking that we set this aside for right now. Now, I'm not asking anybody to kick anything down the road. That's not what I'm asking. We need to focus on getting the students in, part of for the spring calendar, which I think is a great plan. And then once we get through that, we're what, March, April, and looking at the calendar, I don't know if anybody has really looked at the calendar in the month and what we're asking our teachers be prepared to do. And I'm not taking this personally, absolutely not. But to say that we need to make bold moves and we need to do this and we can't surely start the way that we ended and all of these things, until you work in a building every day with children and teachers, you may not understand the full gravity of what we're getting ready to ask our staff to do. And I support year-round schools, but I cannot support it in this way today, next week, next month, whenever we vote for it. I just think we need to listen to the people who are asking us to listen to them. We listen to them on a most recent vote, but yet we don't want to listen to them right now. I'm just confused about that. But that too will come out in the wash. So I'm just asking if we just, prioritize again what we need to prioritize so we can safely reopen schools. The superintendent has given us a plan, which I think is great, and move forward from there. Delaying this is not a denial. We need to go slow to go fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
Ms. Rizzi.
Ms. Rizzi, floor is yours.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Dr. Harris Mohammed. You know, as someone who's been in the classroom almost 30 years, I can tell you that if I were, you know, in a classroom or you know, I was still K-12, my first instinct, because I know my students are, you know, have suffered some loss, right? That they have experienced socio-emotional stress, right? The first thing I'd want to give them is peace and stability and familiarity. I would want to hover them in my classroom in a place of safety. And so I am not, you know, philosophically opposed to year-round school. What I'm feeling is that maybe what our kids need the most when they return to those buildings is a familiar environment where they know what to expect. We can work on that in the future, the whole, you know, year-round school thing. But I just really have this deep feeling that we need to provide our kids with safety and love. And a lot of that has to do with giving them the peace and familiarity and, you know, I mean, just that kind of environment a teacher can provide for a child without extra chaos. And I think shifting too early to a totally new schedule will create some chaos that our kids don't need actually right at this moment. We don't want to exacerbate their stress. And, you know, go ahead and critique what I have to say, but I feel strongly that when you are in a period of stress, the last thing you need is disruption.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzo. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
No, ma'am. Just Madam Chair.
Thank you so very much, and thank everyone for their comments.
You're on mute,
Ms.
Mrs. Burke.
You missed everything I said. Thank everyone again for your comments as we pull through this. This is new for us, and whenever you walk into new waters, no matter how much you think about it beforehand, as we've talked about this since I think 2018 and having year-round school. However, we always stated that we didn't have enough money to do this. And now because of the pandemic, we can look at some things differently because of funding that will be coming to us, whether we implement a year-round school for this coming fall or the fall in the next school year. However it's done, we have an opportunity for our students. What I would like to ask, number one, we asked the administration to do certain things. We asked the administration to put out surveys, and it was done. We didn't ask to see the surveys beforehand, and I think that goes back because of what we've always done. We have asked for data. I want to make sure 7th District, Ms. Dorr, is just has as many responses as this 1st District, okay? All right, so that's an opportunity also when we get back the responses, whether people want to say race or what they do or don't get, maybe that would help us to get more funding as things move along the way. My third item is I'm in full agreement with the timeline and whatever we need to move forward. I think I have to mull over this calendar because I remember seeing the first one that we looked at earlier, and I haven't really studied this one, but I look forward to that. So really, we could have a meeting just to address year-round schools at some point. But the main thing right now is what we need to do. And we have 13 items on this agenda, my dear colleagues, that we have not addressed tonight. And it's almost midnight. So either we can continue going, or I asked Ms. Collins, those of you that have responded to the doodle, the majority of persons stated Tuesday, but we have about 3 people, I believe, 3 or 4 people who have not responded yet. Because we know from 5 to 7, we're with the Virginia School Board Association with our governance on Monday. So what I'm asking of you, first of all, I'm asking, can we, and we have to know tonight the responses for the doodle, because it has to be put out to the public that we're having a meeting in so many days. So that's what Ms. Collins has to know. And if it's midnight, we have to do it before midnight. So what I'm asking you all right now, if you would consider, if the doodle comes off, those people who haven't voted yet, if you would vote Tuesday, then we can go ahead and discuss the discuss the ESSA. Make the motion on the ESSA, make the motion on the city's budget, and finish these 13 items. Can we do that?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
First, I want to acknowledge that Ms. Page would like to speak to the preceding item, but specifically to address your question, we would need, we do have, I understand, a statutory ordinance obligation relevant to the 19th to provide
That's
the budget
right.
to them.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Thank you so much. What number is that on this? That is number.
Madam Chair, that is number 6.01, 6.01.
Okay, so what's happening here, my dear colleagues, is this is due to the city budget, which is technically, Mr. Cameras will come to you. So my question is, I will restate this after we decide upon this, then we'll come back and decide if you all want to defer the rest of the items. But we do need to have, oh, he put it on this. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cameras. Please go right ahead, because we do need to vote on this tonight, colleagues. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patience. Go
Thank
right
you,
ahead,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Cameras.
Yes, what is on the screen is about the 9.8 million that we expect to get from the city and the state in recurring funding. So this is completely separate from the federal stimulus. This is the normal state and city revenue. We're grateful that it appears that we'll be receiving just shy of 10 million in new revenue. We are proposing, and this has not changed from the original January proposal, that we allocate 5.6 million for a permanent 2% raise for all employees, a 2.5 million for the annual 1.17% step increase. That is in addition to the 2% raise. About 1 million for anticipated healthcare cost increases, and about 700,000 in transfers for items like tuition and state matches. If ultimately we get more from the state or the city, though I don't think that is likely, we can revisit this when we receive our budget back and we make the adoption in May. So I'm hopeful there will be more from the state and we can do even more things, but this is where it stands now. And as you said, Madam Chair, we do need to get this over to the city by February 19th.
Which is Friday. Thank you so much. Is there a motion on the floor? Do we have anyone in the chat box, Mr. Young?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do from Ms. Dorr, but if I may, Liz, I think, and I'll invite Ms. Lilly to join in, but I think the motion needs to instead be something comparable to approve the FY 22 budget as presented by the superintendent minus the ESSER monies. I'm not sure it's sufficient just to reference the 9 million.
Mr.
No, but
Young,
we're
you're-
not talking about the ESSER money tonight. Ms.
Correct,
Lilly?
but we're
Okay. Ms. Lilly?
if I may.
correct.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Please,
no,
Ms.
my
Lilly,
point
go
is-
right ahead. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I may, usually and I was about to reach out to Ms. Hudesco. Usually the motion specifies the amount of monies in the general fund versus the and the CIP. So if we have that language, that's usually what is presented. It's the actual amount, dollar amount that you're asking for from the city in total for your general fund and capital.
If I may,
Yes.
what we're
Thank you.
technically approving is this, the 200+ page document minus the
Yeah.
ESSER funding. And the numbers that Miss Lily is referencing are, I believe, right here. So, correct, Miss Lily?
I believe so. Usually it, usually it is, which column are we in? Are we in
This would be for
budget? Okay, yes, the
FY22.
340,954,776 is the request for the general fund budget. And are you sending down the capital as well?
Yes.
And that number should be referenced there as well.
And that is at the end of the document. So let me go down there. $6,126,500.
I just put it in the chat.
Ms. Lilly, can you see it in the chat? Is that sufficient? Can you state it,
Yes,
Mrs.
I'm sorry, Ms. Dorr has it in her motion. She needs to state that out loud.
I mean, is that what we need?
Yes, what she
right.
she has in the chat, she needs to state that out loud. Thank you, Ms.
All right, thank you so much. Just want to make sure you approved it. Would you be so kind to make the motion now, Mrs. Dorr?
Yes. I motion to approve the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget minus the stimulus funding to encompass $340,945,776 from the general fund and $6,126,500 in capital funds.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly moved by Ms. Dorr and seconded by Mrs. Page, that we will accept the general funding, we will submit the general request for general funding and our capital improvement. Is there any discussion, questions at this time? Mr. Young, we have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Muhammad, and so far, Dr. Harris Muhammad and yours truly. So
All
far.
right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Does this budget include 27 custodians instead of 10 or just 10? Because we never went back to review that.
It actually defers that question because we have, because of the phrase minus the stimulus funding. So we will return to that question, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, just a statement, and at the risk of truly beating a dead horse, I will be voting affirmative for this budget this evening, but I do want to note that my vote this evening is partly contingent on us allocating that $54.6 million to doing everything that we can for our students that have been out of school for so long, and prayerfully that will include substantive calendar changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, we're ready for the vote.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson, Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Dawn Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. One last item, colleagues. I saw thumbs up, but we didn't act on this. 6.02, receive for action the personnel actions. Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Young, and board members. First, I apologize for any distraction from my Wi-Fi and technical difficulties this evening. I'm very sorry about that. This evening, the Talent Office brings forth the following personnel actions for your consideration. We have the nomination of 5 employees, the change of contract for 13 employees, and the resignation of 3 employees. Thank you.
All righty, and that is attached on our board docs as well. 6.02. May I get a motion, please?
Dr. Harris Mohammed has moved so accordingly.
Well, I'd like to hear her say that. Dr. Harris Mohammed, please.
Yes, Madam Chair. I move that we accept the personnel agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Who is this
Second.
gentleman? Wait a minute,
Second.
who is this gentleman in the middle of our screen? Sean Brazier. Who is that?
I represent Patrick Henry, so I'm supposed to make
Okay, well, I guess we need to address you tonight. Thank you, sir. We will make sure we address you tonight. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. I'm glad they showed you. Thank you so much. Who seconded the motion? Ms. Page?
Mrs. Page.
Ms. Page, are there any questions or discussion? Are you, Ms. Dewar? Oh, she's telling him thank you so much. Okay. We're now ready to vote. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Mrs. White,
Yes.
Mrs. Gibson, Mr. Young,
Aye.
Mrs. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Mrs. Burke,
Yes.
Mrs. Page,
Yes.
and Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Let's move on and thank you, sir. How do you pronounce your last name?
Brazier. B as in boy.
Yes, thank you so very much for your patience and being here after midnight. Thank you very much. And someone asked earlier whose name was that. We appreciate your being here. So please, if you'd be so kind at this time to bring forward your report. This is, what number is this, colleagues? This is
5.01.
5.01.
Thank you so much. Please proceed, sir.
Yes. Hello. I'm the treasurer for Patrick Henry School of Science and Arts. We have $420,234 in our current assets, which is sufficient to cover our liabilities. That is our report. Open to any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Brazier? Did I say it correctly? Brazier?
Brazier, but it's okay. Brazier.
Okay, Brazier. Are there any questions for him regarding this report from Patrick Henry, the School of Science and the Arts? Anything in the chat box, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
So this is not anything we would take any action on, correct, Ms. Lilly?
Correct.
All right. Well, if there are no further questions on that, thank you, sir. And I apologize that I feel real bad you to stay so late with us, but you really got the meeting firsthand tonight. So we thank you. Our best regards to Patrick Henry. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. Colleagues, are we in agreement or disagreement regarding the other items on the agenda to be with our next meeting? Can you give me thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up that was left. So if you vote for Monday, it means this is it'll be after 7 to 9 because of the ESSA. If you vote for Tuesday, which the majority you have so far, it means that we'll start at 6. If there's no further business, no announcements, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a safe evening.